Clank. In the suffocating darkness, the screech of metal grated like nails on flesh. Two towering white men in guard uniforms shoved open a rusted iron door. Between them, they dragged a worn hospital bed, its wheels groaning in protest as it scraped against the cold cement floor. Strapped tightly to the bed lay a teenage boy, Asian, barely 18. His wrists and ankles were bound with thick leather restraints, leaving him no more freedom than a corpse prepared for dissection. All he could do was turn his head slightly, eyes flickering across the dim chamber. The room was narrow, foul, and soaked in decay. In its center stood a crude operating table. A rotting curtain hung limply nearby, while above, a surgical lamp flickered dimly, its frame speckled with rust. The air reeked, iron from blood, rot from mold, despair from the walls themselves. Next to the operating table stood a man in a tattered white coat, sleeves rolled up, hands tinkering with instruments that looked more fit for torture than medicine. Chuang's eyes sharpened. That bastard again. Francis. He remembered that face, not by name, but by role. Ajax, the sadist from Deadpool. The one who ran the twisted experiment clinic where they claimed to cure cancer by turning people into living weapons. Now Chuang was strapped to the same table where countless others had been broken. The guards heaved him up like a sack of meat and dumped him on the operating table. Cold metal met bare skin. He lay still, helpless, vulnerable, exposed. "Welcome back, little mouse." Francis turned around, his cold gaze locking onto Chuang. His voice was calm, almost polite, which only made it more terrifying. "Same question as before," Francis said, brushing non-existent dust from his gloves. "How did you get into our facility without tripping a single alarm? No guards, no cameras saw you." Chuang said nothing. Because how could he explain it? How do you explain time travel? That you were playing a gotcha game at home 1 second, and the next, you were standing in a restricted biolab from a fictional universe? And this monster? He wasn't really Ajax. His name was Francis, a fraud wrapped in a myth. But the pain he caused, that was all too real. Chuang had been trapped in this nightmare for over 2 months. Unlike stories where people get trucked into another world or blessed by gods, his transition had been mundane. Just a blink, and boom, new reality. No powers, no guidance, no way out, just confusion, and then a metal baton to the back of the skull. He had awoken strapped to an operating table, already injected with unknown substances. Since then, it had been a constant cycle of torture disguised as treatment. Blunt trauma, waterboarding, electrocution, cold submersion, heat chambers. Chuang lost count of how many times he was dragged back here, each time worse than the last. And no matter how much he screamed or bled, it never mattered. Francis always came back. Now, the bastard stood over him again. Francis stared for a long time, then sighed, disappointed. "Still not talking? No matter. We have time." He wheeled over a tray of instruments, dipped his fingers into a silvery gel, and began smearing it across Chuang's temples. "To be clear," he said softly, "this isn't going to kill you. It'll just feel like it. A wicked smile. High-voltage stimulation. You'll get used to it. Eventually." Chuang's pulse surged. His muscles tensed. Electrocution. Again. Wait. His voice cracked under the pressure. Panic broke through his pain-numbed stoicism. Francis's smile widened. Ready to talk." Chuang's mind raced. He couldn't say he was a time traveler, that he came from another reality. Who knew if Dragon Ball or Marvel even existed here? He had to bluff. "It's complicated," he said slowly. "If I told you, well, let's just say there are consequences." Francis raised a brow. "Go on." Chuang took a shaky breath, forcing out whatever nonsense came to mind. "I understand what I understand. You won't understand what I don't. There are layers here, deep waters. You get it?" Francis blinked. "What?" "I'm saying there's no benefit in knowing too much. Pretend you don't know. Safer for everyone." Silence. Francis's smile evaporated. "You think you're clever?" He stepped forward, picked up a needle, and pressed it to Chuang's temple. "Let's see if you stay clever after this." Time blurred. When Chuang next opened his eyes, the cursed operating room was gone. He now lay in a large, open ward. Dozens of others were here, lying in beds, groaning, screaming, or simply staring at the ceiling with hollow eyes. All wore the same white gowns. All bore the same hopeless aura. Chuang tried to move. Pain lanced through every nerve in his body, like fire crawling beneath his skin. Sweat poured from his face. He bit down hard, stifling a scream. Damn you, Francis. The electric currents had torn through him, leaving his muscles in shreds and his nerves on fire. If not for his growing pain tolerance, he might have passed out again. But pain also brought clarity. It's time. Focusing, Chuang called out within his mind, and something answered. A translucent screen shimmered into view, hovering in front of his eyes like a heads-up display. Player, Chuang. Sex, male. Age, 18. Talent, none. It looked just like the panel from his favorite mobile game, Danganronpa, super high school level talent development program. Unlike the original mystery-solving format, this game was all about collecting talents and nurturing an all-around prodigy. Now it was real, and this system, this was his only lifeline, his only shot at surviving this hellhole. If he could unlock the right talent, he could escape, and maybe, just maybe, take down Francis and burn this twisted lab to the ground. For the past 2 months, Chuang had only one thought running on a loop in his mind. Escape. He knew what this place really was. He'd seen the movie. The Institute was nothing more than a human meat factory, luring the sick and desperate in with false promises of treatment, then using them as guinea pigs for twisted genetic experiments. The so-called miracle cure they injected into Chuang, it was no cure. It was a catalyst, a serum engineered to awaken latent mutant genes using the adrenal hormones triggered by extreme pain and fear. If successful, the subject would gain incredible powers, strength, regeneration, elemental control, or more. Powers that broke the boundaries of the human condition. They called these altered people mutants. But freedom was never part of the deal. Those who survived mutation were fitted with neural suppressors, collars that erased free will. Then they were sold like cattle to the highest bidder. This was not a clinic. It was a factory that manufactured mutant slaves. Chuang knew his fate if he stayed, slavery or death. So he waited. He endured. He watched. And he searched desperately for a crack in the system, anything that could help him escape. Then one day, while drifting on the edge of consciousness after another brutal session, it happened. A flicker, a click, and in the darkness of his mind, a glowing interface appeared. A game menu. Danganronpa. Super high school level talent system. Titles available. Locked. Super high school level lucky. Locked. Super high school level fighter. Locked. Super high school level sharpshooter. Locked. Dozens of grayed-out titles filled the list. Each one pulled straight from the game he used to play before his world flipped upside down. Each title represented the pinnacle of talent in its field. Each one offered power, but all were locked, except one. Achievement completed. Dislike from Death God, complete. Condition. Survive 15 near-death experiences, 15-15. Reward. Title unlocked. Super high school level stuntman. Unlock this title. Chuang's breath caught his throat. His cracked lips trembled. His battered face twisted in a crazed, painful smile. He did it. 15 rounds of hell. Drowning, beating, electrocution, burning, freezing. He had survived them all. Without this game system, Chuang would have broken long ago, his spirit crushed into dust like so many others in this forsaken place. But now the reward had come. Unlock, he shouted without hesitation. Title unlocked. Super high school level stuntman. Description: a daredevil capable of surviving the most death-defying feats. A man scorned by death itself. Trait unlocked. Immortality. For a moment, everything stopped. Immortality. Not resistance. Not healing. Immortality. Chuang's mind blanked. His body forgot to breathe. He reread the trait again and again. Immortality. No extra explanation. No fine print. Just 2 words that changed everything. It was absurd. Insane. Glorious. as if he'd hit the lottery and drawn a golden legendary card out of thin air. Even in Danganronpa, nothing had ever hinted that a stuntman could unlock something like this. Was it a hidden trait? A crossover glitch? A reward from the universe for surviving the impossible? He didn't care. This wasn't a time to question. Suddenly, warmth surged through his veins like molten gold. A tidal wave of energy flowed through his broken frame. His blurred vision snapped into crystal clarity. The chronic ache in his joints gone. The nerve damage, the internal bruises, the broken bones, they all vanished one by one like dust swept away by a divine wind. His body healed. No, rebuilt itself. The burns, the frostbite, the scars disappeared. His senses sharpened. His breathing steadied. The weight crushing his chest lifted. His back straightened. His skin no longer felt like paper, but like steel wrapped in silk. Rebirth. That was the only word he could think of. For the first time since he woke up in this cursed place, Chuang felt alive. And more than that, untouchable. He threw his head back and let out a raw, triumphant cry that echoed through the filthy dorm ward like a battle horn. Yes, his voice carried power, madness, defiance. Every pain, every tear, every scream that had been beaten out of him for weeks, all of it exploded in that one word. Chuang clenched his fists, now surging with vitality. A sharp, manic grin spread across his face. He looked down at his hands. Death doesn't want me anymore. He raised his eyes to the ceiling, voice low, determined, and cold. Then I'll drag this hell down with me.
Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
Chuang's voice echoed in the hall. Sensing the movement here, the guards in charge of guarding the hall looked over one after another. Very good. Another crazy one. The guards were no stranger to Chuang's yelling. In this dark laboratory, the most indispensable thing is the experimental subjects who are driven crazy. They thought that Chuang probably was the same. They just glanced at it a few times, then turned their eyes away and ignored him. F***K, you interrupted my date with Scarlet. At this time, a hoarse voice came from the next bed. After venting, Chuang calmed down a little and turned his head to look in the direction of the voice. The person who spoke was a young white man with beards. His face was frighteningly pale, with two cheekbones protruding high on his thin cheeks. He looked like a terminally ill patient. The white youth glared at Chuang viciously. Damn it, we just missed the last step after the foreplay. But Scarlet was scared away by your yelling, and my date was completely ruined. Seeing the serious expression of the other party, Chuang was a little speechless. Another member of Taba.com who wants to drink bath water. Wade, I remember you said that you have a girlfriend outside, right? Instead of having these useless daydreams all day long, you should find a way to get out quickly, or you will wait for a few years to pass, and suddenly a half-older children call you daddy. F***K it. Hearing this, Wade immediately broke his guard and said angrily, after I get rid of those damn cancer cells, I will go out and get Vanessa back, and then I will show you the most beautiful woman in the world. The premise is to be able to go out. As Chuang said, he suddenly remembered an important matter, which was about Wade. The man in front of him named Wade. His full name is Wade Wilson. That's right, it's Deadpool, the famous mercenary in the future, who is known as Marvel's first mouthpiece. As cancer cells were detected in the body, Wade, who had nowhere to go, took the initiative to participate in this genetic modification experiment as a volunteer and arranged with Chuang, who had just crossed over. After getting along for a period of time, the two naturally chatted together. Definitely, this is also the result of Chuang's initiative to get acquainted. Regardless of Wade's unreliable character, as a top mercenary, Wade's ability is absolutely beyond doubt. If Wade hadn't voluntarily stayed in the research institute to undergo the so-called genetic modification, the security force of this research institute might not be able to entrap this powerful mercenary. And so it is. According to the development of the movie plot, after Wade got the self-healing factor, he came up with the idea of escaping. Under his operation, there will be an explosion in the research institute, which will cause a fire, and the fire will spread to the entire research institute. At that time, this place will become the most dangerous area, and all people staying in the research institute will face death threats. Before that, Chuang was still thinking about holding on for a while, and when Wade started to act, he could find a way to escape while he was in chaos. But plans can't keep up with changes. Chuang did not expect that the undead characteristic of super high school stuntman is so powerful. In the blink of an eye, all the injuries on his body recovered. So much so that now, as long as anyone comes to check Chuang's body, he will immediately reveal his secrets. And once his ability is revealed, Francis will definitely pay great attention to it, and then he will really be unable to escape. So, Chuang must escape from the Institute before his ability is exposed. Time is running out for Chuang now. Chuang quickly went through the movie plot in his mind. Suddenly, he had a bold idea. Looking at Wade, who was still shouting, Chuang narrowed his eyes slightly. Wade, do you know the secret of Ajax? What secret? Wade suddenly became interested. Because of his cute mouth, Wade often receives special care from Francis, and Wade is also very concerned about Francis' recent situation and often visits Francis' family members. Hearing that it was about Francis' secret, Wade was immediately refreshed. Chuang smiled slightly. Actually, the name Ajax is fake. His real name is Francis. Ajax was originally a brand of dish soap, but that guy took it for him. No, are you serious? Definitely is true. This secret is only known to me at the moment. Ha! I knew Ajax was a fake name, but I didn't expect it to be a brand of dish soap. There is such a stupid person who would use a dish soap brand as his name. Francis, the idiot, got his brain caught by the door. Wade laughed like crazy, his body contorted on the hospital bed. At this time, Chuang's expression revealed a hint of worry. By the way, it's good that only the two of us know about it. And you remember not to tell anyone else, especially Ajax. Oh no, Francis. Be sure to remember, especially don't laugh at his name as a dish soap brand. Francis has a thin skin. He will bite when pushed. Chuang still seemed worried, emphasizing several times all over. Don't worry, don't forget what I do. Secrecy is the basic professional quality of a mercenary. I have received strict training. Wade laughed and promised, almost patting his chest to show his reliability. Seeing his appearance, Chuang nodded in satisfaction. Well, I believe you. On the second day, Francis appeared in the lobby as usual. As the person in charge of the research institute, Francis needs to regularly check the progress of the experimental subjects. After all, these experimental subjects are their important cargo. If something goes wrong, their losses will be great. After inspecting several experimental subjects, Francis picked up the test reports of the experimental subjects and continued to walk deep into the hall. Soon, Francis came to Chuang and Wade's hospital bed. Just at the moment, Wade in front of him looked up and saw his appearance. Puff! Francis was taken aback for a moment. What was the reaction? But before he could speak, Wade writhed inexplicably on the bed. Immediately afterwards, unscrupulous laughter sounded in the hall. I'm sorry, I can't help it. There are such idiots in this world who use the brand of dish soap as their name. Damn it, I laughed so hard, huh? Francis. Wade is gone. Even tens of meters away, Chuang could still hear Wade's exaggerated laughter, almost dying of laughter. Followed Wade away. There's also Francis, who looks like he ate shit. After all, what Wade said just now did not deliberately lower the volume. Whether it is a guard or a test subject, anyone in the hall can probably hear Wade's loud voice. At the moment of social death, Francis' mood can be imagined at this moment. Looking at the back of Francis going away, Chuang secretly heaved a sigh of relief and was almost discovered. Fortunately, Wade jumped out in time to attract fire, allowing Francis to keep his eyes on him. Thinking of this, Chuang silently prayed for Wade in his heart. Hope people are okay. The time at the Institute seems particularly long. Chuang was lying on a hospital bed, keeping the most awake state at all times, for fear of missing the most critical moment. In this closed and dark environment, there is no concept of time at all. So Chuang didn't know exactly how long it had been. After Wade left, he has been waiting for the only chance. Boom! No symptoms. Suddenly, there was a shock in the hall, and the deafening explosion sounded in everyone's ears. Before everyone could react, what happened? Then, a scorching high temperature swept across the hall in an instant, accompanied by a terrifying shockwave sweeping across the entire hall. Chuang only felt a flash of fire in front of his eyes, and huge amounts of force directly overturned him and fell heavily on the ground together with the hospital bed underneath. Under the pressure of this force, the hospital bed broke into several pieces with a bang, and Chuang flung himself to the corner of the hall under the influence of inertia, only barely stopping when the wall blocked him. Chuang's body was covered with burns. Most of the hospital clothes had already been destroyed by the flames. The exposed skin was full of burn marks, and an unknown number of bones were broken. If it were a normal person, this kind of injury would be enough to kill him on the spot. At least he would have been seriously injured and died frequently. But Chuang not only did not die, but stood up tremblingly. The charred skin on his body was rapidly recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the blood overflowing from the wound also stopped flowing. In a few breaths, all the horrific injuries disappeared without leaving any scars. Successful! Chuang was ecstatic, and he didn't care about the hall that turned into a fire scene in front of him. His escape plan is very simple, which is to advance the plot that should have happened some time earlier. Give Wade an early self-healing factor to blow up the lab and create a chance to escape. Obviously, his plan has succeeded. The explosion came suddenly and lasted only a short time. The hall after the explosion was in a mess, with various debris scattered on the ground. At this moment, the hall was full of screams and cries for help. Everywhere you could see horrific charred corpses or experimental subjects who survived but were tied up and could not escape. Due to the large amount of flammable materials in the research institute, the fire quickly spread to the entire hall. The originally dark room was burned brightly by the orange flame, and it was unknown what compound was burned. The peculiar smell wafted around, causing Chuang to cough a few times. Chuang quickly covered his mouth and nose and immediately ran out of the hall regardless of the obstruction of the fire. As time passed, Chuang could clearly feel that the temperature around him was rising rapidly, and the scorching air made it more difficult for him to breathe. Because he was barefoot, every step of Chuang now felt like walking on hot coals. If it weren't for the immortality of a super high school stuntman, which can ensure that Chuang is in the most perfect state at all times, he might not last 2 minutes in this fire zone. At this time, a figure appeared in Chuang's sight. Judging by his attire, this person was clearly a guard of the research institute. He was clutching his injured right arm and struggling to move forward against the wall. It seemed that he was also affected by the explosion. The guard noticed Chuang at the same time. He was obviously taken aback, and then looked at the broken hospital gown on Chuang's body. "Wait, you are." "Shut up, you." Chuang raised his fist without any hesitation and hit the guard's head with all his strength. Before the injured guard could react, his face was severely injured, and he fell to the ground with his head up. Chuang also let out a muffled grunt, and the dislocated phalanges began to repair automatically due to the reaction force. Bang, bang, bang. While the guard fell to the ground and was unable to resist, Chuang raised his foot and kicked him on the head violently. At first the guard wanted to struggle, but Chuang didn't give him a chance at all. Kick one kick after another hard. Facing Chuang's brutal attack, the guard's struggle gradually became weaker until he lost all his struggle. Apart from a few unconscious twitches of his hands and feet, there was no other movement. Tick, tick. Blood fell to the ground along Chuang's folded feet. Glancing at the bloody guard, Chuang felt a little uncomfortable, but it was limited to physical discomfort. For these people in the Institute, Chuang will never have the so-called pity or sympathy. Maybe some people inside have their own difficulties, but what does it have to do with him? Chuang only knows that the 2 months of painful experience are inseparable from these bastards. When he was being abused, he didn't look at "no one will come to pity yourself." Call. Chuang let out a breath slowly, finally venting some of the resentment that had been pinned up in his heart these days. He squatted down, reached out, and groped for the guard, and quickly found a rifle from the guard's waist. This is the first time Chuang has touched a real gun. It is very heavy and heavy in his hand. Chuang thought for a while, and then began to take off the guard's clothes and shoes and put them on himself. Crackle. At this moment, the sound of something breaking came from a ear. At this moment, the fire was completely out of control, and some small pieces of gravel kept falling from the top of the head. Chuang knew that he couldn't stay here any longer. Otherwise, even if he couldn't die, he would be buried alive by the collapsed building, and it would be difficult to climb out. However, the entire space was filled with billowing thick smoke, which made it difficult for him to see everything in front of him and tell the direction. Do not care. Chuang simply gave up thinking, picked up his rifle, and ran wildly. At the same time, located in the area where the explosion occurred, Francis, who learned of the explosion in the Institute, immediately rushed to the scene of the explosion, followed by more than a dozen guards, all of whom were holding fire extinguishers, tried to extinguish the surrounding fire. Looking at the messy scene, Francis walked in with a gloomy face. But after walking a few steps, Francis glimpsed an opening in the oxygen chamber in the corner, and Wade, who was supposed to be lying in it, had disappeared, and his heart suddenly became alert. Boom! Suddenly, a figure rushed out from the thick smoke and rushed towards the guard standing at the edge of the line. With glass slag in his hand, he slashed across the guard's throat. The strong smell of blood suddenly spread in the air. The guard covered his neck in astonishment and wanted to ask others for help, but he could only moan lowly. This figure is the disappearing Wade. At the moment, Wade was naked, and his face and body could be seen covered with rotten scars, and none of the skin was intact. It looked like it was fished out of sulfuric acid. It was amazing to see, creepy. Francis. Wade stared fixedly at Francis, his hoarse voice slowly squeezed out between his teeth, filled with endless anger. As Chuang expected, after Francis took Wade, he began to abuse Wade more cruelly than ever. Perhaps in retaliation for Wade's unstoppable stinking mouth, Francis locked Wade in a device that could control oxygen, leaving him in a state of hypoxia for a long time, and tortured Wade repeatedly, and Wade will be tortured forever, the meaning of. As a result, Francis' crazy behavior accelerated the stimulation of the serum in Wade's body, giving him super self-healing ability and completely getting rid of the threat of cancer. But the cost was to leave Wade with a disfigured face and horrific scars all over his body. Seeing his own face, even Wade's character couldn't accept it. While Francis was leaving, Wade detonated the instrument with a stolen match and created a horrible explosion with the inflammables on the side, and finally survived by virtue of the self-healing factor in his body. But instead of leaving, he chose to stay here and wait for Francis to arrive. It turned out to be you, idiot. Seeing Wade's appearance, Francis finally understood how the inexplicable explosion came about. Without hesitation, he immediately issued an order to the guards: shoot, kill him. Wade, however, was faster than him. Almost at the same time that Francis opened his mouth, Wade had already taken off the rifle from the bodyguard's corpse, opened the safety device, raised the muzzle of the gun, put his shoulder against the butt, and pulled the trigger. The movements were smooth and seamless, as if this set of movements had already been integrated into his muscle memory. Inside, boom, boom, boom. There was a loud gunshot, and the bullets hit the heads of the 3 guards, and they exploded in midair like watermelons. The other guards were taken aback by Wade's aim. After Wade shot again and killed 2 guards, they finally set up their rifles and shot at Wade without even aiming. Bang, 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 bang. The muzzle flame spurted out, and the bullets poured out of the gun chamber in an instant. The howling rain of bullets hit, and Wade, tumbling dexterously, hid behind the barrier and continued to shoot at the guards in all directions with his gun. The smoky environment did not affect Wade in the slightest. As an experienced top mercenary, such an environment is more conducive to his combat. The fierce gun battle begins. As for Francis, he didn't participate in the shootout, but hid in the wreckage of a large instrument in the corner. For the current situation, Francis didn't interfere too much, as if he was waiting for something. Tread. At this moment, there was a faint sound of footsteps amidst the roaring gunshots. Immediately afterwards, Francis saw a guard turning over the wreckage of the instrument with hands and feet, sitting next to him with a rifle in his hand, and then slapped his chest as if he was frightened. As if sensing Francis' gaze, the guard turned his head and looked over. The eyes of the two collided. The atmosphere suddenly became awkward. Chuang felt that he was unlucky enough. He couldn't find the exit of the research institute, but accidentally broke into this place. Once inside, he sees Wade slaughtering a group of guards. Chuang was worried that he would be involved in this fierce gun battle and wanted to find a place to hide, but he never expected that he would run into Francis, the seam of face, by coincidence. This luck is no one else. Francis looked at the dusty Chuang, thinking it was one of the surviving guards. He frowned slightly. "What are you doing?" Seeing that Francis didn't recognize him, Chuang disguised himself as a guard and said under his breath, "It's too dangerous here. I want to stay here to protect you." "I don't need protection." Francis was expressionless. Chuang nodded vigorously. "Okay, then you will protect me." "Francis." The subordinates have heard a lot about protecting the leader, but this is the first time that the subordinates have asked the leader to protect themselves. Is this plausible? Francis immediately sensed something was wrong. "Who are you?" "I understand what I know, and it's useless to talk about what I don't know." Chuang grinned. "It's you." Hearing the familiar sentence pattern, Francis' pupils shrank suddenly. It turned out to be this damn Riddler. Seeing this, Chuang raised the rifle in his hand without saying a word and pulled the trigger. Although Chuang has never touched a gun, he also knows the premise of shooting, so naturally he will not make such a low-level mistake as forgetting to open the safety. As early as the moment he saw Francis, he was already planning to shoot him. At such a short distance, no matter how bad his marksmanship was, Francis couldn't dodge bullets. However, Chuang far underestimated Francis' reflexes. Facing Chuang's sneak attack, Francis, who was originally frightened and angry, suddenly stretched out his right hand and forcibly pressed down the muzzle of the gun that was about to be aimed at him, and all the bullets fired were shot to the ground. So fast, Chuang was about to take back the rifle when he saw a fist magnified infinitely before his eyes. Click! Chuang, who couldn't dodge in time, could only raise his arms to block in haste. The moment the fist touched the arm, Chuang could even hear the brittle sound of his own arm's bones being overwhelmed. This force was beyond his ability to resist. The power that Francis shows now reminds Chuang of some movie clips. That is, as the manager of this mutant slave processing factory, Francis originally is also a mutant with a special ability. His physical quality has already surpassed ordinary people, and all pain nerves have been removed through surgery. In a fight, even Wade is difficult to parry. But even so, Chuang still didn't let go of his grip on the rifle. Francis was a little surprised by this. He snorted coldly and punched Chuang again. The tearing air sounds of the fist rang in his ears. Chuang did not retreat, but advanced. Before the fist hit, he slammed into Francis's arms, trying to knock him to the ground with the weight of his body. However, Francis seemed to see what Chuang was thinking. The waist suddenly exerted force to stabilize the balance of the body, and unexpectedly withstood Chuang's impact. The next moment, Francis raised his foot suddenly and kicked Chuang hard in the abdomen. Boom! Chuang only felt a terrifying force coming and immediately flew out with a gun. The whole person fell heavily among the guards 5 meters away. This series of events all happened in less than 5 seconds. The guards who were still fighting with Wade didn't know what happened behind them, and saw Chuang suddenly fell in the middle of them. Regardless of the severe pain in his abdomen, Chuang immediately got up from the ground and shouted, "Good guy, this experimental subject actually has accomplices, brothers, don't talk to him about morals. Let's all shoot him and kill him." After all, Chuang raised his rifle first and fired at Francis' position. Facts have proved that the masses like to blindly follow suit. Seeing that Chuang was wearing the same uniform, the guards did not become suspicious and subconsciously raised their guns to shoot. Nima. Francis quickly squatted down with his head in his arms and hid behind the bunker again. At the same time, he roared in rage, "Fac, show me clearly. It's me, your F*************** G hitting." Hearing Francis' voice, the guards were all taken aback. Chuang put on a look of disbelief. It turns out that Francis is an undercover agent, and he's been lurking beside us as the boss. Holy shit, Francis is undercover. The guards finally realized that the guy next to him was the real fake. But it was too late. Chuang had already turned his guns on them. "Excuse me, I'm a policeman." After the words fell, the still warm rifle sputtered flames again, taking the lives of the guards in an instant. "You did a great job, little guy. If I were the judge, I would definitely give you 99 points for your acting skills just now." Wade came out of the corner, clapping. Chuang stared at Wade's disfigured face for a while and asked in confusion, "Who are you?" Wade was taken aback. "I'm your good neighbor, Wade." Chuang shook his head and denied, "Impossible. Wade is not as handsome as you." It's okay if he doesn't say anything, but when he said it, Wade's anger surged up. "It's all the dish soap's fault." Wade was furious and fired a volley of bullets towards Francis' cover. "Get out. See what you did to my face. You ruined the dreams of thousands of girls." Seeing that all the guards were dead, Francis was calm and walked out from behind the bunker with his hands raised. Francis raised the corner of his mouth and sneered, "You won't kill me because only I can restore you to your original appearance." Wade said viciously, "You're right, I won't kill you, but I will cut off your A** and stick it to your mouth with super glue so that you can taste the taste of your own A**. Chuang looked at Wade in disgust. "Disgusting, or you were disgusting." "Step, step, step." Suddenly, a heavy footstep approached slowly. The two turned around sharply, only to see a strong woman rushing towards them. Without any hesitation, Chuang and Wade raised their guns and fired at the same time. I saw that the strong woman didn't even dodge. She let the bullets hit her body and made a jingling sound like steel. She punched Chuang, who was closest to her, and there was a sound of compressed air. "It's Mutant again," a thought flashed in Chuang's mind. Suddenly, the strong woman's fist struck through the air. The rifle in Chuang's hand broke directly into two pieces, and his fist hit his chest with undiminished force. The surrounding scenery suddenly changed. It was as if Chuang had been hit head-on by a truck, and his whole body hit the wall heavily. He suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, which was mixed with internal organs. His chest collapsed severely, and his body fell limply on the ground against the wall. Fact. Seeing Chuang's miserable state, Wade cursed secretly. However, right now he couldn't care less about others. The moment the strong woman knocked Chuang into the air, Wade suddenly jumped from the air to the back of the strong woman, and immediately wrapped his arms around Chuang's neck, trying to put pressure on him to suffocate him. In the face of Wade's naked choke, the strong woman is not affected at all. It was Wade rubbing her back and forth that annoyed her. The muscular woman forcibly broke Wade's arm and directly broke the so-called unsolvable naked choke. Wade was surprised in his heart, but he didn't forget to say, "For a lady, are you a bit too strong? I feel sorry for your husband. I bet he won't be able to turn over in his life. I hope he bear everything about you. Well, I mean all aspects of life." Before the words were finished, the muscular woman bent over and kneeled fiercely, smashing Wade on the back to the ground. It was clearly visible that there was a crackling sound of bones, and Wade was directly smashed into an unknown number of levels of disability. In just a short moment, the strong woman easily dealt with the two of them. The muscular woman was obviously D off by Wade's words. She casually picked up a steel bar on the ground and mercilessly inserted it into Wade's back. The steel bar directly penetrated the floor and fixed Wade on the ground, making Wade completely lost the resistance ability. Gina, calm down. There's no need to argue with a dead man. Francis smiled and patted Gina on the shoulder. How about what I want you to do? Gina said coldly. All the materials in the Institute have been destroyed without leaving any traces, and the surviving subjects have also been transferred to other branches. Very well, we should leave. Ignoring Chuang and Wade, Francis turned and left with Gina. Only corpses and wreckage remained at the scene. Not long after the two left, Wade, who was lying on the ground, suddenly moved. He raised his head with difficulty and looked at Chuang's position. After getting along for this period of time, Chuang can be regarded as a friend he recognized. As a result, the other party died in front of him like this, but he was powerless. This reminded Wade of some very bad memories. Sorry, I may not let you see the world's most beautiful. Oh? Mad fact, watching Chuang's tattered corpse stand up again. Wade's originally provocative tone turned into a panicked trill in an instant. What's the situation? Did I come to the set of Resident Evil? Calm down. I can't die, and neither can you. Chuang walked over, dragging the body being repaired, then grabbed the steel bar on Wade's back and pulled it out forcefully. The moment the steel bar was pulled out of the body, Wade looked down at his chest, and the bloody wound began to heal quickly, and he couldn't help shouting, "Oh my God, I'm infected. I'm going to become a zombie. Wait, later can I only eat human flesh? No, my favorite chicken taco." Stop screaming. Get out of this damn place. It's about to collapse. Chuang grabbed the yelling Wade and ran outside. At the moment, the fire had reached its peak, and the thick smoke completely covered all vision, and there was almost no way out. You came in from outside. You should know the way. Where to go now? Chuang asked. Wade thought for a while, then pointed in a direction uncertainly. It was a sea of fire, but that didn't stop Chuang and Wade. Without further ado, Chuang grabbed Wade and rushed into the flames. A few minutes later, two figures covered in black dust rushed out of an abandoned factory building outside a remote suburb. Before the Institute collapsed, Chuang and Wade finally rushed out of the flames. Finally free, looking at the abandoned factory building ignited by the fire, Chuang felt a burst of complicated emotions in his heart. After 2 full months, he finally walked out of that dark and oppressive space. But what should I do next? Chuang couldn't help but feel a little confused. Since time travel, Chuang has been staying in the research institute. Now, when Chuang walked out of the research institute, he realized with bewilderment that the world he was in was a completely strange world, and there was no trace of him here. To this world, he was the presence of an outsider. Chuang let out a long breath and turned to look at Wade, who was also in deep thought. Wait, what's next? As I said before, I want to get Vanessa back. So, you're going to go find it naked? Since they had just escaped from the sea of flames, it was inevitable that their bodies would suffer from burns of varying degrees. Chuang, who was wearing a uniform, was okay. There were still some cloth strips left on his body, which at least covered the key parts. But Wade was different. He was open from start to finish. So, when Chuang looked down, he saw a famous dick. New York Journal, February 13th, 2009. The military announced today that Tony Stark, the chairman of Stark Industries in New York, was attacked by terrorists yesterday afternoon after demonstrating the newly developed Jericho missile in Kashmir province, Afghanistan. All 13 American soldiers who accompanied him died. But now Tony Stark's whereabouts are unknown. The military said it would not give up the search and rescue operation. On the streets of Brooklyn, New York, Chuang stood alone at the entrance of the alley. He had already taken off his tattered uniform and changed into a hoodie and slacks. After escaping from the research institute hidden inside the abandoned factory building, Chuang followed Wade here. At the moment, he was holding an old newspaper in his hand and reading it. Tony Stark, future Iron Man, central figure of Avengers. As long as you have watched the Marvel series of movies, You must not be unfamiliar with this name. After all, the beginning of the entire Marvel series started with Iron Man, and the contents of this old newspaper have been more than a month since now. In other words, the current time period is before the birth of Iron Man. At this point in time, Avengers has not yet appeared. Even Captain America will be unearthed at least a few years later, let alone several major events that are closely related to Avengers. So it seems that the Earth is relatively safe now. At this time, Chuang saw a figure wearing a hood walking towards him. "Well, have you found your girlfriend?" "I found it. Under the hood is Wade. At the moment his eyes look a little downcast. But I didn't dare to see her at all. Now I am a complete monster." You didn't see the expressions of those passers-by looking at me. It was even more exaggerated than seeing a zombie. If Vanessa saw me like a ghost, I can guarantee that she will treat me like a zombie and shoot me down. Chuang patted him on the shoulder and comforted him. "Don't worry, you are now a regenerative healing factor. One shot won't kill you." Wade's emotions are a bit incoherent. Is there anyone like you who comforts others? Let's not talk about this. Let's take you to meet my friend first. Wade walked into the alley. Chuang followed silently behind. Soon, the two stopped in the depths of the alley, and Wade walked to an iron gate and knocked hard. "Weasel, your daddy Wade is back for you. Open the door." Chuang glanced at the crooked signboard next to the door. Sister Margaret's Lost Children's School. Seeing such a unique name, Chuang knew that this was the mercenary bar that Wade used to frequent. After a while, the iron door of the bar opened. A four-eyed man with disheveled hair stared wide-eyed at Wade in disbelief. "Wade, it's really you crawled out of your grave?" "So that's how it is." Seeing the two sitting in front of the bar, gulping down the lunch he just bought, Weasel said helplessly, "So you cured the cancer, and then took your bed friends, ran away from that mutant club, and ended up at my place." "That's right." Wade spoke vaguely, and casually opened an unopened bottle of wine on the bar, ignoring the Weasel's distressed expression, grabbed the bottle, and drank it directly. Chuang does not have a hobby of drinking. In front of the Weasel, he opened a freezer and took out a bottle of Happy Fat House water. Ton. The corner of Weasel's mouth twitched when he saw it. The two of them came here to eat and drink for nothing. As Wade's friend, Weasel is also used to this style. He looked at Wade, who had been wearing a hood, and persuaded him, "Wade, Vanessa loves you. During the year you disappeared, she never gave up looking for you. I don't think she will. Care about your appearance. Oh." Wade Della opened his hood, revealing his terrifying appearance. "Do you like the way I look like a ghost now?" "Dislike." Weasel shook his head without hesitation. Wade turned to look at Chuang. "Do you like it?" When Chuang heard this, he thought to himself, "Isn't this talking nonsense?" However, no matter what, Wade is also his friend, so he can't hurt his self-esteem by talking too clearly. Chuang thought about it for a while and said euphemistically, "It's not bad, but he looks rather special." I have to say, his words did make Wade feel better. Wade seemed to see a glimmer of hope and couldn't wait to ask, "Tell me, what's so special?" Special. Chuang looked left and right, but he couldn't think of anything special about this face. I had no choice but to bite the bullet and say, "It's very ugly." "Wade." Weasel. Seeing Wade's terrifyingly disfigured face, Weasel gave up the idea of persuasion. "No way. This face is too scary." Thinking of this, the Weasel suddenly looked at Chuang. "Wade, didn't you say that the abilities of both of you are the same? Why didn't his face change?" After the two arrived, Wade told Weasel everything, including his and Chuang's ability. Wade thought that Chuang had a genetic mutation just like himself. In fact, Chuang's ability is not derived from a mutant gene at all, but a super high school level ability. In this regard, Chuang explained while drinking the Happy Fat House water. In fact, the cancer cells in Wade's body have not been completely eliminated, but they are not as fast as the self-healing cells, so he's become what he is now. Touch it. Poor Wade, I can understand you really after all. It looks like a hybrid mutant avocado ghost, who would be uncomfortable if you change it, but you can choose other paths, such as a remake of Elm Street. You the way it looks now, and the Freddy in it are literally twin brothers. Weasel is worthy of being a friend who can play with Wade. His words not only failed to comfort Wade, but aroused Wade's anger even more. Snap! Wade slammed the table and stood up immediately. I changed my mind. Before meeting Vanessa, I have to find Francis's damn dish soap, force him to fix my face, and then treat him everything I did. I returned to him without reservation, and finally used a gun to cut a hole in his head, and used his head as a ion cup in the future. Weasel. Sorry, I don't want to know it all, and I don't want to imagine that picture. But that Francis you mentioned, he doesn't know you're alive, does he? Yes, he should think we are all dead. Chuang nodded. At that time, he heard what Francis said before he left. It is estimated that in the eyes of the other party, he and Wade had already died in that fire. As a friendly reminder, if you want to trouble that Francis, remember to disguise yourself, such as wearing a mask or something. Beforehand, Wade, I'm not targeting you. It's just that your current appearance is it's easy to recognize. And take care of our eyes, by the way. Wade was not angry, but nodded in agreement. You are right. And I want to give myself a stage name, a code name similar to Captain America, Captain Wade. What do you think? It's too bad. You might as well call Captain Freddy. The enemy will definitely think you are on the set of Elm Street when they see you. Let's just call it Deadpool. Chuang pointed to the blackboard above the bar. There are many names and bets on the blackboard. This is the characteristic gameplay of this mercenary bar. The gameplay is very simple. It is to bet on which mercenary will die first within a certain period of time, and the person who wins the bet will get double the bonus. On the top of the blackboard, there is a dash of English. Deadpool. Translation, Deadpool, Deadpool. Hearing the name, Wade's eyes lit up. Deadpool, the name sounds good. Okay, let's call it Deadpool. Chuang asked curiously. It's just, how do you find Francis? Now that guy has run away, and the clues from the Research Institute have been burned by the fire, so there shouldn't be any trace left. How do you think I participated in that experiment before? Wade obviously already had the means to deal with it. They need a large number of experimental subjects, but they are afraid of attracting the attention of the department, so their recruitment can only be carried out in secret. As long as you follow this clue, sooner or later you'll be able to find the exact identity of Francis. Location. Okay, then you work hard. I will help when the time comes. Chuang did not offer to help, and Wade had no intention of asking Chuang to join. Although Chuang has a super self-healing ability, but in terms of overall strength, Chuang has almost no combat ability. After all, this is free America, and hot weapons are the main theme of this place. As a top mercenary, Wade doesn't need the help of Chuang, a gun novice. Therefore, the two of them tacitly did not talk about it. For Chuang, he has one more important thing to solve than revenge on Francis. That is the question of his identity. As a time traveler, Chuang can be said to be an out-and-out black household in this world. Especially in this place of America, police officers often ask to show their identity certificates. Under such circumstances, it may be a luxury for Chuang to live a normal life in the future. Therefore, now Chuang urgently needs a legal identification. As for what to do, Chuang rubbed his chin and turned his gaze to the weasel. I heard that you are recruiting mercenaries here. Do you think I'm suitable? Sister Margaret's bar. Wade left. He went to prepare for the next action. At the moment, only Chuang and Weasel were left in the bar. You want to be a mercenary? Yes, I need money. Chuang nodded. Prior to this, Wade had introduced the identity of Weasel to Chuang. Brokers, plus information dealers. While running this mercenary bar, Weasel will provide mercenaries with some commissions at a reasonable price, and then earn a part of the commission from them. Simply put, it is an NPC who releases tasks. If you have enough money, you will also have to buy some prohibited items from the Weasel. For example, firearms and the like. For another example, forging identities. Just in time, now that Chuang is short of money and needs a legal identity, it is perfect to find Weasel. Weasel looked at Chuang. After thinking for a moment, he said, well, for Wade's sake. With that, Weasel took out a stack of gold and black cards from behind the bar. Although you may have heard of it from Wade, I will follow the process and briefly introduce our rules here. There are mainly two types of entrustment here, gold card and black card. Weasel picked up a gold card and explained, "These gold cards are relatively low in difficulty. The advantage is that you don't need to bear too much risk, but relatively, the rewards will be less." "What about the black card?" Chuang asked along the way. "This is a bit more complicated." Weasel replaced it with a black card. Black card entrustment is generally more difficult. The advantage is that the reward is sufficient. The higher the difficulty, the higher the reward. However, I must state in advance that after receiving the entrustment, how to complete the entrustment is you can do whatever you want with your own business. But you have to be clear. When you accept this commission, you will have to bear all the consequences yourself. Even if you're Wade's friend, I won't help you take the blame. I'm just an ordinary broker, understand, right? Understood. Chuang nodded. I hope you really understand. Weasel shrugged, said nothing more, and put all the cards in front of Chuang. Chuang flipped through them casually. These cards are all printed with the target person's name, and on the back of the card, there is a note about the task content, which indicates the target person, entrustment, and reward. And in the stack of gold cards that Weasel gave, most of the remuneration is less than $50 to $200. As Weasel said, it is basically no risk entrustment, such as teaching a cheating man or threatening a stalker. The commissions are often things that won't kill people. Compared with a mediocre gold card, the entrustment of the black card is much more terrifying. Kill the Russian Ross gang member, Jeff Mond, 1,000 USD. Surveillance of members of the Blood Wolf gang, Warner Hewlett, 5,000 USD. Kidnapping the rich businessman's daughter, Ashley Suzanne, 100,000 USD. The entrustment of these black cards almost always involves some special characters. Any entrusted task also needs to adopt some necessary means that cannot be seen in the light. This is clearly the experience card of Zhang San, a bunch of extrajudicial lunatics. Chuang couldn't bear to watch half of it. He just wanted to make some money and get himself a legal status, but he didn't intend to become a mercenary, especially those commissions involving gangsters. He, an ordinary person without identity, ran to fight against these gangsters with gangster backgrounds. Didn't he provoke enemies for no reason? The Weasel seemed to see what Chuang was thinking and joked, "Why are you scared?" Chuang said calmly, "I've never been able to do those sneaky things. As for those commissions from gangsters, they didn't come to provoke me. Why should I provoke others?" At this moment, a familiar panel popped up suddenly. Title triggers. Wanted order can be completed. Unlock condition. Kill 15 sinful villains, 0/15. Awarded title. Super high school level sharpshooter. New unlockable missions. The sudden prompt immediately attracted Chuang's attention. After 2 months, he actually triggered the title unlocking task again. Kill 15 wicked people who have committed a lot of crimes. Chuang read the unlocking conditions and thought about it. At the moment, the Weasel was about to put away the black cards, muttering, "You are smart. The rewards for entrusting these black cards are not so easy to get. If you offend those gangsters, they will definitely rush towards you like a pack of mad dogs, gnaw you clean." Snapped. Chuang pressed down on the black card. "I'll accept the commission from these gangsters." Weasel looked confused. Why did he suddenly change his mind when he looked like he didn't want to cause trouble just a few seconds ago? "Wait, didn't you say you didn't want to provoke them?" Chuang looked at the Weasel righteously and solemnly. "It doesn't matter if it's money or not. The main thing is to fight crime. I've always disliked this kind of gangsters doing stealthy things." "Weasel, before saying this, can you check out the coke in your hand first?" Chuang left Sister Margaret's bar. Walking in the alley, Chuang played with the black card in his hand. 1,000 USD for killing Jeff Mond, a member of the Russian Ross gang. This is the black card that Chuang saw at the beginning, and it is considered relatively low-level among the pile of black cards. It's not that Chuang doesn't want to accept a higher-level black card entrustment. The main reason is that before accepting the entrustment, he needs to pay a deposit of 10% of the entrustment fee. Chuang definitely didn't have the money, but fortunately, Weasel helped him pay for it temporarily. After accepting the entrustment, Weasel provided some information about the target person, which was the basic information attached to the entrustment, including several places where the target person frequented. However, these places are a little distance away. Moreover, Chuang is not familiar with the place of life, and he doesn't know which direction to go. In this case, taking a taxi is a good choice, but Chuang doesn't even have a penny in his pocket, so how can he have extra money to take a taxi? Taxi. Hey, Asian guy. Before he walked out of the alley, two black youths suddenly blocked Chuang's way. One of the black youths grinned wide, revealing two golden front teeth. Hand over your money and mobile phone. However, before he finished speaking, Chuang suddenly raised his foot and kicked him between his legs. The big, gold-toothed black man stared wide-eyed, his eyeballs almost squeezed out of his sockets. He knelt down on the ground in a splayed position between his legs. His expression seemed dull, and he let out an unconscious whine. The other black man with dirty braids was stunned. It's not like they haven't seen resistance before robbing, but it's the first time they've seen such a straightforward one. Sensing the bad wind coming from his crotch, the black man with dreadlocks was frightened out of his wits on the spot and quickly stretched out his hand to block his vitals. But the following punch directly knocked him down to the ground. Chuang stretched out his hand to touch the black youth who was in great pain. Sure enough, he took out a pistol from his waist. As expected of free America, look at this equipment drop rate. It is not at the same level as other countries. Chuang sighed, and then pointed the gun at the black man with dreadlocks. Facing the black muzzle of the gun, without saying a word, the black man with dreadlocks raised his hands on the back of his head decisively, and then laid down tightly against the ground, expressing that he did not resist ability at all. The movements were so smooth that Chuang wondered if the other party had rehearsed in advance. The black man with the dreadlocks knew they were in trouble, and tried to explain, "Man, this may be a misunderstanding. We were just joking." "It's okay, I always like to joke." Chuang opened the safety of the pistol, put the muzzle on the forehead of the black man with dreadlocks, and asked with a bright smile, "Now, tell me how bad you are. I will consider whether to let you go." Dreadlock black person winks. "What the hell is this?" Chuang urged impatiently. "Say it quickly." Under the threat of gunpoint, the black man with dreadlocks had no choice but to say, "I have robbed a few passers-by of money and mobile phones." Chuang looked at the game panel, and there was an extra line of text next to the unlocking conditions. Target does not meet the conditions. Chuang shook his head. Not bad enough. The black man with dreadlocks choked. He didn't expect that the record he had worked so hard to achieve would be so negated one day. Therefore, the black man with dreadlocks continued unwillingly, "I won't pay for whoring." Still not bad enough. I peeked at the next-door neighbor taking a shower. Crazy enough, but not bad enough. The black man with dreadlocks seems to have opened up the chatterbox, constantly telling his crimes. You know, this is something that the New York Police Department can't do, but now it is easily done by Chuang. But Chuang is not happy about it. Looking at the words that still didn't match on the panel, Chuang said in a disgusted tone, "No, that's all? With such a grade, I'm ashamed to come out and call myself a bad guy in front of others. I'm really embarrassing all the bad guys. Dreadlocks are silent. You have a gun, so be what you say." "Forget it. I knew the achievements were not so easy to unlock." Chuang shook his head in disappointment and also took out a pistol from the waist of the black man with dreadlocks and then began to look at the two of them. "Take out all the valuable things on your body. Don't play tricks. Well, your companion may have some mobility problems now. You go and help him." The black people with dirty braids knew that they had fallen and took out all the cash and mobile phones as if resigned to their fate. Together with the black companion who had been lying on the ground, they took out all their pockets and didn't dare to keep anything. Chuang, dissatisfied. "Did you not hear what I said? I mean all the valuable things, including the two gold teeth in this big gold tooth mouth, by the way. Is your AJ genuine?" Dreadlocked black. He understood. Compared with the devil in front of him, the two black punks don't have much value on them. Apart from the scattered cash, the most valuable things are the mobile phone and two bloody gold teeth. As for the two pairs of AJ's shoes whose authenticity is unknown, Chuang couldn't stand the sour smell and threw them away. After solving the money problem, Lu Chuang didn't stay any longer. He came to the street and intercepted the taxi and immediately set off for one of the locations given by the intelligence. After all, this is related to his basic necessities of life. If he doesn't solve it quickly, he will sleep on the street in the next few days. As night fell, the roads were brightly lit. At this moment, New York, the city that never sleeps, really begins. In a neighborhood on the west shore of Manhattan Island, an old taxi is parked on the side of the road. This is the last one. Lu Chuang got out of the car and muttered, "Maid, there is nothing wrong with the information given by the weasel. After searching so many places, I didn't even see the shadow of the target. I don't know if it's an intelligence error or a matter of luck." At the end of the day, Lu Chuang almost drove around New York, but he still couldn't find the target person. He even began to wonder if he had been deceived by the weasel. According to the location given by the intelligence, Lu Chuang quickly found an apartment and then took the elevator to the floor where the target location was located. In the elevator, Lu Chuang began to plan the action plan for the meeting. First of all, he doesn't want to attract too much attention, especially the gang behind the target. So Lu Chuang's plan is to find the target person, follow them secretly, and shoot them when they get to a place where there is no one. It is almost impossible to find the murderer. Well, just do it. Lu Chuang picked up the pistol and waited for the elevator door to open. Ding! When the elevator door opened slowly, Lu Chuang's expression gradually froze. At the moment, there were several burly Russian Ross men standing outside the elevator, holding guns in their hands. Among them was the target person Lu Chuang was looking for, Jeff Mond, who was standing with a silver box the center of the crowd. They seemed to be waiting for the elevator before, and when they saw Lu Chuang in the elevator, Jeff and the others were also taken aback. Gradually, their eyes fell on the pistol in Lu Chuang's hand. The air seemed to stand still. Lu Chuang coughed, pretending to be relaxed, and said with a smile, "If I just happened to pass by, would you believe me? Get rid of him." I don't know who yelled, and all the big men immediately raised up and shot at Lu Chuang. Da-da-da-da. Accompanied by the intense gunshot, blood spattered on Lu Chuang's body. The kinetic energy of the bullets drove him back and forth, and his whole body was stuck against the wall, and his limbs trembled. 2 seconds later, the big men finally ceased fire, and the strong smell of blood spread in the elevator. Looking at Lu Chuang, whose body was covered in blood, sliding down the wall, Mond cursed and said, "Fake. Where did this guy come from? Could it be that other gangs know about our deal tonight and send someone to stop us? It wouldn't be so stupid to send only one person. Never mind him. This person will die when he dies. Don't forget the task Vladimir gave us. Get out of here quickly." The big Russian Ross walked into the elevator, didn't pay attention to the dead body in the elevator, took the elevator to the first floor of the apartment, and didn't notice that Lu Chuang, who was supposed to die behind him, suddenly opened his eyes and stood up unsteadily. The arm that had been holding the pistol tightly raised slowly, aiming at the backs of several people. Boom, 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 boom. Gunshots rang out, and 5 people fell to the ground. Only Mond, with a horrified face, was left. The blood holes on Lu Chuang's body healed quickly, and golden bullets were squeezed out of his body. The undead characteristics of super high school stunt actors are really powerful, and the speed of this self-healing is even faster than that of Deadpool and Wolverine. With that in mind, Lu Chuang glanced at the game panel. Unlock condition: kill 15 sinful villains, 1/15. Lu Chuang had question marks all over his face. What's the matter? Is there a bug in this game? He obviously killed 5 gang members, but why did he only show that he had completed one? Finding that there was a problem with his game system, Lu Chuang immediately researched the mechanism of this unlocking condition, regardless of his target character. Combined with the black punks used to test earlier, in the end, Lu Chuang came to a more reasonable conclusion. That is, among the 5 gang members he killed, there was only one person who truly met the condition of sinful villain. Thinking of this, Lu Chuang checked Mond in front of him. Target does not meet the conditions. It is as expected. Lu Chuang's doubts were resolved, but his mood became more complicated. The Mr. Mond in front of him is not like the black gangster who didn't pay for whoring. They have learned from the gangsters. Badass of the pure breed. Even what flows in the blood is not blood, but some kind of chemical substances that are harmful to the human body. Transporting chemicals, selling firearms and weapons, murder and arson. Just the thick stack of criminal records. Any one of them can beat black gangsters. However, it was such a simple villain who actually said that he didn't meet the conditions. This is simply the biggest insult to this villain. Chuang was very depressed. He originally thought that after a few missions, he would be able to complete the new achievement mission. As a result, I didn't expect the unlocking conditions to be so strict. Including his target, only one of the 6 gangsters is a qualified villain. So what are the rest of the gangsters? Could it be that under their ferocious faces, there is still a childlike innocence in their hearts? Ding! The elevator reached the first floor, and the elevator door slowly opened. At the moment, Mond's forehead kept breaking out in cold sweat. Although he really wanted to run out, away from the monster in front of him that could be resurrected after being killed by bullets. But the other party's eyes were fixed on him, so he didn't dare to move half a step. Under Mond's desperate gaze, Chuang pressed down on the top floor of the apartment. The two were locked in the elevator full of corpses again. Mond swallowed and broke the silence first. Brother, we probably don't know each other. We are the Russian Ross gang, if you want to touch us. In my case, the entire Russian Ross gang will not. I will let you go. His words were somewhat threatening and warning, but his tone was extremely humble. So, they're still professional after all. Even if you speak harshly, you have to make sure that the other party listens comfortably, lest the other party directly slap you in a fit of anger. Chuang smiled and said, "Don't worry, I won't do anything to you. You just need to answer a few questions for me." Hearing his words, Mond was shocked. Is this person really sent by other gangs? Want to inquire about the inside information and intelligence of their Russian Ross gang? Mond has a slight hesitation. What's the problem? Chuang pointed at the 5 corpses on the ground with a gun. Which of them is the worst? Mond was a little confused. This question was completely beyond his expectation. It should be about the same. Impossible. Chuang shook his head and denied that if they were all equally bad, his progress bar would only be 1. Now Chuang needs to find the worst one and see how thick the other party's criminal history is, so that he can be recognized by the system as a real villain, so that it will be easier for him to screen out suitable targets later. Before the elevator goes up to the top floor, you have to find the worst guy for me, and then report to me his criminal history and how bad he is. Chuang raised his gun and pointed it at Meng's German forehead. Mom wants to cry, but has no tears. How can he find it? These days, even criminals have to prepare their resumes in advance. Seeing that the elevator was about to reach the top floor, Mond quickly pointed to a corpse and said quickly, "It's him. The worst must be him. He is our leader and one of Vladimir's capable officers. He has done a lot of dirty work for the gang over the years, and Vladimir entrusted him with this transaction. His criminal record, I can't talk about it for days." Chuang became interested as soon as he heard it. What deal? Mond was speechless for a moment, realizing that he seemed to have said something that he shouldn't have said. Watching Chuang put his finger on the trigger slowly, Mond's heart skipped a beat, and he directly opened the silver box that he had been holding in his hand, which turned out to be full of bags of transparent crystals. Seeing this pile of illegal chemicals, Chuang narrowed his eyes slightly. No wonder when he came up, he saw a group of gangsters gathered together. It turned out that they were going to do some criminal activities. Wait, criminal activity? An idea suddenly popped up in Chuang's mind. "Give me the box." Chuang stretched out his hand directly without any room for negotiation. Mond hesitated for a few seconds and finally gritted his teeth and handed the box over. "Definitely. I won't ask for your box for nothing." Chuang fumbled in his trouser pocket twice and took out the 2 USD bills and a 5-cent coin left over from the taxi. After thinking about it, he stuffed the banknote back and then threw the coin towards Mond. "This is your money." Mond looked at the 5-cent coin in his hand and felt greatly humiliated. The muscles on his face twitched involuntarily, and he forced a smile. No need. This box will be given to you. Chuang's eyes became cold. Are you looking down on me? Do you think I'm the kind of person who likes whoring for nothing? Are you G sick? Mond resisted the idea of picking up the gun on the ground and fighting the monster desperately. Still humble on the surface, he picked up the coin willingly. Definitely not. How could it be? Thank you so much. This is a fair and just transaction without any shady scenes. Chuang corrected. 5 cents in exchange for my hundreds of thousands of goods. This is called fairness and justice without shady scenes. Mond dared not speak out, but begged this guy to let him go. Let him get rid of the shackles of this elevator quickly. He swears that as long as this matter is over, he will walk the stairs all his life. No matter how high the floor is, never take the elevator. Now he almost has a psychological shadow on the elevator. Ding! The elevator finally reached the top floor. As the reminder sounded again, Mond's emotions also reached their peak. If possible, he would rather go straight out from here and take the stairs down. Well, can I go? Mond asked tentatively. Chuang glanced at the game panel. No way. Mond's heart sank suddenly, and his fists were clenched subconsciously. But thinking of how Chuang came back from the dead just now, he quietly let go of his fist again. And after cursing Chuang in his heart, he squeezed out a smile uglier than crying. Why don't you just say whatever you want me to do? I will do my best to cooperate with you. Okay, I like a straightforward person like you. Chuang handed over the box he just got. The box is for you. Mond, huh? Seeing that Mond didn't respond, Chuang was not happy at that time. Why are you standing still? Give me money. Do you want a PR *SD *UDA for nothing? Well, Mond couldn't keep up with Chuang's brain circuit, so he could only obey his words and obediently return the coin. Chuang glanced at the 5-cent coin in distaste. Are you sending a beggar? Didn't you give this to me? Mond cursed secretly, silently took out all the cash from his pocket, and then the box returned to him again. Chuang accepted the cash with satisfaction and emphasized, remember, this is a fair and just transaction without any shady scenes. You say yes. Mond gave up thinking completely, and now he just wants to end all this as soon as possible. After making 2 trades, Chuang returned to the system to detect Mond. Target does not meet the conditions. Not enough. Chuang thought for a while, and then took out one from the stack of banknotes. Give me the box. Mond. 2 minutes later, Chuang looked at the game board excitedly. Target meets the conditions. Mond's test results have changed. As Chuang thinks, the focus of sinful villain is not a person at all, but in the word sin. According to Chuang's inference, sin should refer to the illegal activities that a person has participated in. For example, these gang members are often involved in criminal activities. The higher the status of the gang members, the more criminal activities they have participated in. When the sins on them accumulate to a certain level, they're the villains truly recognized by the system. It's just that, as a gang member with a low status, Mond originally didn't participate in many criminal activities. Therefore, Chuang took the initiative to help Mond improve his performance. The contents of this box are all illegal items, whether it is the buyer or the seller. As long as each transaction is concluded, Mond is considered to have committed a criminal activity, and he will have more sins. With the help of Chuang, Meng completed 6 illegal transactions in a short period of time, and his performance is now comparable to that of the long-dead little boss. Even Mond himself didn't know it. He has evolved from an ordinary villain to a sinful villain. What a joy! Chuang looked at the villain Mond with satisfaction, and then lightly pulled the trigger. Boom! Unlock condition. Kill 15 sinful villains, 2/15. At 1 o'clock in the morning, Chuang changed his clothes and returned to Sister Margaret's bar. Although it is already late at night, for some people, the good night is just beginning. Pushing open the rusty door before Chuang took a few steps, he heard the sound of fierce fighting and all kinds of shouts and cheers, and saw 2 burly men fighting together. and beside him it's surrounded by a group of men who don't think it's a big deal to watch the excitement. With a muffled sound, one of them was knocked down by his opponent with several punches. Immediately afterwards, Chuang saw the figure of the weasel coming out of the crowd. He walked up to the unconscious man and checked his breathing and pulse. He's still alive. Weasel turned his head and shouted loudly. As soon as the words fell, the crowd suddenly burst into annoyed voices, as if someone was regretting that the big man didn't die because of this. As the owner of the bar, Weasel is not surprised to see everyone's reaction. He wants these bastards to have a conscience, unless the world is destroyed. After watching the excitement, everyone returned to their seats. Those who drank continued to drink. Those who played billiards continued to play billiards, and did not hide the bulging guns on their bodies at all. Obviously, these people are mercenaries. Weasel greeted a few people to carry the big man away, and then returned to the bar to wipe the glass leisurely. Chuang came to the bar, put the silver box in his hand on the counter, and then took out a black card and placed it in front of the weasel. Weasel looked up at Chuang. The entrustment is settled? Chuang nodded and took out the mobile phone he snatched from the black gangster. I took a photo. Do I need verification? This is the best way. As long as it is confirmed to be correct, you can immediately get the employer's deposit. Definitely, the deposit is paid by me, so it must be returned to me, and I will also take 10% of the remuneration as a handling fee. Weasel put away the black card and continued. As for the remaining remuneration, I will charge it to your account at that time. You'd better provide a bank card as soon as possible so that I can directly deposit it into your account. Can I ask for cash? Chuang asked. He didn't even have a legal identity, so where did he get a bank card? Yes, but there will be an additional fee. As long as you can ask for cash, Chuang doesn't care about these small problems. By the way, do you know where there's a suitable rental house? I mean the one that doesn't require identity registration. You know, my situation is similar to Wade's now, and it's not suitable to be exposed to other people's sites. Chuang found a suitable excuse to cover up his lack of identification. Weasel didn't doubt Chuang's words. He thought for a while, I do have a vacant safe house. I should be able to live in it after tidying it up. If you want to find a place to live, I can rent it out to you temporarily, rent, or something that happens to be deducted from your account. Hearing what the weasel said, Chuang said cheerfully, That's great. In order to thank you for your help, let me buy you a drink. Weasel looked Chuang up and down. Reminder, my rent is not cheap. At least your salary is not enough. Do you still have money to buy me a drink now? Just drink. I have plenty of money. If not enough, you can take these 2 gold teeth. Chuang boldly took out a stack of banknotes and 2 gold teeth. Weasel looked at the 2 bloody gold teeth and at the wad of money without asking where it all came from. Compared to these, Weasel was more curious about the silver box on the table. I wanted to ask just now, what is this silver box? This is a training tool for villains. Chuang answered enthusiastically. What? The villain's training tool. Through it, you can sin infinitely, and in just a few minutes, you can become a villain with a lot of crimes. Chuang seemed to have suddenly turned into a pyramid salesman, constantly promoting the benefits of his products, and finally looked at Weasel with a hint of expectation in his eyes. How about it? Do you want to try it? Sensing Chuang's gaze, the Weasel felt a chill for no reason. He decisively waved his hand and refused. At the same time, the birth of another innocent villain was avoided. The next day, when Chuang got the key from the Weasel, he couldn't wait to follow the address and came to an apartment that looked quite old from the outside. This apartment is only 6 stories high, and most of the paint on the walls is peeled off. It is obvious that time has left traces in this building, and both sides of the street are similar to these old buildings in the 1980s. Shops can be seen everywhere. Although they look dilapidated, the environment is quite good. However, the geographical location here is quite special. This is close to the west shore of Manhattan Island, and a little further away is the famous slum on Manhattan Island, the infamous Hell's Kitchen. It is said that gang members there often haunt the surrounding neighborhoods. But Chuang doesn't care about this. After all, he has been in that institute for more than 2 months, and nothing can scare him anymore. Chuang walked into the apartment and found Weasel's house according to the door number. Pushing open the door, A stale and decaying smell came to the nostrils. The old sofa with holes leaking cotton, the carpet covered with dirt and stains, the window pane covered with newspapers, and the TV set that is still unusable really pervade a dilapidated atmosphere, which is in line with the atmosphere of this apartment. There is no difference in appearance. It was obvious that the weasel hadn't cleaned the house for a long time. Chuang looked around the room and decided to throw away all these things on the spot and then wash it a few times before he can rest assured. Although he has no cleanliness, who knows what that weasel guy did in this room before? Just do it. Chuang put down the silver box and began to tidy up the house. In the next few days, Chuang did not sit idle, but continued to accept commissions from Weasel. After solving the living problem, he has a lot more time. Coupled with the USD, sponsored by Mond, now Chuang can spend more time to step on the spot in advance and lock the specific position of the target person, instead of being hasty and unprepared like last time. Definitely, Chuang has not forgotten his most important task, that is to kill the wicked and wicked. If you can't find one, create one yourself. For Badass Trainer, this is not difficult at all. Have you heard that recently there appeared a strange man carrying a silver box, who was looking for troubles for gangs everywhere? Your information has long been outdated. I have more details here. It is said that every time the weirdo targets small gang members, and he has a very strange quirk, he likes to forcibly ask the other party to spend money to buy them. Get down your silver chest. What if I bought it? Here comes the important point. After the other party buys the silver box, that weirdo will buy the box back with a banknote. Is this, the middleman, making the difference? The matter is not over yet, because then he will ask the other party to buy the box, and so on, until he himself gets tired of playing, and finally he will get rid of the other party. For this reason, someone has already given him a nickname. It's called the Box Demon. What exactly is he trying to do? Who knows? Maybe it's just a pervert who just likes to torture people. In Sister Margaret's bar, the conversation between the two mercenaries was heard by the Weasel. Weasel turned his head to look at the subject of the topic, and said with a complicated expression, "I used to think that guy Wade is the most perverted person I know, but I didn't expect you to be even more perverted than him, and force the target to buy your box." Chuang was drinking the happy fat house water. When he heard the Weasel slandering him so much, he immediately became unhappy. "Don't talk nonsense, be careful. I will sue you for slander. There is no evidence. Why do you say that I am the Box Demon? When I'm blind." Weasel pointed at the black box on the bar and said speechlessly, "You dangle a box in front of me all day. I think it's hard to pretend you didn't notice it." Chuang retorted, "Is it a Box Demon if you take a box? Besides, my box is black, and the Box Demon's box is silver. It's not the same at all. I can smell paint from far away." The Weasel clutched his forehead, feeling a bit of a headache. "I said, man, even if your eccentricity is more perverted, but can you pretend to be professional? At least you can change the box, and the color of the paint will make no difference at all." You discovered all of this. Amazing. Now that he was caught by the Weasel, Chuang simply stopped pretending. To be honest, Chuang did not expect that things would be exposed so quickly, and even his deeds began to spread, so he had to use paint to change the color of the box to avoid revealing his identity. Fortunately, the results are not bad. Unlock condition: kill 15 sinful villains, 7/15. After these days of hard work, the unlocking conditions have been half completed. Since that time, Chuang has tried his best to wait until the target is singled out. If there are too many targets, it will be difficult to control. Although the efficiency of this is a bit slower, it is robust enough. Weasel pushed his glasses and said with great interest, "Actually, it doesn't matter to me whether you are a Box Demon or not, but I have something to remind you. Now the Russian Ross gang has started to inquire about you. It seems that because you took something from them." Speaking of this, the Weasel looked at the black box, and there was no need to say anything about the rest. How can gang affairs be regarded as robbery? I am keeping illegal items for them. Chuang spoke uprightly. It is impossible to return it. This is a key tool for the villain to make money. How could he just return it like this? He still has to continue to fight criminals. The Weasel looked at Chuang speechlessly, thinking that this person is really thick-skinned. I've got what you want ready. With that said, Weasel took out a folder and put it in front of Chuang. This is your new identity, which contains all fake identity information, including driver's license, medical records, social security number, etc. As long as you don't go provoking the IRS, under normal circumstances will not check out the problem. IRS, short for American Tax Service. Known as the most feared government department in America, even the CBI and FBI are behind. It is not a casual saying that in America, only death and taxes are inevitable. Chuang couldn't help but feel a little guilty. Shouldn't he have to pay taxes on the things he robbed? But having said that, Weasel's business level is really good. A few days ago, he had collected enough money for the deposit, and then asked Weasel to forge a fake identity for himself. It turned out to be done so quickly, which relieved Chuang a lot. After all, he can't go anywhere without a legal identity. It will be convenient. Chuang put away the folder and suddenly asked, "How is Wade doing?" "I don't know. The last time I saw Wade was the day before yesterday. He was wearing blood-soaked clothes. He seemed to find an underground force related to Francis. And then, Weasel didn't go into too much detail. He shrugged and continued. "Anyway, he's been very busy these days. After all, he's held back for such a long time. So he should find something to vent." Chuang understood what the Weasel meant. As Wade's bedmate, Chuang naturally knew how much torture Wade suffered during the time in the Institute. Whether it was mentally or physically, Wade was already covered in bruises. If it weren't for Wade's firm will, maybe he was already insane. For Wade's crazy move, Chuang expressed his understanding. Not to mention Wade. Even he is a little abnormal now. If it were him before, he would never have thought that he would take someone's life one day. So crisp and without fluctuations. However, Chuang is still very good to himself, and now he does not have the ability to avenge Francis. A super high school stuntman just gave him a regenerative healing factor, but he originally didn't have any combat ability. If he was fighting an ordinary person, he could still use his self-healing ability to consume the opponent to death. But facing a mutant like Francis, you can only be beaten passively. So, the best solution for now is to unlock the next achievement. Get new super high-level talents. Let's not talk about that. Just recommend me a few new commissions. I'm so mad. Chuang said excitedly while clutching the black box. It is urgent to fight against the arrogance of criminals. However, the Weasel's answer was unexpected. There should be no commissions that meet your previous conditions. Chuang's expression froze instantly. "Are you joking?" The Weasel said helplessly. "You should know that these commissions are all issued by the employer. Unless there is a real grudge, no one will waste money on dealing with those gangsters. It is inevitable that other mercenaries will fail to do a commission and at least have to rest for a few days." Fortunately, Chuang completed a commission almost in a day, and he was more diligent than those who worked outside. If this continues, other mercenaries will lose their jobs. Hearing what the Weasel said, Chuang was immediately disappointed. Originally, he was thinking of choosing the commission with the lowest difficulty to complete the unlocking conditions of the system, but it seems that things did not go so smoothly. Now there are 8 sinful villains sure of completion. You have to hurry up and find a way to get enough. Thinking of this, Chuang bewitched the Weasel again. "Don't you really want to try my villain training tool? It's very fun." "I reject." The corners of Weasel's eyes twitched a few times. After listening to the conversation between the two mercenaries just now, he had already guessed what this villain's training device was used for. "Okay, recommend me some commissions whose targets are gangsters." Chuang sighed and gave up this tempting idea. Weasel quickly screened out several black cards. Chuang picked them up to have a look and suddenly found a commission he was interested in. "That's all." Chuang pulled out the black card. "I'll take this entrustment." "Are you sure?" "Don't blame me for not reminding you. This difficulty is not small." "Okay, I never fight an uncertain battle. By the way, I want to buy something from you." "What?" "C4 bomb." The fog filled the night, and on the streets of Brooklyn, a heavy truck parked silently by the side of the road. Under the dim street lights, several burly men came down. They opened the rear compartment and each took out an automatic rifle from inside. They didn't care about attracting the attention of others and put one person down to stay where they were. The others just swaggered into the dark alley. Snapped. The soles of the boots stepped heavily on the puddles on the road, and mud and sewage immediately splashed everywhere. A strong man with an inferior cigar in his mouth flicked his trousers, cursed in a low voice with a thick Russian Ross accent, wiped off the water stains on the box in his hand, and then led the others to stop at an iron gate. In front of the door. From the looks of it, this should be a frozen warehouse. The brawny Ross spat out the cigar in his mouth, reached out, and knocked on the iron door. After a while, a dull voice came from inside. "Who?" "Vladimir asked us to take delivery." "Hold on." Accompanied by the tooth-piercing sound of metal rubbing, the somewhat rusty iron door slowly opened. A group of strong Russian Ross walked in with guns in hand. The interior space of the warehouse is not large. It is a square room of about 40 square meters. Pieces of frozen pork are hanging in the air. There are already several people sitting around the metal table in the middle. They are playing poker boringly. A lot of chips and banknotes. Seeing the arrival of the strong Russian Ross and others, they put down the poker in their hands. One of them stood up consciously and walked toward the frozen pork, took out a dagger from his waist, plunged into a piece of frozen pork, and cut it open. Through the incision, one can clearly see a pack of stuffed transparent crystals, all of which are sewn into the frozen pork. The goods are all here. Very good. The Russian Ross glanced at the warehouse. There were about a dozen pieces of frozen pork, and he nodded in satisfaction. Immediately afterwards, he opened the box, and there were stacks of banknotes inside. "Here is 20 million. Appearing to be the head of the warehouse, a man stepped forward to confirm the amount of the note. After confirming that it was correct, he nodded. "It's a pleasant cooperation." Pleasant cooperation. The Russian Ross grinned his mouth wide, and then waved his hand to signal his subordinates to take all the frozen pork off. Boom! This sudden sound stunned everyone in curry in the freezer, and their movements also stopped. The strong Russian Ross and the person in charge of the storehouse curry looked at each other, wanting to confirm whether they belonged to the other party. Soon, they got the answer from each other's eyes. The Russian Ross was the first to react and immediately raised his gun to the iron gate, while asking in a cold voice, "Who?" "Pure passerby." A voice came from outside the iron gate. "Passers-by?" The strong Russian Ross naturally wouldn't believe this sentence. He stared at the iron gate and asked again, "Who the hell are you?" Except for the two parties of the transaction, no one should come to this place. Then the outside can only be a third party. Others who realized this reacted one after another, imitating the Russian strongman and pointing their guns at the outside. As long as people outside dare to break in here, they will definitely pull the trigger without any hesitation and turn the intruder into a hornet's nest. "I'm just a passerby. Can everyone sit down and talk? Talk about your mother. Get the hell out of here if you don't want to die." Roll. Accompanied by the tooth-piercing sound of metal rubbing against each other, the iron door that was unlocked just now slowly opened. Immediately afterwards, a figure appeared in front of them. "Good evening, everyone. It's so lively." Facing the black muzzle, Chuang smiled and greeted everyone in the warehouse. At the moment, everyone's eyes were on Chuang, and there was a circle of C4 bombs tied to Chuang's jacket. The red light was constantly flashing, and there was a steady beeping sound, shocking everyone present. The strong Russian Ross and the others had cold sweat on their foreheads, and they didn't dare to pull the trigger with their index fingers. No matter whether the bomb in front of them was real or not, they didn't dare to take the risk. Where did this guy come from? Faced with this situation, the strong Russian Ross twitched his face, and the others were also terrified. After a moment of silence, the Russian Ross took a deep breath and took 2 steps forward abruptly. "We are the Russian Ross gang. Do you know what the consequences of doing this are?" Chuang didn't answer in a hurry, but walked into the warehouse, then turned around and closed the iron door and locked it, shutting himself and others in front of Curry. Now, no one doubted that the bomb was fake. Otherwise, the opponent would never have cut off his retreat like this and put himself directly in danger. He is a ruthless man. feeling Lu Chuang's madness at this moment. Even the gang members who have seen many villains still feel a chill in their hearts, and their throats roll unconsciously. The person in charge of the warehouse looked at the Russian Ross Brawny and said in a low voice, "Damn, this guy won't be the enemy of your Russian Ross gang." The Russian Ross glared at him. "I don't know him. Isn't he your enemy?" "I don't know." While talking, Lu Chuang walked up to them and said cheerfully, "Let's sit down and talk calmly." "Do you still want to talk about this situation calmly? Dream it. Who are you and what is your purpose?" Russian Ross has a burly man with a livid face, eyes full of evil spirits, combined with a burly body like a brown bear. His whole body exudes a strong sense of oppression. "It's been said that I'm a passerby." Lu Chuang looked around and said helplessly, "By the way, can you stop pointing guns at me all the time? If the heartbeat frequency exceeds 120, the bomb will detonate immediately." "What?" Hearing Lu Chuang's words, everyone's face suddenly turned pale, and the beep sound seemed to be a reminder. "Heartbeat over 120 will explode? Isn't this rushing to hell to report?" "Put down the guns. All down the guns." The person in charge of the warehouse quickly put down the guns and shouted at everyone at the same time. It seemed that he was afraid that his volume would scare Lu Chuang, so he lowered the volume very thoughtfully. The strong Russian Ross froze, and then pulled a smile that he thought was very kind. "You are very reasonable. We really should sit down and talk calmly. After all, you are the guests, whoever. Give us the customer pours a cup of coffee." Seeing the brawny Russian Ross pointing at himself, the head of the warehouse twitched his mouth. "This is my territory. And since when did I become your subordinate? What qualifications do you have to command me?" Due to the unexpected situation in front of him, the person in charge of warehouse can only admit it. There is no way. The most important thing right now is to ensure that the heart rate of this madman strapped to a bomb cannot exceed 120, otherwise everyone will die together. Surrounded by the two gangsters, Lu Chuang sat down at the metal table with the gangsters of the two gangs, surrounded by gang members. If people who don't know see this scene, they will probably think that this is 3 different gangs negotiating. Who would have thought that a person kidnapped everyone here with a bomb? The person in charge of the warehouse brought a cup of coffee to Lu Chuang, trying to persuade Lu Chuang. "Brother, why don't you take down this bomb first and let's talk about it? In fact, I think this design is a bit unreasonable. The value of 120 is really too low. I'm afraid that if you get a little excited, all our people will disappear." "Indeed." The Russian Ross nodded, expressing his agreement. Lu Chuang slammed the table and stood up. "This is the explosion mechanism I worked so hard to design, and you guys doubt its rationality." At the same time, the red light of the bomb on his body flickered wildly, and the sound of Didi became rapid. Seeing this, the surrounding subordinates were so frightened that they threw away the pork and quickly lay on the ground with their heads in their arms. As for the two little bosses, they are people who have seen the world after all. They forcibly suppressed the instinctive reaction of hugging their heads on the ground and immediately comforted Lu Chuang. "Don't get excited. Take a deep breath. We're just suggesting. The head of warehouse began to shake his legs. "Yes." The Russian Ross quickly agreed. "That's right. Let me tell you earlier, I'm not the kind of person who refuses to listen to suggestions." Lu Chuang scratched his hair shyly, returned to his seat, and the sound of beeps became steady again. Seeing this, the Russian Ross Brawny and the person in charge of warehouse breathed a sigh of relief. But their mood also fell to the bottom. After the scene just now, they were convinced of the bomb's explosion mechanism. As long as the heartbeat of the other party exceeds 120, they all have to die here. The madman. In the eyes of the Russian Ross Brawny and the head of warehouse, Lu Chuang has changed from a ruthless person to a lunatic. At most, the ruthless people just threatened with bombs, holding the idea that they will die together in a big deal. But the lunatic is strapped with a bomb that he can't even control himself, and he doesn't take life and death as a thing at all. At the moment, the two of them could no longer figure out what Lu Chuang would do in the next second, and this sense of uneasiness penetrated deeply into their hearts, and they didn't dare to act rashly until they figured out the other party's real purpose. Scared by Lu Chuang, The two little bosses also gave up the idea of dismantling the bomb. Back to the topic, the Russian Ross asked, "Now that we have sat down and talked, I would like to ask, what is the business for you to come here?" "It's okay. I was just taking a walk in the street. I happened to pass by here and was a little curious, so I came over to have a look." Chuang said definitely. The two looked in disbelief. How could anyone walk with a bomb strapped to them? Ignoring their expressions, Chuang waved his hands to the gang members around him. "You don't need to worry about me. Just continue with your business. Just pretend I don't exist, and I'll take the initiative to leave after your business is over." "But the deal has long been over," said a boy from the Russian Ross gang. "Then retrade." Chuang crossed his legs and directed them with a bossy air. "You go to inspect the goods for me and count the money for me. Open your eyes and see clearly. If there's a problem or the amount is wrong, I will settle the account with you." The warehouse brothers who were assigned to inspect the goods looked at the person in charge of the warehouse. The Russian Ross boys assigned to count the money also looked at the Russian Ross brawny. Is this operation asking them to test themselves? Hearing Chuang said that he would leave, the Russian Ross gritted his teeth. "Check the money." The person in charge of warehouse took a few deep breaths. "Inspect the goods." Seeing that the real boss has spoken, the subordinates have no choice but to obey. Definitely, they just made some actions on the surface, just perfunctory Chuang. After all, is their own goods and money, and they know it better than anyone else. However, their small actions could not escape Chuang's eyes. Chuang suddenly pointed at a warehouse boy and became furious. "Do you think that I am blind, and the pork inside will say that there is no problem with it? Are your eyes a microscope? I think you are an undercover gang. Let's see what I'm doing today. Get rid of you, bloody undercover agent." Soon, Chuang stood up again with a snap, the red light flickering on his chest. "This shit is going to get rid of all of us." The subordinates threw away the pork and money and fell to the ground with their heads covered in fear. "Brother, forget it." The two little bosses were going crazy, so they got up to appease them immediately. "It can't be counted. This person looks like an undercover agent of the gang." Chuang said angrily, "How can it be counted if the criminal activities are so perfunctory? Who knows if it can be counted on the criminal history of these people? Are you crazy? Do you really think of yourself as the boss?" The person in charge of warehouse stood up abruptly, grabbed the innocent man, and beat him up in front of Chuang. Under his beating, the poor warehouse boy passed out from pain. It can be seen that the Russian Ross is a ruthless man in his heart, and this endurance alone will definitely be a big shot in the future. You're right. He's an undercover agent of the gang. Now that the matter is settled, the transaction continues. The person in charge of the warehouse said sullenly. He just wanted to end this farce quickly and send the madman in front of him away. Understood, people. Chuang gave a thumbs up, and the red light calmed down. With the previous lessons, the subordinates finally did not dare to perfunctory Chuang. At least on the surface, they checked the goods and money carefully, and from time to time they sighed, "It's real goods, it's real money, and it's real pork," lest Chuang couldn't see how serious they were. Back on his seat, Chuang grabbed the poker on the metal table as if nothing had happened. "While they're making a deal, why not let us play cards? How about fighting the landlord?" Chuang suggested. What is fighting the landlords? The two of them had never heard of it. After all, this is a unique way of playing in the Eastern Kingdom. It's very simple. I will teach you. Chuang briefly introduced the rules, and the two quickly understood how to play. Immediately afterwards, Chuang proposed to play more excitingly, using $1,000 as the basic chip. Although none of them are interested, under the oppression of Chuang, they can only accept this untimely proposal. As for money, it doesn't matter. The most important thing they lack here is cash. If they can, they would rather spend hundreds of thousands of USD, let this madman go. In the first round, Chuang robbed the landlord, and with the experience of veteran players, he easily won the two rookies. "One bomb, double it, give money, give money," Chuang said cheerfully. The Russian Ross Brawny and the person in charge of the warehouse paid Chuang. Their minds were not on fighting the landlord at all, but on their own subordinates. Seeing his subordinates suddenly stop their movements, their originally dull, eyes lit up instantly. Look, the inspection is over. The two hurriedly called to Lu Chuang, who was counting the money. Lu Chuang put away the banknotes he had won and glanced at them casually. Oh, then have you reached a deal? Achieved. Very satisfied. The two nodded without hesitation. The Russian Ross man tentatively asked, according to our agreement, you can leave now, or we, members of the Russian Ross gang, can also leave. The person in charge of the warehouse glared at him fiercely. What do you mean? Is this going to throw this lunatic to him? Actually, that's true. Lu Chuang nodded, and then changed his voice. But our landlords has just started. We can't be disturbed by such trivial things. Let them continue to inspect the goods and retrade again. If you don't get enough 20 rounds, no one will leave. Two little bosses. Get it. Even right. Don't want. Sorry, 4-9's bomb. Landlord Lu Chuang hummed a ditty, looked at the last card in his hand, and then looked up at the 6 cards of Russian Ross Farmer, and couldn't help showing a smug smile. As for the warehouse peasant holding 17 cards, he ignored them directly. Just as Lu Chuang was about to play a card, the Russian Ross Farmer played 4 10s with no expression on his face. Bomb! Lu Chuang went into cardiac arrest. Drip! Drip! The red light on the chest flickered, and the sound began to become urgent. Standing around, the subordinates who had looked hopeless all of a sudden were full of energy, dropped the pork and banknotes in their hands without saying a word, and then skillfully lay on the ground with their heads in their hands. The person in charge of the warehouse glared at the strong Russian Ross. Is this bomb trying to take everyone away? The corner of Ross' strong man's mouth twitched. He didn't expect this to be the case. He subconsciously became serious just after playing. Looking at the remaining pair of 5s in his hand, the Russian Ross finally, reluctantly played a card. A piece of 5. Lu Chuang glanced at the last card in his hand and closed his eyes in despair. Sorry. Russian Ross Brawny. Warehouse manager. Drip, drop, drop. The voice resounded crazily, like the crooning of Death God. The person in charge of the warehouse hurriedly played the cards and shouted, 8-2, and then a 3. A 4, I want give money. Lu Chuang turned from sorrow to joy, and finally played the last card, and the tense nerves of the two of them also relaxed. For some reason, the person in charge of warehouse suddenly had the feeling that he saved the world at a critical moment. Under Lu Chuang's urging, the two little bosses took out the money silently. Looking at the large pile of banknotes piled up in front of Lu Chuang, the two felt exhausted. For the first time, they felt that losing money was more difficult than winning. They were afraid that if Lu Chuang won by accident, his heart rate would soar to over 120. Seemingly reminded of something, the brawny Russian Ross suddenly became overwhelmed. Is this the 20th inning? Yes. The warehouse manager's eyes lit up. Well, it's almost done. Lu Chuang put away the banknotes on the table and glanced around. It seems that their work over there is also over. If there is no problem, then complete the 5th transaction. The two little bosses looked at each other tacitly and said in unison, it's a happy cooperation. Target meets the conditions *10. In this case, I should go too. Lu Chuang stood up and stretched. Hearing his words, everyone in the warehouse burst into ecstasy. This lunatic is finally leaving. The two little bosses tried their best to suppress the idea of celebrating on the spot and immediately followed Lu Chuang towards the gate. Lu Chuang opened the iron gate and looked at the two little bosses reluctantly. Just here, no need to give him away. Everyone had a good time tonight. I didn't expect to say goodbye so soon. Everyone having fun? You should be the only one having fun. Fortunately, the people present had gradually adapted to it, and they were able to keep their expressions from collapsing. Anyway, this lunatic is leaving, and they don't care what the other party says. Looking at the silent crowd, Lu Chuang comforted, I know you don't want me, but I still have to go. For the sake of getting to know each other, I will give you a gift. As he spoke, Lu Chuang yanked off the bomb on his body. This is a bomb I carefully designed, and it's a gift for you. Under everyone's horrified gazes, Lu Chuang directly dropped the bomb at their feet. The next moment, he turned around and ran away. Boom! A deafening explosion completely broke the tranquility of the street. Before Chuang ran a few steps, he felt a huge amount of thrust coming from his back, driving his body into the air, and then fell heavily to the ground. After a few seconds, Chuang got up from the ground. The buzzing in his head gradually weakened, and several sharp pieces of iron squeezed out from his back and fell to the ground with a crisp sound. Chuang turned his head to look at the location of the warehouse, where there was already a fire, and thick smoke rushed into the sky. "It's so exciting." Chuang sighed and took out a controller from his pocket, which was the real switch of the bomb. Where's the bomb that detects heartbeat frequency beating? That was all a lie he made up. The flashing red light on the bomb and the beeping sound are actually small devices that could be manipulated at will. That is, a decoration. How could it change according to the heartbeat frequency? Chuang is not a person who can control the heartbeat. He didn't know how many times he had a rapid heartbeat during the whole process. If he could really detect his heartbeat frequency, he probably would have slipped in front of those gangsters long ago. It's a pity that he can't get the 20 million. Even if Chuang could threaten with bombs, those gangsters would never hand over 20 million or that batch of goods. That was the opponent's bottom line. Thinking of this, Chuang touched his thick pocket, and there were probably more than 100,000 in it. Fortunately, I cheated them of a sum of money before leaving, so it's hardly a loss. If Brother Kai had been like me back then, he wouldn't have eaten the computer screen. After solving the gangsters who dumped Curry, Chuang quickly walked towards the alley without stopping. The heavy truck belonging to the Russian Ross gang is still parked on the street. However, the Russian Ross gang member who stayed outside has disappeared. Slap! Just when Chuang was about to step out of the alley, a black shadow suddenly fell from the sky and landed in front of Chuang. Chuang frowned slightly and stopped slowly. All I saw was a distorted corpse in front of me. It was the disappearing Russian Ross gang member. His corpse was in a terrible state of death, with bloody scars all over his body, and a thin steel wire was tied to his limbs, as if he had been hung on a street lamp. According to Chuang's experience, those scars should be the traces left by the cruel torture suffered during his lifetime. Tread, tread. Heavy footsteps sounded in the darkness, and a burly black figure stepped out of the shadows. As the black shadow approached, Chuang could see clearly that it was a tall man with unusually protruding nasal bones, and the contours of his face, hidden in the shadow, looked extremely oppressive. He was wearing black short sleeves and a thick cloak, the bulletproof vest with a huge pale skull printed on it. Seeing this iconic attire, Chuang immediately recognized the identity of the person in front of him without asking any further questions. Frank Castor, codenamed the Punisher. Originally a soldier from the Marine Corps, he was also an experienced expert in unconventional warfare. However, his family was implicated in the gang fight, and unfortunately all of them died. Since then, he has become a Punisher to deal with all evil forces. To retaliate, the means are extremely bloody and brutal. Although Frank doesn't have any supernatural abilities, his fighting power is definitely not to be underestimated. This fierce man is the real god of killing, synonymous with violence against violence. Frank's style of doing things is very similar to Wade. The difference is that he never likes bullshit. "Son, you shouldn't be in the alley at this time." A hoarse and deep voice sounded, and Frank slowly walked out of the shadows. His pupils were filled with cold light, and a strong smell of blood seemed to permeate from his bones. He held an exaggerated dagger in his right hand, whence blood kept dripping from the dagger blade. Compared with this 1.9-meter strong man, the slightly thin Chuang does look like a child in front of him. Oh no, it shouldn't be said to be like a child. It may be because Danganronpa's game character is a high school student. After Chuang traveled through time, his age also returned to 18 years old, which happened to be the age of high school. For Frank, this age is a child. "Tell me, what happened to Curry?" Frank said in a deep voice. Chuang pondered for a few seconds, and finally replied honestly, "We were fighting the landlords. They didn't expect that I fired a bomb, and the whole warehouse was blown up." Frank frowned, unable to understand Chuang's meaning at all. In fact, He had not been here for a long time. He had just caught a gang member from the Russian Ross gang outside. After passing an unconventional interrogation, he heard a loud explosion in the warehouse. Originally, Frank planned to lurk nearby, waiting for the gangsters from Curry to appear. Unexpectedly, after waiting for a while, only an Asian boy appeared in the alley. Frank knew that the deepest part of the alley was the warehouse, and the boy in front of him definitely it has a lot to do with that explosion. Be clear. Frank walked up to Chuang and asked again, "Can't you see that?" Chuang shook the remote control in his hand and said cheerfully, "Obviously, I blew up that place. You may be late. Those gangsters have already been dealt with by me now. Their ashes should still be found in the past." Hearing his words, Frank was not surprised. "Who are you?" "Just an enthusiastic passerby," Chuang said without changing his face, while secretly guarding against Frank. In fact, he wasn't sure if this god of death, who advocated violent solutions to problems, would attack him. Frank took a deep look at Chuang, then wiped off the blood on the dagger, showing no intention of making a move. After his observation, the Asian boy in front of him is not in his range of hunting. Although Frank has never been a soft-hearted person, he still has his own set of rules. He still has a certain tolerance for young people, and the dead are all those damn gangsters. Frank didn't speak, turned, and walked out of the alley. However, Frank soon stopped. Chuang followed his line of sight, and not far away were several black jeeps rushing towards them. Accompanied by the screeching sound of tires rubbing against each other, the convoy stopped in front of them, and a dozen heavily armed men got out of the car, their eyes fixed on their positions. Chuang immediately shrank behind Frank and said seriously, "Be careful. They're coming for us." Frank glanced back at Chuang. "Were we?" It was clearly aimed at you. Although Frank didn't know what happened behind Curry, what he was sure of was that this guy must have recruited these people and implicated him. What? Frank was never one to be indecisive. He knew he was being implicated the moment he saw a dozen gangsters turn up. Without hesitation, Frank immediately turned around and rushed into the alley. Chuang hurriedly followed behind Frank. He didn't want to face so many armed forces alone. The two returned to the alley, bypassed the location of the warehouse, and fled outside from the fork. The sound of chaotic footsteps followed closely, like a group of rabid dogs seeing flesh and blood, biting them tightly and not letting go. In this small and gloomy environment, it gave people a sense of suffocation and oppression. Suddenly, Frank, who was running at the front, seemed to notice something, and his face turned cold. He took out a Browning automatic pistol from his waist and put on a standard shooting posture toward the front. Just at the moment, several sneaky figures blocked their way. The attackers did not expect Frank's reaction to be so fast. Before they raised their guns to aim, Frank pulled the trigger continuously at an extremely fast speed. Boom, boom, boom. The Browning automatic pistol modified by Frank made a terrifying sound at this moment. The shell case jumped out of the gate with the smoke, and the bullet head burst out of the barrel immediately, tearing the heads of the attackers in an instant. The roaring gunshots echoed in the narrow alley, making people feel their eardrums tearing apart. These gunshots seemed to announce the start of the war. The gangster rushed over from behind, and the automatic rifle in his hand frantically poured ammunition at the two of them, and the dazzling firelight illuminated the surrounding darkness. Facing the ferocious rain of bullets, Chuang and Frank immediately retreated into the recesses of the walls on both sides. The powerful firepower instantly suppressed them and made them unable to move. What was even worse was the sound of footsteps coming from the front exit again. Those few attackers were not the only ones surrounding them. Chuang Yigao took a bold look outside and found that they were surrounded by a group of gangsters, so he quickly retracted his head. He looked at Frank on the opposite side and asked loudly, "What's our plan?" "Get out. This plan sounds plausible." Chuang took out a poor little pistol. He should have prepared a few more bombs earlier. Immediately afterwards, Frank threw a smoke bomb and threw it on the ground. The thick smoke soon covered the surrounding space, and the already invisible alley became more cloudy and foggy. Hearing the gunshots outside began to weaken, Frank immediately rushed out, followed by Chuang, who seemed more reckless than Frank's actions and didn't care if a bullet accidentally injured himself. In the smoke, the gangsters blocking the front suddenly noticed two figures rushing towards them. "Damn, they're here!" Before the words were finished, a few golden bullets instantly tore open their flesh and blood and directly blocked the remaining words in their throats. Before one of the gangsters who survived by chance had time to rejoice, Frank pounced on him like a bloodthirsty beast, grabbed his neck with his powerful palm, pressed the muzzle of the gun directly to his jaw, and pulled the trigger. White concretions splashed out from the top of his head. As expected of the Punisher, it really is fierce enough. Chuang sighed in his heart, and suddenly felt tearing air sounds hit his ears, and the butt of the gun hit him hard on the head. Chuang swayed, but did not fall down. When he turned his head to look, he saw a black hole appeared in front of the muzzle. Boom! A trace of white smoke came out of the gun, and a man looked at Chuang in astonishment. I saw that Chuang maintained the posture of falling backwards, but stopped strangely halfway, as if he suddenly tensed his body to forcibly resist the momentum of the bullet, showing a strange half-bent posture. But the problem is that he obviously shot the opponent in the head. How could he still react? At this moment, Chuang's body in front of him suddenly straightened up slowly. Under the man's horrified gaze, Chuang smiled brightly at the bloody wound on his forehead. "Aren't you surprised? Are you surprised?" After speaking, Chuang raised his gun and returned a bullet to the other party. The man wanted to imitate Chuang's astonishing maneuvers, but failed and fell down neatly. Chuang turned his head and found that Frank, who had already eliminated all his opponents, was looking at him. But Frank just glanced at him and didn't say much. Before the smoke cleared, the two finally ran to the street. Boom! Suddenly, there was a roar of engines in the alley, and two gangsters rushed out of the alley on a motorcycle, and the man sitting behind raised a submachine gun and fired at them. The intention to keep them is extremely strong. At this moment, Frank couldn't help wondering, what exactly did Chuang do to make these gangsters so crazy? In fact, even Chuang didn't expect the other party's reaction to be so great. In a short period of time, so many people gathered to encircle and suppress them. I didn't blow up their lair. Can it? On the other side, the frozen warehouse deep in the alley. The flames here have been extinguished, and the twisted shape-shifting iron door lies quietly on the ground in the distance. And there is only a huge blackened hole where the warehouse's original iron door was. Several gangsters with guns walked into the frozen warehouse quickly, and saw charred corpses and gun remains everywhere on the warehouse curry, with limbs and pieces of meat scattered all over the floor. I don't know if it was pork or something else. The smell of burnt flesh filled the air. A man looked at the ruins and finally found something. He immediately walked to the corner and turned a corpse over. What came into view was a severely burned face. Through the contours and features of the face, the men could barely recognize that the other party was the person they were looking for. Suddenly, his expression changed drastically. His hands trembled uncontrollably, and the last thing he wanted to see happened. Realizing the seriousness of the matter, the man took out his mobile phone and made a call. "Vladimir, there is indeed a problem with the trading place tonight. There was an explosion in the warehouse. All the people in Kingpin died, and none of our people survived. Your brother, Anatoly, died." After speaking, there was no response from the other end of the phone. The man didn't dare to hang up the phone, so he could only wait patiently. Finally, a hoarse voice came slowly. "Who is the murderer?" The man replied tremblingly. "When we arrived at the scene, we found two suspicious people. They were probably the ones who made the explosion. Catch them for me." The uncontrollable roar broke out suddenly, directly interrupting the man's words. Even through the phone, the man could still feel Vladimir's monstrous anger, and he yelled at him through the phone like crazy. "Send everyone out. Those two damn murderers must be caught. I want alive. IF asterisk 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 G want to live." Boom! Along with the loud bang from the other end of the phone, there was only a busy tone on the phone. The man put away the phone with lingering fear. he knew that this time the matter had become serious. You know, the person in charge of this transaction is Vladimir's younger brother. The death of Anatoly drove the leader of the Russian Ross gang completely crazy. The man took a deep breath. Then he told the others, "Call all the members of the gang. We must catch those two people. Remember, you have to live." Da-da-da-da. Deafening and dense gunshots sounded, and Chuang pulled the trigger continuously against the bullet rain. But in the face of a fast-moving motorcycle, his gun's muzzle was a little bit broken, and the bullets didn't know where to go. But the opponent's bullets hit him with blood. Taking advantage of Chuang standing in front of him, Frank calmly raised the muzzle of his gun and killed the gangster, holding a submachine gun with one shot. Regardless of the oncoming motorcycle, Frank hit the driver with another shot. Boom! The out-of-control motorcycle fell to the ground, coasted a few meters away, and hit the wall laterally. At the moment, the smoke in the alley began to dissipate, and Ying Zhuozhua's figure was rapidly approaching. "Go check the car," Frank growled. He quickly changed the clips, and he took Browning and fired wildly into the alley, so as to hold back the pursuers. Chuang understood what Frank meant and immediately ran to the location of the motorcycle. After the impact, just now, the surface of the motorcycle was slightly damaged, but fortunately the important parts were not damaged. Chuang set up the motorcycle and sat on the driver's seat. Frank backed away in Chuang's direction while shooting at the alley. Counting the number of bullets in the magazine, Frank turned and sat directly on the rear seat of the motorcycle just before the magazine was emptied. However, Chuang did not drive immediately. Chuang turned his head in embarrassment and looked at Frank. "Sorry, I forgot. I don't seem to have driven a motorcycle before." Frank, to say that Frank is really a tough guy. In the face of this situation, he can still maintain a deadpan expression. Then, he asked a very fatal question. "You can't drive? Why should you sit in the driver's seat?" Instinctive reaction. The gangsters in the rear had already caught up, and the two had no time to change positions. Frank gritted his teeth and roared, "Drive." Hearing Frank's words, Chuang stopped hesitation and twisted the accelerator handle suddenly. "Then show your shame." The roar of the engine suddenly exploded. The motorcycle started instantly with a whoosh, and a strong inertia almost threw Frank out. In less than half a second, the motorcycle rushed into the road, directly throwing off the group of gangsters who had just reached the entrance of the alley. The so-called step on the accelerator to the end, and leave the rest to God. At the moment, Chuang can be said to have brought this sentence into full play. Because this guy was almost blinded by the strong wind, he instinctively grasped the grip of the motorcycle. And Frank in the back seat is holding on to the rear seat armrest of the motorcycle. It seemed that there was only the whistling wind in his ears, and Frank looked at the scene passing by quickly. Even with Frank's strong psychological quality, he couldn't control his heartbeat at this moment. To be honest, Frank regretted it a bit. It's not that I regret why I let Chuang drive. I just regret, why did I get in this car? Is it not good to live? Boom! In the dead of night, a motorcycle was speeding down the driveway in Brooklyn. Chuang was driving the motorcycle, letting the strong wind blow on his cheeks, grasping the handlebars of the motorcycle with both hands, and with the roar of the engine, the speed of the motorcycle had already reached close to the maximum speed. At such a speed, the motorcycle can drive steadily on the road. It is not at all obvious that the driver is a novice driver who has just started on the road. Frank gradually adapted to the current speed of the car and shouted loudly, "You are lying, you could drive, and you are very good at it." "No way, the speed is too fast." The wind in their ears made it difficult for them to hear other voices clearly, and they couldn't hear anything unless they were loud enough. "I really don't know how to drive. Maybe my ability is stronger." Chuang also yelled. Chuang is not lying. He has never driven a motorcycle. As for other cars, there is no need to say more. You can't even pass the second subject of the driver's license test. But for some reason, when Chuang touched the motorcycle, he suddenly felt an indescribable sense of familiarity, so he subconsciously sat on the driver's seat. In the process of driving the motorcycle, Chuang has become more and more proficient in the operation of the motorcycle. From a panic at the beginning, he has become more stable. Now he feels as if he is controlling his own limbs, and he can already control it with ease. With this motorcycle, with such an unbelievable ability, Chuang quickly thought of his super high school level talent. A super high school level stuntman, because the powerful undead feature is too dazzling. So, Chuang has been ignoring the description of this talent. A stuntman who does all the thrilling shots. Stunt is the real job. Immortality is just an incidental feature. These two characteristics made Chuang think of two people. One is also a character in the Marvel world, Nicholas Zhao, who is a motorcycle stunt driver on the surface, but Ghost Rider behind his back, and the other is a character from The Tutor, who is Scaru, the child of the rainbow, is also a stuntman known as the regenerative healing factor. Compared with Nicholas Zhao, Chuang feels that his talent is more inclined to the latter. In other words, it should be an enhanced version of Scaru. Frank naturally didn't believe Chuang's words. If he was driving at this speed, he might not be able to drive as steadily as Chuang. At this time, Frank glanced at the corner ahead, and suddenly a black Jeep appeared. "They are catching up, don't get hit," Frank reminded loudly. Chuang also saw the Jeep appear, and, judging from the opponent's route, it is obvious that they want to block their way. "Hold on," Chuang roared. Not only did not slow down the speed, but directly increased the speed of the motorcycle. Seeing that the Jeep ahead was getting closer and closer, Chuang adjusted the center of gravity of his body, pulled the steering handle of the motorcycle violently, and tilted the entire body on the ground. Relying on the strong centrifugal force, the motorcycle drifted sideways against the Jeep at an incredible angle. The distance between the two cars is less than half a meter. Frank in the back seat could even feel the stern wind from the Jeep brushing against his cheek. Then Chuang stabilized the motorcycle again, passed the Jeep, and turned to the left. The whole process is thrilling and exciting. If you're not careful, you will end up with a car crash. "How of my driving skill?" Chuang asked proudly. "It's okay, but it's a bit fancy." Frank's face was tense, as cold as a Terminator, and it was difficult to see the tension from his expression. However, the group of lingering guys coming. Chuang looked forward. Sure enough, several Jeeps emerged from both sides of the driveway. One by one, the gangsters leaned most of their bodies out of the car windows, holding automatic rifles and shooting at the motorcycles. "Maid, what an enmity this is to chase Tianya Cape." Chuang cursed angrily and immediately controlled the front of the car to dodge left and right. The motorcycle twisted like a snake, making it difficult for the gangsters to lock their positions. Frank didn't say anything. He released both hands to change the magazine of the pistol, and then raised his gun to return fire at the Jeep convoy. Soon he hit the windshield of a Jeep, and the car lost control and crashed into the street. Boom! A shot was fired, and Frank let out a suppressed, muffled groan. Chuang took a look at the sound, only to see Frank clutching his left arm in embarrassment, with blood gushing from between his fingers. Obviously hit by a bullet. "Are you all right?" Chuang asked with some concern. "Concentrate on driving." Frank growled, and continued to pull the trigger with his remaining right arm, killing several gangsters who emerged. At the same time, the last magazine was also fired. "You seem to be seriously injured." Chuang's voice came again. "It's all said to concentrate." Frank turned and stared, only to be stunned on the spot. Chuang was also facing Frank, lowering his head as if studying the extent of his right arm injury, completely ignoring the road ahead, with only one hand still controlling the motorcycle. But that didn't make Frank feel even a little bit more at ease. "Fact, what the F*** K are you doing?" Frank couldn't stand it anymore. He couldn't maintain that iron-blooded tough guy anymore. His roar almost overwhelmed the gunshots. "Didn't you see I'm driving?" Chuang looked up at Frank. Seeing that sincere expression, Frank wondered if he had a navigation on his forehead. Otherwise, why is this guy staring at himself, instead of looking ahead and driving? "Don't worry, one hand is enough to drive." Chuang took out his pistol, grinned, and said, "As for those guys, leave it to me." Unlocked successfully. Title: Super High School Level Sharpshooter. Explanation: there's a reason for the bullet to turn. The moment the shooter is ejected from the chamber, the shooter shakes his wrist rapidly to give the bullet a horizontal acceleration, thus forming an arc. This is the bullet time. Powerful skills from many classic gunfight movies. At the moment of receiving the title, Chuang's pupils suddenly dilated, and his breathing became short of breath. At this moment, Chuang seemed to hear a violent heartbeat. The heart was like a high-speed engine, continuously providing more energy for physical activities and accelerating the flow of blood. Chuang is no stranger to this feeling. He has experienced it countless times in the Research Institute. This is the expression of the human body being stimulated to secrete adrenaline, but the difference is that the effect is more exaggerated. Chuang felt that his heart rate had exceeded 400 beats per minute, and he could have detonated bombs hundreds of times before. With the secretion of a large amount of adrenaline, Chuang instantly entered a very wonderful state. His sensory ability is constantly soaring, and the things in front of him seemed to be getting slower and slower. His eyes became as if they were still. In this state, Chuang's thinking becomes extremely active, and he has a panoramic view of all the information captured by the vision, and then analyzes and calculates through the brain step by step, so as to make the most accurate judgment. The driving route of the Jeep, the flight trajectory of the bullet, the flow of the wind speed. It seems that everything has become traceable. Without aiming, following the rhythm of breathing, Chuang instinctively raised his pistol and fired. The spinning bullets shot out from the muzzle of the gun. Captured by Chuang's horrific visual dynamics, the bullet pulled out a long trajectory through the air, rubbed red heat, and crashed straight into another bullet that was attacking the motorcycle. Boom! Unbiased, the two bullets collided passionately in midair, making a crisp sound. Under the strong kinetic energy, the warhead compresses, shape-shifting, and finally becomes a discus falling from the air. Shoot to intercept another bullet. Frank's eyes widened in disbelief. Although he doesn't have Chuang's abnormal dynamic vision, he can barely see some blurred images. Stop the bullet with a bullet. Frank is not an idiot. He knows that this is definitely not a coincidence. After all, the probability is too low. Even Frank, who was born in the Marine Corps, has never encountered or heard of such a thing. However, if this is not a coincidence, but a deliberate move, this marksmanship is too terrifying. No, it should be said that this is not a marksmanship that humans can master at all. Chuang didn't know the shock in Frank's heart. At the moment, Chuang, who is in bullet time, can control the motorcycle under him more freely. He controlled the motorcycle with one hand and raised the pistol with the other to shoot again towards the rear. Boom! The bullet was ejected, and along the planned path, it hit the front wheel of a Jeep with incomparable precision. The Jeep, which was driving at high speed, spun violently. Amidst the screeching sound of tire friction, the car lost control and crashed into another Jeep. The implicated Jeep couldn't dodge in time. The whole car was knocked out of the driveway, and the front of the car plunged into the fire hydrant on the side of the street. Under the action of strong inertia, the driver was thrown out of the car directly, flying more than 10 meters into the air and falling to the ground. Chuang pouted. The car was driving so fast without wearing a seatbelt. Isn't this rushing to reincarnate? Only one bullet was used. Chuang reduced the number of Jeeps, chasing them down to 4. The man who had spoken of Vladimir earlier, he was sitting in one of the Jeeps. Seeing Chuang's sudden display of majesty, the man's face was extremely ugly, and he shouted, "Slow down. Don't be targeted by that guy. Let our people intercept at the intersection in front." Soon, the 3 Jeeps slowed down and separated slightly from the motorcycle. There's an ambush ahead. Frank sensed their intentions and reminded weakly. Whether his driving skills or marksmanship, Chuang's performance far exceeded Frank's expectations. His words didn't make Chuang feel the slightest bit nervous. If it weren't for the relatively low-end mobile phones in this era, Chuang would have wanted to order a song Catch Shrimp on the spot to add to the fun. The motorcycle was speeding all the way to the intersection. Sure enough, The gangsters had already blocked the intersection. There were 6 vehicles blocking the middle of the driveway. A dozen strong men armed with automatic rifles and used the car body as a cover to surround the motorcycle directly in front, completely cutting off the road. The way Chuang and Frank went. "What's our plan?" Frank asked aloud. "Rush over." This plan sounds plausible. Frank did not stop Chuang from making this crazy-sounding decision. Faced with such a situation, even in his heyday, he might stay here, and Chuang would simply let Chuang control everything. Definitely, mainly because he can't get out of the car now. Seeing that the intersection was getting closer and closer, Chuang's pupils kept dilated, and an excited smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. The heart was still beating violently, and the blood was continuously being pumped to accelerate. Chuang's skin was reddened to the naked eye, and Frank in the back seat could feel an astonishing heat radiating from his whole body. The body is crazily secreting adrenaline. Sensory ability is being further enhanced. The brain is working rapidly, and everyone's position is clearly constructed in the mind, and all the surrounding environmental details are classified and processed by the brain, and finally the most reasonable plan is obtained. "Sit tight, I'm going to start pretending." Suddenly, Chuang let go of his grip on the handlebars of the motorcycle, raised his pistol, and swung his arms and wrists violently. Boom! Boom! 2 gunshots sounded as if at the same time. The gun muzzle released a lot of gunpowder smoke under the slow motion of slow motion, and the bullets sprayed out from the barrel, stirring up white sound lines. With the high-speed rotation of the bullets, the original straight trajectory of the 2 bullets gradually deviated. They drew an exaggerated arc in midair and directly bypassed the car body, entered the throat of a strong man, and then came out from behind the neck. With undiminished momentum, the bullet penetrated into the heart of another strong man again. Puff, puff, puff. With the sound of bullets entering the flesh, 4 strong men fell to the ground at the same time. The gangsters were stunned, looking at the corpse in astonishment, as if they saw a ghost. Where did the bullet come from? They hid behind the bunker, and it stands to reason that it is impossible for the bullet to hit their position. And there were only 2 shots. Why did 4 die? Too many doubts lingered in the minds of the gangsters, but Chuang didn't give them time to think. The pistols rang out more intensively in an instant. Took their lives. Fire! Such an unreasonable scene made the gangsters panic. They roared and held the automatic rifles with trembling hands and began to shoot flames at Chuang. Chuang didn't have the slightest intention to stop, and the motorcycle nimbly shuttled between the hail of bullets. With the help of bullet time, the bullets always pass by the motorcycle at a distance of a few millimeters, and the bullets that cannot be dodged are directly intercepted by Chuang in midair. It's just that in the eyes of the gangsters, the bullets seem to be deliberately avoiding the motorcycles. With so many automatic rifles firing at the same time, none of the bullets could successfully hit the target during the whole process. Huge amounts of motorcycles. Immediately, the gunshots became more and more frantic. Da-da-da-da. In the fierce gunshots, from time to time, there were crisp and exciting bullet collision sounds. Chuang's operation can be described as extremely subtle. The moment the last bullet escaped from the barrel, the magazine slid out, and a new magazine was connected at the same time. The gunshots sounded almost seamlessly, full of flowing beauty. The surge of adrenaline has greatly strengthened Chuang's physical fitness, making the recoil of the pistol almost equal to 0, and continuous shooting will not affect the precision of each bullet. Frank in the back seat stared wide-eyed at what happened in front of him. Frank saw Chuang's movements more clearly from the back seat than the gangsters. Crisp and neat, yet casual. It seems that every shot is the result of precise calculations, full of self-confidence and unthinkable marksmanship. Chuang suppressed more than a dozen automatic rifles with a single pistol, and let the Navy Frank, who was born in the Marine Corps, was stunned. Who can tell him, is such a thing as bullet turning really scientific? What is the principle? Monster, this is a monster. Seeing the companions who fell one after another and the motorcycles getting closer and closer, The remaining gangsters were completely terrified. No matter how they shot, the motorcycle was still unscathed and the bullets were all empty without exception. While they were hiding behind the bunker, those damn bullets could always find their exact location and take away the lives of their companions one by one. Every time a companion falls, it will leave huge amounts of haze in their hearts. This feeling is like a knife on their necks, and the constant threat of death is crushing their willpower. The gangsters have long forgotten about the bullshit catch order. They squeezed the trigger tightly with their fingers and shot ferociously at Chuang, just hoping that one bullet could hit this terrifying monster. At this moment, the motorcycle was less than 20 meters away from the intersection. The originally scattered bullets gradually became denser and almost covered the road ahead of the motorcycle. Chuang didn't panic and seemingly casually raised his hand and shot to the right. Boom! Suddenly, the billboard of the street shop suddenly fell to the ground, making a loud noise. The billboard just fell on the trash can on the side of the street, forming a slope. The motorcycle exploded with a dull roar and rushed to the street. The tires grabbed the billboard tightly, and with a strong inertial force, it suddenly flew into the air, flying over the heads of all the gangsters. Boom! 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 Chuang swung his arm in midair and pulled the trigger with his fingers continuously. Several bullets came out of the chamber, hitting the gangsters' bodies in a strange C shape from high to low. Before the motorcycle landed, all the bullets in the magazine had been fired. Boom! The motorcycle landed on the ground and let out a low growl, and the gangsters behind were shot and fell to the ground at the same time. This time, there was no obstruction from the convoy. The motorcycle continued to run towards the distance, and soon disappeared from everyone's sight. This seemingly long shootout actually took only a dozen seconds. For jeeps arrived late, and the remaining gangsters got out. There was a dead silence. The strong smell of gunpowder smoke still lingered in the air. The gangsters looked at the massacred corpses all over the ground. Cold sweat couldn't help rolling down their faces, and some even trembled uncontrollably. Everyone's heart felt a little cold. So many armed forces intercepted, but they were directly wiped out by 2 people. Is this the other side? After confirming that there were no other ambushes or pursuers, Chuang drove his motorcycle to a dark corner. Call! Chuang let out a few breaths slowly. His violent heartbeat gradually slowed down. The flow of time also returned to normal, and his astonishing body temperature slowly dropped. Chuang only felt a sudden strong sense of weakness, and he lost control and fell to the ground. On the ground, bullet time, which is as omnipotent as God's vision, is not completely without side effects. If it is only turned on for a short time, it will not be too dangerous. But if you want to maintain the bullet time for a long time, your body functions must bear a super intensive load. After all, the heart beats like a pile driver, the adrenaline in the body is almost filling the whole body, and the blood pressure is soaring. As long as it is an individual, is certain can't stand it. If it were a normal person with a slightly weaker physique, it would either be heart failure or cerebral congestion. For Chuang, who maintains the bullet time for several minutes at once, his body organs have already been overwhelmed. So after the bullet time is released and the excitement of adrenaline is removed, the feeling of dying comes flooding up. It's just that, while the body organs are failing, a wave of heat is quickly repairing the damage to Chuang's body. Seeing Chuang collapse suddenly, Frank dragged his injured body and ran over to check. Finding that Chuang had just passed out, he carried Chuang onto his shoulder with his uninjured arm and quickly left the scene. 2 hours later, in a remote hut, Frank handled his gunshot wound skillfully. After putting on his clothes, Frank walked out of the hall and looked at Chuang, who was holding a Gatling and making strange noises. Seeing this lively appearance, he didn't feel a little weak. Frank came to Chuang in 2 or 3 steps. "This is not your toy. Put it down. Don't be so stingy. I'm your savior." Chuang reluctantly let go of Gatling. It has to be said that Frank's safe house is much better than his room, with all kinds of firearms and weapons, even heavy fire weapons such as Gatling and bazooka in stock. It is simply a small arsenal. Chuang, who now has the talent of a super high school sharpshooter, can easily distinguish various types of firearms and configurations. He can see that Frank's weapons have been carefully modified, including the Browning automatic pistol, which is comparable to ordinary pistols. Much bigger. However, Chuang has a strong feeling that he also seems to be able to modify firearms. Chuang, who discovered this, couldn't wait to find a gun to try. Hearing Chuang's words, Frank twitched. Whose fault do you think this is all about? If Chuang hadn't implicated him, he wouldn't have escaped in such a panic. Chuang looked at Frank, the tough guy who was shot but still full of energy, and said with some doubts, "Well, why don't you tell me the truth? Have you participated in transformation experiments before, such as the Super Soldier Project or something, for a young age?" He turned into a Superman with big chest muscles. "That's Captain America, not me." Frank is sullen. It's no secret about Captain America. There's also Captain America's Museum in New York, which contains records of Captain America's deeds, as well as his love and hatred with his good friend Bucky. Then it doesn't make sense. Chuang muttered softly. Frank's physique seems a bit inhuman. Frank didn't bother with these boring topics and said in a deep voice, "I'll tell you one thing, we are in trouble. Now the Russian Ross gang is looking for our whereabouts everywhere and issued a high reward for us on the underground exchange. It seems that he doesn't want to let us go like this." Chuang was taken aback. "Is it because I messed up their deal?" "No, it's because you killed the biggest leader of the Russian Ross gang, Vladimir's younger brother Anatoly." Ah, Chuang was very surprised. He thought about it carefully. Could it be that the Russian Ross farmer was Anatoly? No wonder the group of gangsters pursued them so persistently. It turned out that it was because he killed their second boss. However, Frank continued, "It's not over yet. There's another wave of people who also issued a bounty to us. The bounty is not as rich as the Russian Ross gang, but it is enough to attract the attention of many people. Why are there still people, and where do they come from? They are the trading partners of the Russian Ross gang tonight. The person in charge is called Kaki, who is a well-known leader of a drug dealer organization. But as far as I know, Kaki recently found a backer, and now he is working for Kingpin." "Wait, there's something about Kingpin here. The front is fine, but Chuang is a little confused when he hears the back. Kingpin, Marvel's famous villain. The biggest leader of New York's underground forces, no matter in terms of strength or influence. Kingpin is an existence that cannot be underestimated. The commission that Chuang accepted was to disrupt an illegal transaction of a gangster. But the problem is that the information provided only shows that the Russian Ross gang and a drug dealer organization were involved in this transaction, but the person in charge of this transaction was not mentioned. How did Chuang know that one side was the relative of the leader of the Russian Ross gang? Brother, the other side is actually Kingpin's subordinate. Isn't this showing off people? Now, he has to face the bounty offered by Kingpin and the Russian Ross gang at the same time. How much is our reward? Kingpin gave $5 million, and the Russian Ross gang gave $10 million. As long as we are caught, we can get a total of $15 million US. This wave of blood loss. What blood loss? Frank frowned. I'm talking about the commission I accepted. The employer's request was to destroy the drug trade of the Russian Ross gang and provide a place for the trade. I thought it was an ordinary gang deal, but I never expected it. In the end, the gold and offended both the Russian Ross gang. Chuang said with a somewhat depressed expression. The most outrageous thing is that the reward for this commission is only a mere 100,000 US. Isn't this bullying honest people? Frank looked at Chuang expressionlessly. Although he hasn't been in contact for a long time, he doesn't feel that Chuang has anything to do with the word honesty. In short, Chuang revealed the whole situation to Frank, and he had nothing to hide anyway, although Frank didn't mention it from beginning to end. But Chuang knew that many of his secrets had been exposed to the other party, including his identity as a mercenary. Ignoring Chuang's ugly face that only cares about money, Frank slowly said, "An important member of the Ross gang in Russia trades drugs with Kingpin subordinates, but the employer can easily know where they are trading. There's a problem with this commission." After pondering for a moment, Frank suddenly came to an unexpected conclusion. Hearing this, Chuang was thoughtful. Listen to you. This commission is really not right. Back then, I had to travel all over New York by car to find a gangster, but this time it was easy to find it. It was a little too smooth. How come it feels like someone dug a hole to lure me into it on purpose? Frank said calmly, I'm afraid it wasn't aimed at you, but just happened to be met by you. You mean someone is using this entrustment to fish? Frank nodded and asked, Who is your employer? I don't know. The employer's information is confidential. Maybe I can find some clues after I go back. Under Frank's reminder, the more Chuang thought about it, the more he felt that this commission was weird. Originally, he was just to unlock the achievement, and when he saw that it was a gangster's drug trade, he accepted the commission for convenience. But now he found that this commission seemed to be a deep pit, waiting for someone to jump into it. Chuang is going to go back and ask the weasel. Speaking of this, Chuang looked at Frank. By the way, why did you appear there? Frank was silent and did not answer Chuang's question. Chuang immediately became unhappy. This is a bit too much. I answered everything you asked tonight, but you didn't say anything. After all, you are all comrades who have experienced life and death, and I saved your life. There is no need to mention this. Frank has seen Chuang's thick skin. Frank was silent for a while, and finally said, Kage was my target, but you killed him. It was a coincidence indeed, as Chuang was commissioned to be there, and Frank had his own goals tonight. That is to kill Kaki, who is the leader of a drug trafficking organization. If Chuang didn't show up tonight, Frank would still take action to get rid of Kaki. With his style, he would definitely not let go of Curry's other gangsters, and the ending would probably be no different from now. I see. Chuang nodded. By the way, I still don't know your name. My name is Chuang, and I'm an ordinary migrant worker. Frank replied coldly. I've answered your question. Now you should leave. You'd better find a place where no one will know and hide, and don't let them find you. Why hide? Did you not understand what I said? We have been offered a reward. As long as you show your face, they will find you again soon. Chuang touched his face. Are you sure they can recognize me? Frank was speechless. Indeed, Asian faces are hard to distinguish from their point of view. If two people are not put together, the difference in their appearance is basically unrecognizable. This is a natural camouflage, just like black people automatically hide at night. Besides, aren't you also offered a reward? Are you planning to hide too? It's better for them to find me, so that I don't need to waste my time looking for them. Frank said coldly. If he was afraid of being exposed, he would not go to fight criminals with nothing in disguise. All he wanted was everything criminals feel horrified at the sight of their own faces. Feeling the strong, killing intent in Frank's bones, Chuang knew that he was worrying for nothing. This fierce man probably wished that the criminal would come to his door by himself. Chuang stood up, found a pen and paper, and wrote down a number. All right, if you need help then, just call me. After all, he was the one who implicated Frank, and if something happened to him, his conscience would be so bad. After speaking, Chuang left the room. Before leaving, he took a reluctant look at Gatling. Seeing that Frank was vigilant, he was afraid that this guy would suddenly run out with Gatling in his arms. In the dimly lit room, a gentleman in a suit and leather shoes pushed open the door. Ignoring the heavily armed Russians in the room, the gentleman walked into the room slowly. In the depths of the room stood a short-haired Russian man. He looked at a charred corpse on the table with a dazed expression. The gentleman glanced at the corpse and said calmly, Vladimir, my employer expresses his condolences to you. He deeply regrets your brother's departure. However, there are some things we still need to discuss. After a few seconds, Vladimir turned to look at him. Gene doesn't want to talk. He should come here by himself instead of sending you as an assistant to perfuse me. Sorry, my employer can't come when he encounters some problems, but he has given full authority to handle it. You can rest assured about this. Vladimir came in front of the gentleman with a cold light in his eyes, like a raging brown bear, full of gnawing anger. I said, let Faith himself talk about it, not one of his dogs. The gentleman narrowed his eyes. His tone remained calm. Please don't mention this name. Oh, Do you mean Kingpin or Wilson Faith? Vladimir's eyes were cold, and he glared cruelly at the gentleman. As the leader of the Russian Ross gang, he was never afraid of anyone, including Jean Bing, who is now famous. He tapped the gentleman's chest hard with his fingers, and the huge amount of strength pushed the gentleman back a few steps. Your name is Wesley, right? You go, and tell Faithco if you want to talk seriously, then let him come to me by himself. Don't use this perfunctory attitude. After being treated like this by Vladimir, Wesley was not angry and straightened his collar leisurely. Immediately afterwards, Wesley said, "Since you don't want to talk about business affairs, let's talk about private affairs. About the two attackers who blew up the warehouse. My employer has sent people to investigate and find out the identity of one of the attackers. I believe that we will be able to follow these clues to investigate another attacker soon. The identity of the author." "What did you say?" Hearing his words, Vladimir took a sudden step forward and stared at Wesley. "Tell me, who is that damned attacker?" "Don't worry, I can understand your anger. After all, we also sacrificed a lot of people and lost a batch of goods. You're not the only one who wants to find the two attackers." Wesley did not answer Vladimir's question and continued, "You should learn to control your anger. I know that your brother's death makes you very sad, but some things cannot be avoided after all. Ms. Gao and Mr. Xian already know about your brother's death. They think that you lack a strong helper, which will affect your business. They plan to reevaluate you. They think you may no longer be competent for some jobs." Resisting his eagerness to know the heart of the attacker, Vladimir gritted his teeth and said, "Why don't I know about this?" "Because we were discussing it in private." Wesley smiled slightly. "Fortunately, my employer is willing to help you regain your footing, for example, assisting you in some missions that require additional services. Faith wants to take over my job." Before Wesley could finish speaking, Vladimir directly exposed their real purpose with red eyes. Mrs. Gao and Lilan, Jean Bing, and their two Ross brothers, Vladimir and Anatoly. They are all gang leaders from Hell's Kitchen, but they did not conflict with each other. Instead, they chose to join forces to carry out criminal activities, each completing different tasks, so as to achieve non-conflict and uniform distribution of interests. Protocol. And Vladimir and Anatoly are mainly responsible for the transportation. Wesley was right about one thing. Because of the two people, Vladimir and Anatoly were able to jointly manage more sites. Now that Anatoly is dead, the site left by him has temporarily become unmanaged, seriously affecting follow the common interests of their gang alliance. From Vladimir's point of view, Jean Bing just took a fancy to the territory left by his younger brother. What kind of nonsense assistance? He clearly wants to take over Anatoly's transportation work. This is undoubtedly trying to dig a piece of the Russian Ross gangster big meat. Wesley didn't deny it and said with a smile, "This is only for the common interests of everyone, and it is good for both parties. F***K the benefits." Vladimir roared with anger on his face. Faithka's appetite is really big enough. He actually wants to directly eat half of my territory. "Get out. Tell Faithka this is impossible. Don't try to threaten me with information about those two attackers. I don't need his help to find those two damn guys." Wesley took out a white handkerchief and wiped the spit from Vladimir's face. "I hope you will seriously consider it. My employer is waiting for your reply." Boom! After a knock on the door, Wesley walked into the office. He looked at the huge figure at the desk and reported respectfully. Vladimir did not agree, but his hatred for the two attackers is very deep. Under the bright light, there was a fat man nearly 2 meters tall, wearing a custom-made high-end suit. His figure was huge, but not round. With that friendly face, people who don't know him will only think that he is a kind and ordinary businessman. And the same is true on the surface. He is Hell's Kitchen's famous philanthropist, Wilson Faith. He once donated a large sum of money for the construction of New York, and declared that he hoped to give New York the peace it never had. Ironically, however, the philanthropist has a secret identity. That is Jean Bin, the master of the underworld in Hell's Kitchen, who makes everyone fearful. The deepest desires always breed the most extreme hatred. On the contrary, the most extreme hatred can also cause deeper desires, and Vladimir is no exception. Kingpin is brought back to Wesley. His eyes stared out of the window, overlooking the bustling New York below him like a king. Shaking the red wine in his hand, Kingpin said lightly, "Sooner or later, Vladimir's hatred will pull him into the abyss. What we have to do now is to wait patiently, and then we don't need to talk to him again. Soon, he will take the initiative to ask us for help." His tone was very calm, but no one could question the weight of the words. Kingpin was born in a gangster family in Hell's Kitchen. He was abused by his father when he was young. His scarred childhood made him even more eager for the right to life and death. Unimaginable efforts have been made. Kingpin was able to walk to the end of the current criminal road because he broke through with bloody footprints one by one. Those who once questioned Kingpin have already become one of the many corpses on the road. "I see." Wesley nodded, and a glimmer of light flashed through his glasses. "There is one more thing I need to report to you. It is about the 2 warehouse attackers. The people we sent secretly also chased them down. The other party seems to have a strong sense of anti-investigation." "Is your identity confirmed?" Jean unconsciously touched the cuff button on his right hand. "After investigation, one of them is indeed a recently well-known criminal killer. Some people call him the Punisher, who hunts and kills criminals. There is no relevant record of his identity information. It may take a lot of time to determine his whereabouts. As for the other attacker, his situation is quite special." Speaking of this, Wesley paused for a moment, as if he didn't know what to say next. "Go on." Sensing Kingpin's displeasure, Wesley immediately said, "Our people have seen the face of that mercenary. It is said that he is an Asian, but their statements are a little different." Wesley's expression looked strange. Some people said that the man came from a distant Oriental country. Some said he was a neon man, and a small group said he was the famous movie star Jack Chuang. It sounded very positive. Hearing these words, even Kingpin, a well-informed underworld boss, was a little speechless at the moment. Will Jack make a movie and become a mercenary? How face-blind is this to think it's the same person? Kingpin was completely speechless. The office chair turned slowly. He looked at Wesley and asked, "As an employer, can't you know the identity of the employee?" Wesley shook his head. "I'm afraid not. The commission we issued was carried out on a dark web, and the information of both parties is completely confidential. The only thing that can be determined is that there is only one person who accepts the commission, and the Punisher should just appear there. It seems that the person who accepted the entrustment is not simple. Originally, he just wanted to find a completely innocent outsider to disrupt my transaction with the Russian Ross gang, and then use his hands to let the people we secretly arrange eliminate Anatoly and Ka, Chi, and finally put everything on the murderer's head." Kingpin spoke slowly, with an imperceptible surprise in his eyes. "Unexpectedly, this person has the ability to directly eliminate them, so that our people have no chance to make a move. What surprised me even more is that the people sent by Vladimir not only failed to intercept them, but died again. A large number of men. Yes, the employer of Lu Chuang's entrustment is the New York underworld king. It was also for this reason that Lu Chuang's commission went so smoothly. Not only did he know the exact location of the drug deal, but Anatoly and Kaki just completed the drug deal after he went to the place of the deal. Although Kaki has started working for him, Kim will not trust each other because of this. In other words, there are not many people who can be completely trusted by him. Only after the death of Kaki, the former leader of the drug trafficking organization, can Kingpin annex Kaki's drug trafficking organization and completely turn the opponent's power into his own power. But Kingpin wants more than that. Compared with this benefit, Kingpin has a longer-term vision. What he really wants is the transportation job of the Russian Ross gang. As long as he takes over all the transportation jobs, his criminal career can expand again later, and the whole of New York will be no gangster power can compare with him. Jean is not afraid that his plan will be discovered by Vladimir. After all, his men and goods are really gone, and he has also issued a reward. Naturally, Vladimir will not suspect him as a victim. The anger accumulated by Vladimir will only be vented on the murderer who killed Anatoly in the end. When Vladimir kills the murderer, all the truth will be buried. This is all Kingpin's plan. It can not only annex Kutch's drug trafficking organization, but also weaken the strength of the Russian Ross gang, and take the opportunity to force Vladimir to give up part of the transportation work, and finally put himself on the sidelines and wait for the development of the incident. This planning ability alone is enough to make people feel chilling. However, there is a huge amount of loophole in this perfect plan. That is, the warehouse attacker didn't die instantly. Moreover, the other party also escaped from Vladimir's pursuit, and even the people they secretly arranged failed to take action to silence them. Jean was lost in thought, and no one knew what he was thinking. After a long time, Jean Bin said again, "Wesley, tell Vladimir the identity of the Punisher. Let the Punisher restrain Vladimir, ensure the safety of the Punisher when necessary, and ensure that Vladimir cannot kill each other. Also, do everything possible to find the person who accepted our commission. Then kill Weasel, pour me a cappuccino." At Sister Margaret's bar, Chuang, who was wearing glasses, sat at the bar and called out to the Weasel who was cleaning the glass. The Weasel looked up and noticed the change in Chuang's appearance, so he couldn't help but wondered, "Are you short-sighted?" "No." Chuang pushed his glasses and explained solemnly, "This is just my disguise." Weasel was speechless. "Do you think you're Superman? Wearing glasses is just a disguise. You don't believe my pretense?" Chuang was not happy. His perfect disguise was questioned. "Nonsense. If this kind of you could be called a disguise, isn't it a cosmetic surgery for a woman to put on makeup?" Weasel's voice was a little uncontrollable, and suddenly found the long-haired woman standing on the right side of the bar staring at him, and said embarrassingly, "Vanessa, this is just a metaphor. I have no ill will towards women." "Vanessa?" Chuang turned his head and glanced at the long-haired woman, and it turned out that she was the girlfriend Wade had been thinking about all along. But the other party doesn't know that Wade is still alive, and Wade also hides and dare not meet her. Chuang withdrew his gaze and looked at the Weasel confidently. "Since you don't believe me, how about we make a bet? Bet that my disguise is fine, and bet on my cappuccino." "Yes, but how do you prove it?" Weasel became interested. Chuang looked around, and then saw a bearded man passing by. "Hey, Buck." The bearded man heard someone calling his name, and looked at Chuang suspiciously. "Who are you? Do we know each other?" "It's me." Chuang took off his glasses. "It turned out to be you, little guy. I almost didn't recognize it." Weasel. If he remembers correctly, Chuang and the other party seem to have known each other a few days ago. "How long has it been before you can't recognize him with glasses on?" "Well, I admit that this is a disguise, but I can't deny that Buck is indeed a little blind." The Weasel took out his precious coffee powder with some distress, and made a cup of cappuccino for Chuang on the spot. Putting the coffee in front of Chuang, the Weasel handed out a black card at the same time, jokingly said, "Now your popularity is very high, Mr. 15 million. Even I can't help being moved." Chuang picked up the black card and found that the content on it was actually about himself. Targets: the Punisher and an unidentified Asian. Contents of the commission: 2 people once sabotaged the deal between the Scorpion organization and the Russian Ross gang. One of them is the Punisher of the criminal killer, and the other is unknown. Killing or capturing the 2 can get $15 million. Provide relevant information about the 2. Information according to the degree of effectiveness to give a part of the reward. The information on this reward has just been updated. I didn't expect you to be related to the Punisher. As an information dealer, Weasel naturally knew the famous Punisher. It was an accident. Chuang didn't expect that he hadn't been exposed, but Frank had been exposed in advance. In other words, now Frank is facing the threat of all the bounties alone, which is equivalent to standing at the center of the storm. You must know that the temptation of $15 million is very huge, and I don't know how many beasts will be attracted. Chuang took a sip of coffee and asked, "Is the investigation out?" Weasel nodded. "You are right. There's indeed a problem with that entrustment. I went back and checked. The frozen warehouse was rented 2 weeks ago. It is probably a temporary trading place, except for the person in charge of the transaction, that night people. Logically speaking, there should not be a few people who know this information in advance. So my employer is one of the insiders." "Yes." Weasel scanned the bar and confirmed that no one was paying attention, then lowered his voice and said, "According to my guess, this employer is likely to be someone higher up." Chuang frowned. "You mean the leader of Jean Bing and Russia's Ross gang? I heard that the leader of the Ross gang in Russia is going crazy, searching the city for the whereabouts of the Punisher. But there seems to be no movement from Jean Bing, but he sent someone to clean up the territory of his dead subordinate." In the end, it was obvious enough what the weasel meant. "Jean is my employer." Chuang had an absurd look on his face. After going around and around, the person who offered him a reward in the end turned out to be his employer. "Definitely, this is just my guess. If this is the case, I advise you to try not to show your face. Jean is not a kind person. He has more means than you can imagine." Although Weasel knows that Chuang is special and has the same self-healing ability as Wade, but his combat experience is pitiful, and he can deal with some gangsters. Coming to Chuang, he didn't have the ability to resist at all. Chuang pushed his glasses. "You have to trust my disguise." Weasel was speechless. How should I put it? Judging from the fact that there is no information about Chuang and the bounty, his disguise is really well done. The weasel leaned back and returned to normal volume. "However, your commission is considered completed, a total of 100,000 US dollars. Do you want to convert it into cash?" "No exchange." Chuang drank the rest of the coffee in one gulp, and then took out a list from his pocket. "I want to buy the above items. The amount will be directly deducted from my salary." Weasel glanced at the list and quickly saw the key points, which was very surprising. "Do you still modify guns?" "I understand a little." The next day, Chuang bought a batch of guns and tools from Weasel. He began to modify the firearms himself. Sure enough, when he started to modify the firearms, the super high school-level sharpshooter's talent was activated again, and a sense of familiarity, like instinct, emerged spontaneously. Without thinking, he could clearly distinguish the functions of firearm accessories, and at the same time, various values appeared. In his head, with the assistance of a super high school-level sharpshooter, Chuang quickly transformed the first pistol. The power of this modified pistol is more than double that of ordinary pistols, but the recoil does not increase. Unlike Frank's modified Browning automatic pistol, although it is powerful, its recoil is also amazing. If it weren't for Frank's physical fitness far beyond ordinary people, he wouldn't be able to play with that modified pistol at all. Putting it outside, Chuang's modified pistol is definitely a black technology product. However, Chuang did not keep the pistol, but disassembled it and rebuilt it in another direction. With the increase in the number of transformations, Chuang continued to tap the potential of a super high school-level sharpshooter. His experience can be seen with the naked eye. The speed is improving rapidly, and the instinct for firearms has gradually turned into substantial experience. In just a few days, Chuang has become an experienced firearms expert. Chuang also has a new understanding of super high school level talents. Super high school level talent is by no means the kind of ability that is forced into the brain. It is more like an ability and instinct. Only through a lot of practice can these theories and skills be fully integrated, and there are huge amounts of potential waiting for Chuang to tap. 5 days later, Chuang came to an open field in the suburbs. Have to admit, America has an advantage. That is, there is no shortage of land at all, and there are enough open spaces. It is not easy to find a place without people. Chuang looked around the empty field of vision, and after confirming that there was no one within 100 meters, he suddenly lowered his hands, and the two pistols were quickly sent to his hands with the propelling device built into his clothes. At the same time, Chuang's pupils shrank suddenly. The body is constantly secreting adrenaline, and the brain is running rapidly to calculate, centering on its own body, using the prototype geometry as the plane reference, constructing a statistical model in his mind, and the trajectory angles and distances of all attack points are all in front of his eyes. Suddenly, Chuang held guns with both hands and pointed to the left and right sides, and the muzzles of the guns erupted with flames. Bang, 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 bang. The muffled gunshots sounded continuously, and it didn't sound like a pistol at all, but more like two submachine guns. With the sound of the gunshot, Chuang kept turning his body in the rhythm of the shooting sound and quickly swung his arms. This time it was not an arc trajectory, but a more direct attack method. If arc trajectory and bullet interception are weird and changeable skills, but the current attack method is extremely fast. Although the speed is fast, it is not messy, and Chuang's movements are full of flowing beauty. When the last bullet was fired from the gun, Chuang flipped his wrist, and the magazine fell according to gravity. The thruster device instantly ejected a new magazine and inserted it into the pistol. The bullet was ejected from the muzzle again, and the gunshot could not hear a single pause. A feeling of, after more than 10 seconds, Chuang's pupils returned to normal file size, and he exited the bullet time. Panting slightly, he murmured, "Super high school-level sharpshooter, it's really terrifying." This is the second time Chuang has entered bullet time. In bullet time, Chuang can perform complex calculations and analyzes in a short period of time. Each bullet is shot through precise calculations, and the hit rate is infinitely close to 100%. Chuang can easily shoot with just one bullet. Take away the life of the enemy. There is no need to fire a second shot. With the two pistols he personally modified, the power didn't increase much, but the shooting frequency was comparable to the speed of a submachine gun, and the lethality of the two pistols was at least twice as high. People die when they are killed. Abandoning the enhancement of power, the threat to the enemy is even greater. Gunfighting technique plus firearm modification. This is the real way to open the super high school level sharpshooter. After finishing the test, Chuang put the pistol back in his sleeve and walked home. Passing by a deserted construction site, Chuang accidentally saw two figures, one big and one small, standing inside. They looked like father and daughter, with a distance between them. Before Chuang could take a closer look, he saw the man who seemed to be his father suddenly raised a pistol and pointed it at the little lowly. What the hell? Chuang's pupils shrank suddenly, and the flow of time instantly slowed down. The pistol slipped from the sleeve, and then the arm swung suddenly, and a bullet arced in the air and shot between the two of them. Boom! In midair, two bullets collided and fell to the ground with a crisp sound. In the perspective of the father and daughter, the father shot at the little Lolita, and the little Lolita closed her eyes subconsciously. There was only a crisp sound, but the imagined pain did not appear. Little Lolita slowly opened her eyes, only to see her father standing there with a dull expression on his face. She wondered, "Big Daddy, what's the matter?" Her father didn't answer her, but stared at the two bullets on the ground, dumbfounded. I saw two bullets merged into one at a 90-degree right angle, and one bullet pierced the other bullet horizontally. It looked like someone shot from the side, just hitting the bullet that was traveling in a straight line in midair. But the problem is that their left and right sides are covered with obstructions. Where did they come from? In broad daylight, a big man actually bullies a little girl. A voice suddenly came from behind. Big Daddy immediately turned around and saw Chuang pointing a gun at his head. He fired that gun? Big Daddy was shocked in his heart. Although he couldn't believe it, the facts were right in front of his eyes. Someone really shot and intercepted his bullet, and the other person was actually standing behind him. How did this guy do it? Big Daddy. Seeing Daddy being pointed at the head, little Loli hurried over. Facing Chuang with a gun, this little Loli, who looked only about 11 years old, showed no fear on her face, but a ferocity and fearlessness that did not match her age. She seemed to regard Chuang as an enemy. The body assumes a combat-ready posture. "Mindy, stand behind me." Big Daddy stopped her movement, stretched out his hand to protect her behind him, and then used his body to block the muzzle of the gun. He stared at Chuang intently. "Who are you, and what do you want?" Seeing this scene, Chuang frowned. "How can you feel that you have become a bad person for no reason when you are so brave?" Chuang looked at Big Daddy and Mindy, and suddenly noticed that the little loli named Mindy was wearing a small body armor, as if he had known in advance to shoot and took defensive measures. "Are you really father and daughter?" Big Daddy nodded with an ugly face, holding the pistol tightly in his right hand but didn't dare to lift it up. This person gave him an extremely dangerous feeling, as if the muzzle of the gun was locked on his head. No matter how he tried to avoid it, he couldn't escape. The most important thing is that Mindy is right behind him. Big Daddy can't gamble with Mindy's safety. Well, it looks like a misunderstanding. Under the watchful eyes of the two, Chuang put down his pistol. I saw you shooting at this girl. I thought it was some kind of perverted killer, and you look quite similar. There was no threat of gunpoint, and Big Daddy finally breathed a sigh of relief. But when he heard the last sentence, his eyelids couldn't help twitching a few times. Why did he start to attack personally? Chuang asked curiously. So what are you doing? We're training. Before the Big Daddy opened his mouth, little Lori Mindy replied in a childish voice, looking at Chuang with glowing eyes. How did you do it just now? Intercepting bullets with bullets? Oh my God, this is so cool. You won't be the kind of superhero in the comics, will you? Chuang cheerfully said, I want to learn. I'll teach you. Yeah. Ahem. Big Daddy coughed and interrupted their conversation. He grabbed Mindy's little hand and said to Chuang, Sorry, we still have things to do, my daughter, and I won't bother you. Ignoring Mindy's 2 or 3 steps to turn around, Big Daddy led her away from the scene quickly. Chuang didn't stop them because he had already guessed the identities of these 2 people. Killer Girl and Big Daddy in Kick A***. An anti-hero like the Punisher is also a ruthless person who never stays behind the villain. Don't look at the cute little Lolita, but it's bloody and violent when she starts her hands, and it's all because of her father's childhood. It is comparable to the iron-blooded training of Sparta. After the 2 left, Chuang put away the pistol, hummed a little song, and walked home. In the next few days, Chuang made some new things. Although the 2 pistols have been used very smoothly, Chuang feels that they're still far from enough. After all, the world he lives in is the Marvel world full of disasters, and ordinary pistols may not be able to kill some enemies. Originally, Chuang planned to try to transform a sniper rifle or even a bazooka full of human truths. As a result, he found that the prices of those gadgets were very expensive, and it was simply not something he, a poor man, could afford. Ever since Chuang changed his thinking, since you can't afford to play with firearms, then don't modify them. You know, the way to improve firepower is not just to modify firearms. Non-lethal weapons such as bullets, grenades, or flashbangs can enhance his combat effectiveness. Chuang may not have enough money for high-level firearms and weapons, but he can still afford ammunition and the like. Then Chuang tried to modify it, and it turned out to be a success. Chuang was instantly excited when he discovered this. Think about Hawkeye from Avengers. He is also proficient in archery. Why can he become a member of Avengers? Is it because he is messy enough? Well, it is true that this possibility cannot be ruled out. But it is undeniable that Hawkeye's arrows with various effects, combined with his super archery, are also very powerful. Doesn't it mean that Loki, the King of Kings, was completely reduced after receiving one of his arrows? Is it a funny character? Thinking of this, Chuang was suddenly inspired and started to modify the ammunition. It is the most common idea to increase the power of the grenade. As far as Chuang knew, there were quite a few people who could withstand the damage of the grenade, and the most they could do to increase the power was just to help the other party scrape the patient's body. Therefore, Chuang's transformation plan has only one goal. Even if you can't hurt the opponent, you have to consume the opponent's combat power. For example, put a lot of chilly water into the smoke bomb. Transform the flash bomb into colorful, strong light. Although these things may hurt him by mistake, but Chuang has self-healing ability. It will be a big deal to see who can have the last laugh. Looking at the gunpowder in the room, Chuang shook his head. It still feels like it's not enough, and the money is almost spent. It seems that we have to find a... Chuang went to the open space again to test the power of the newly made ammunition. And the final result made him very satisfied. Passing through the abandoned construction site, the father and daughter still didn't show up. Anyway, Chuang didn't think it was because of himself. After all, he looked so kind. In other words, why do I always meet anti-heroes? Be it Wade, Frank, Mindy, or Big Daddy, none of them are good. Chuang has a feeling that a little sheep has fallen into the pack of wolves. If this continues, it will be difficult to guarantee that his kind little cat will not be affected by these good people. Back in Brooklyn, Chuang happened to pass by a restaurant and walked in without having dinner. During this period of time, he was busy with various things, so he ate all kinds of fast food. To be honest, the fast food in America is really cheap. Not only is the portion large, but also the price is cheap. This is also the reason why some poor people are keen to eat these high-calorie foods. Fast food will lead to the emergence of so many overweight, obese people. Although Chuang is not afraid of these high-calorie fast food, but he's about to throw up, and now he has time, he plans to change his taste. Walking into the restaurant, Chuang found that the restaurant was almost full of people. At this time, a waiter came over and asked with a smile, "How many sirs are you?" "One." "Sorry, sir. We may not have enough seats." The waiter apologized professionally. "However, if you don't mind, you can share a table with other customers." "Yes." Chuang didn't care. It didn't matter where to eat or not. The waiter walked away, but came back quickly. "There are two guests who have agreed to share the table. Sir, please follow me." Chuang followed the waiter into the restaurant and stopped near the corner. Chuang looked at the seat and found that there were two young men. One was a fat man with slightly curly hair. The other was a man wearing sunglasses, and beside him was a blind man with a guide stick. Sitting opposite the two, Chuang suddenly felt a little uncomfortable, but he didn't care, thinking it was just affected by the environment of the restaurant. He took the menu from the waiter and ordered two main dishes that looked good. "Just hold a glass of water and wait." At this time, the curly-haired fat man said enthusiastically, "It seems that we are not lonely tonight." If someone is willing to compete with him, Chuang will naturally not pretend to be arrogant and slap him in the face. He laughed and said, "There are at least two of you, and you can go to the internet cafe to play hackers, so I can only play solo." The curly-haired fat man didn't seem to be able to understand this meaning. He smiled and did not respond, but took out a business card and handed it to Chuang. "My name is Fudge Nelson, and this is my colleague Matt Murdoch. We are lawyers at the Nelson Murdoch law firm. We have been in the industry for a short time and are actively looking for new clients. If you need the help of a lawyer, we are happy to serve you." Fudge introduced with a smile, then looked at his silent companion beside him and asked in a puzzled tone, "Hey Matt, why didn't you talk all of a sudden?" Chuang took the business card and looked at it, and couldn't help but look up at the blind man named Matt. Isn't this a coincidence? Just worried that I would be influenced by great benefactors. A superhero suddenly appeared. Some people are blind on the surface, but they are actually superheroes. In the future, they will join a group of heroes. Although they cannot see, they have supersensory abilities and superb fighting skills. Boxing and kicking are the same. Have to. Yes, he is the famous blind monk Li Qing. People from the rivers and lakes gave him the nickname Daredevil. No wonder Chuang felt a little strange when he just sat down. Judging from Matt's reaction, it is estimated that his keen sense of smell smelled the residual gunpowder smoke on his body, which aroused his vigilance, and he was observing himself with his supersensory ability. Chuang felt a sudden chill. Although the other party couldn't see anything, how could he stand up to being observed by a big man in all directions? Bullet time start. Matt Murdoch, courtesy name Li Qing. This evening, Matt and Fudge came to this restaurant on Fudge's recommendation to celebrate their new law firm. As a result, when they were halfway through eating, the waiter suddenly came over and asked if they could share a table with a customer. As a superhero, Matt is naturally happy to help strangers with this little favor. However, when the other party approached them, Matt smelled a lot of gunpowder smoke remaining on the other party's body with an extraordinary sense of smell, as if he had experienced a gun battle not long ago. Fortunately, there was no smell of blood, and Matt's vigilance could not help but drop a little. Matt could feel that this person's identity was not simple. With a skeptical attitude, he began to observe the stranger in front of him. Definitely, he did not use his eyes to observe, but relied on his supersensory ability to collect information about the other party. Want to judge the identity of the other party. Through super hearing, Matt can hear the heartbeat of the other party very fast. Matt could tell that it wasn't a frequency of emotional stress, but more of a sign of good health. As Matt continued to listen, though, he felt more and more that something was wrong. This heartbeat seems to be faster. No, it's getting faster and faster. This heartbeat rate is almost 200 times per minute, and the heartbeat is still accelerating. After a while, Matt's eyes widened, and his heart rate exceeded 300 beats per minute. This is a heart problem. Just when Matt was so frightened that he wanted to remind him, he heard his heart rate suddenly slow down again, and then eased. Matt froze. What's going on? Matt is not an expert in medical matters, so he couldn't figure out what was going on with this strange heart rate. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, the heart rate reached 400 per minute. Matt almost stood up. Boom, boom. In less than half a second, the heart rate suddenly dropped again. Matt's face turned pale slightly, and the heartbeat frequency made his heartbeat dance along with it. Before Matt's heart eased up, the weird heartbeat rate increased again. For the next half minute, Matt listened to the heart rate rise and fall until it settled into a rough rhythm. Matt clutched his heart, as if listening to an exciting music feast. His expression was dull, and he murmured in disbelief. Symphony of Destiny? At the same time, Chuang was also holding his heart with a pale face. This is the first time he has repeatedly turned on the bullet time so frequently, which makes his heart beat out of the rhythm of the symphony of fate. If it were someone else playing like this, they wouldn't need their heart. Probably their souls would be singing the symphony of fate. However, even Chuang's self-healing ability can't stand it. Chuang, who is not weak in his life, gritted his teeth, smiled complacently, and looked at Matt's gradually distorted face. Let you peek. If I don't scare you out of your psychological shadow, it's my heart not beating fast enough. Fudge was in a daze the whole time. He felt that the wind was a bit cold tonight, and he felt like an outsider. Seeing Chuang and Matt looking at each other, and then covering their hearts at the same time, their faces became more and more strange, as if they were making silent eye contact. Fudge felt that he could not participate in their world at all. But the question is, aren't you blind, Matt? Where's the eye contact? When the Symphony of Destiny was halfway through, Matt finally couldn't help it, restrained his sensory ability, gave up observing Chuang. The beating of this heart is really too penetrating, listening to his heart beating along with it. Matt forced a smile and nodded. Hi, I'm Matt Murdoch. The uncomfortable feeling disappeared, and Chuang also canceled the bullet time and said with a smile, Hello, Lawyer Murdoch. I am Chuang. Seeing the two of them clutching their hearts, they introduced themselves with pale faces. If Fudge hadn't witnessed the whole process, he would have thought it was two heart patients communicating about their condition. Feeling that the weird atmosphere gradually became harmonious, Fudge said, Our law firm is on 46th Street in West Midtown. If you need legal advice, you can come to us. West Midtown, also known as Hell's Kitchen. Due to the reputation of Hell's Kitchen, which is famous for its messy and backward living quality, serious ethnic conflicts, and high crime rate, local residents usually use the more normal-sounding name of West Midtown, especially Fudge, who runs a law firm. So, I'm afraid the reputation of Hell's Kitchen will scare away customers. Chuang took a sip of water. Speaking of legal advice, I do have a question that has puzzled me for many years. Hearing Chuang's words, Fudge suddenly became interested. Before he could ask, Matt asked first, What's the question? Since the perception ability cannot be used to judge, then use the simplest way to set out the identity of the other party. Chuang said with a serious look, It's like this. If there is a hamburger restaurant that is very popular, and there's a fast food restaurant opposite this hamburger restaurant, but because the business of this hamburger restaurant is too hot, the fast food restaurant has no business, so fast food restaurant owners have been trying to make a fortune stealing hamburger recipes. However, the plan of the fast food restaurant owner did not succeed, because every time he stole the secret recipe of the burger, he would be driven out by the owner of the burger restaurant and the chef in various ways, which caused the fast food restaurant owner to suffer mentally and physically. Damage. Is the burger shop owner and chef breaking the law? Fudge was taken aback for a moment. Why does this story sound familiar? Matt didn't think too much, but thought about it from a lawyer's point of view and replied, It's not breaking the law. The behavior of the two people in the burger restaurant is justified, and it's a measure taken to protect their legal rights. The behavior of the owner of the fast food restaurant is burglary, and if relevant clues can be provided, the owner of the burger restaurant can sue the owner of the fast food restaurant. Chuang nodded. I see. Then I would like to thank you for the owner of the burger shop. I have a question. Is the burger restaurant you mentioned called Haiziba, and the owner is called Crab Boss? Fudge looked a little weird, but Matt didn't notice it. His expression changes. Matt asked in a puzzled tone, Fudge, do you know this burger restaurant? How should I put it, Matt? You don't often watch TV. In fact, that burger restaurant is quite famous all over the world. So powerful. Why didn't I know there was this burger shop? Recalling all the burger restaurants he knew, Matt still couldn't find a suitable one. Seeing that Matt still didn't understand, Fudge said helplessly, You may not know this burger restaurant, but there is an employee in it whose name you should have heard of. What is his name? SpongeBob SquarePants. Matt. Chuang clapped his hands and praised. As expected of Mr. Murdoch, he immediately answered this question that has puzzled me since I was a child. What kind of nonsense did you think about when you were a kid? Matt was a little speechless. He felt that this man had an unscrupulous breath in his whole body and heart. In order to thank you for your help, let me treat this meal. Without giving the two of them time to refuse, Chuang beckoned the waiter over. Their table will be charged to my account. Give money. Good sir. Generous Lu, I offer you a toast. Fudge immediately picked up the drink in his hand to express his gratitude. He didn't care what questions the other party asked, and he still liked customers who were generous. After hearing this, Matt had to raise his drink. Thank you for this dinner. Chuang raised his water glass. It's easy to say, I may still have some legal issues to consult in the future, and then I will trouble Lawyer Nelson and Lawyer Murdoch. The so-called going out, many friends and many roads. Being able to be friends with Night Demon, blind monks, yeah. At least the path of jungler must be stable. Hearing Chuang's words, Fudge's attitude became more enthusiastic. He left Matt and chatted with Chuang. From SpongeBob SquarePants, who seemed most interested in the other party, to the safety impact of the Pacific Rim volcanic earthquake zone on America's surrounding environment. Chuang can also answer anything, whether he understands it or not, as long as he can answer it. Listening to the two chatting, Matt couldn't speak at all. I just feel that the wind is a bit cold tonight, and I feel like an outsider. After leaving the restaurant, it was already 10 o'clock in the evening. After Chuang said goodbye to Matt and Fudge, he walked to Sister Margaret's bar. Walking into the dark alley, at a distance of about 20 meters, Chuang suddenly saw two figures coming out from the door of the bar, and then left to the other end of the alley. Why does this back look familiar? Chuang looked at the two leaving figures and walked towards Sister Margaret's bar while pondering. When Chuang walked into the bar, he found that there seemed to be something wrong with the atmosphere in the bar. Different from the harmonious atmosphere of drinking and fighting in the past, the at the moment bar was very quiet. Only some whispering voices were discussing something. Chuang noticed that some mercenaries were holding pistols in their hands, which was not in line with Margretta's safe behavior rules at the nuns' bar. Chuang didn't bother to think about it, so he went straight to the weasel at the bar. What happened here? You came just in time. We are in big trouble. Seeing Chuang's appearance, Weasel said with a serious expression, To be precise, you and Wade are in serious trouble. The Francis you mentioned earlier brought a female version of the Terminator to the door just now and wanted to inquire about Wade's situation. Whereabouts? It looks like they already know that Wade is still alive. It turned out to be them. Chuang narrowed his eyes. No wonder the back looks so familiar. It turned out to be the Seema face of Francis, and the other one should be the female mutant named Gina. Weasel said, Thanks to my old buddies, they didn't dare to do anything casually here, but they took away the previous photo of Wade and Vanessa. Behind the bar are all photos of mercenaries. These are the photos of dead mercenaries. In memory of them, Wade, who is suffering from cancer, also left photos. Their target is Vanessa. Chuang said without hesitation. It's not hard to think of using Wade's most important person to lure him out. Weasel nodded in agreement. I thought so too, so I notified Wade, And now he's gonna find Vanessa. I hope everything you still have time. Chuang didn't speak. He was trying to recall the plot of the movie. Weasel, have you heard of the X-Men? X-Men. Weasel didn't understand why Chuang asked this suddenly, but he still thought about it seriously. I seem to have heard this name before. It is said that it is a mutant organization dedicated to peace, and its main activities were from the 1960s to the 1990s. It's long since disappeared. Maybe it's just a myth made up by those mutants. Why are you asking this all of a sudden? Do you still expect the X-Men to help you, two fake mutants? The ground squirrel thought that Chuang and Wade were both transformed mutants. Yeah, Chuang's face was full of worry. In fact, he has already discovered that although there are mutants in this world, there is no news about X-Men, as if this organization does not exist in the world. Is it dead or alive? Then the question arises, without the existence of X-Men, the two important supporting roles in the Deadpool movie, Colossus and Warhead in X-Men, will not appear. Can Wade find a suitable helper to deal with Francis? After a while, the Weasel suddenly received a call. Seeing the caller ID, Weasel gestured to Chuang for the screen and found that it was Wade calling. When the phone was connected, I heard Wade snarl, F***K. F***K. That be ******** D took Vanessa. Prepare a weapon for me. I'm going to G F ***K. That be ******* D right now. Weasel secretly thought it was bad and hurriedly advised, Wade, calm down. Let's find a place to talk. I'm calm. I'm F ******* G calm now. Wade's voice was full of anger and mania, and he yelled at the phone, gather at your house. With the crisp ringing of the bar, the signal on the other end of the phone was disconnected. Weasel's face changed slightly. Damn it. Wade doesn't have the key to my house, so that guy's trying to smash my house, right? Relax, Wade. At best, blow up your house. Chuang comforted. Weasel, let's go. If we don't go, it will be too late. The Weasel hurriedly found someone to look after the bar and rushed out of the gate with Chuang. Chuang seemed to have thought of something, turned around, and ran in another direction. I'll go home to pick up some things, send your address to my phone, and I'll be there later. Calm down, Wade. You must be calm. In a certain room, the Weasel persuaded Wade earnestly, and the door behind him was broken into several pieces. Give me a weapon. I want it all. Wade smashed the wall with a punch, and the broken phalanx healed quickly. All right, I see. Weasels don't dare pour oil on Rage's Wade's head, or his house will be gone. While the Weasel was collecting weapons, Chuang walked in through the broken door and saw that he was carrying a huge amount of traveling bag on his back. Yo, Wade, long time no see. Chuang looked at Wade and said hello. Anxiety was visible to the naked eye on Wade's face, and he said very fast, Little guy, this is not the time for a party. Francis's damn dish soap took Vanessa, and it's time for me to pay him. It's time to liquidate. I know, so I'm here to help. Wade looked at Chuang's travel bag. Hey, I think you may have made a mistake. This is not a field trip. Are you going to invite Francis to have a picnic with you and then poison him? Definitely not. These are my gear. Knowing that Wade didn't believe it, Chuang simply opened the travel bag, poured out a large pile of guns and ammunition, and finally piled up into a hill. After doing all this, Chuang said regretfully, I know this equipment may not be enough, but the money I've saved for so long is only about 200,000 yuan, and I can only buy so much. Wait, Weasel with several guns. Are you going to fight on the battlefield? As a mercenary, it's reasonable to have more weapons. Are you sure it's just a little more? Weasel swallowed. He knew that Chuang had a large amount of ammunition, but he didn't expect him to bring them all. Chuang said, You have to know that our opponent this time is Mutant. We must not be negligent. These are good things that have been modified by me, and they can be used to deal with Francis and the others. Hearing his words, the Weasel picked up a pistol and held it in his hand to examine it carefully. Isn't this just an ordinary M9 pistol? What's so special? Chuang grinned and said proudly, The most special thing about this pistol is that it has a fingerprint unlocking function. Only my fingerprint can be used to shoot if the recognition is wrong. What happens if the recognition is wrong? Weasel asked curiously. It will explode in place. Weasel, why didn't you say it earlier? Seeing the weasel's face turn pale, Chuang explained, I haven't had time to activate the function of this pistol, and it won't explode yet. The weasel immediately breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly returned the pistol to Chuang, not daring to touch this pile of things again. Who knows what kind of weird weapons there will be in it? Wade looked at the pile of guns and ammunition, obviously misunderstood something, and thanked Chuang. You are still a good friend. You are indeed a bed friend who has slept together for more than 2 months. I will accept these friendship donations of yours. Get off. When the time comes when I blow that dish soap's head off, I will be the first to engrave your name on his tombstone. You think too much. These are all my property. How could I give it to you for nothing? After some operations, Chuang successfully activated the gun in his hand. I mean, I will go with you to deal with Francis. Wade was stunned and looked at Chuang. I know you have done a lot of things recently, but what we have to face is a group of professional armed soldiers and a female tyrannosaur who can withstand bullets. These people are not guns. More could be solved. Chuang didn't answer. The fact is the best proof. Boom! Chuang swung his arm violently, and a bullet escaped. Before the weasel could react, the bullet arced around him and hit the flying darts target on the rear gun. Ward fact, the weasel saw Chuang shoot at him suddenly, so frightened that he subconsciously closed his eyes. But the expected pain did not hit. The weasel opened his eyes and found himself standing still intact. He panicked and said, I'm not dead. Obviously, I heard gunshots. Wade looked at the hole in the flying darts target and said with an exaggerated expression, I think I'm hallucinating. The bullet can actually turn? I guarantee that Newton will definitely jump out of the coffin when he sees this scene. What is the principle of this? How did you do it? Chuang explained. The principle is very simple. That is, the moment the bullet is ejected from the chamber, the shooter shakes his wrist rapidly to give the bullet a horizontal acceleration, thus forming an arc. This is the gun fighting technique. To demonstrate, Chuang swung his arm again and shot an arc-shaped bullet at the weasel. Weasel, there is a person who can self-healing next door. Why do you have to take me, an ordinary person, as a target? Very good, you are hired. Wade happened to be in urgent need of helpers. Seeing that Chuang was so awesome, he didn't care where the other party learned new skills, so he nodded and agreed to his joining. Just then, Wade's cell phone vibrated suddenly. That dish soap sent a message. Wade looked at the content on the phone and said angrily, Vanessa is in his hands, and he want me to go to the waste recycling station at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. This shit. Doesn't he know it's not good to take a taxi at this time? Weasel said, It seems that they have made preparations in advance, waiting for you to fall into the trap. Without further ado, Chuang grabbed the guns and ammunition on the ground and began to arm himself, confidently saying, With the 3 of us, Francis is nothing to worry about. 3 people? Weasel asked suspiciously. Do you 2 still have helpers? You don't think of yourself as a human? Chuang had a surprised expression, as if he had heard something incredible. Weasel's face darkened. Do you have any misunderstandings about me? I am a logistician, not a combatant. 10 minutes later, Chuang reappears in full armor, standing in front of the weasel. I saw him wearing tactical equipment, with a large caliber revolver in the left and right holsters, a 12 caliber shotgun behind him, 2 rows of various ammunition crossed on his chest, and there are magazines one by one, and the back waist pack is full of large caliber ammunition bullets. Seeing this exaggerated attire, Weasel complained, Is this equipment too much? You can never have too much firepower. As he said that, Chuang seemed not very satisfied. He grabbed 2 grenades and stuffed them into his trouser pockets. The corner of the weasel's mouth twitched as he watched. Wouldn't he panic with so many ammunition on his body? Compared to Chuang, Wade looks much cooler. He wears a black and red tight uniform, a red mask with panda eyes on his face, and 2 katana pinned behind him. Among other things, he looks quite relaxed, unlike Chuang. Lu Chuang felt uncomfortable walking like that. Wade looked at Lu Chuang's outfit, then looked at his own and exclaimed, "We will definitely be the best combination. We should give ourselves a combination name. What do you think of the Deadpool alliance?" "Not so good." Lu Chuang looked disgusted, and then offered his suggestion. "Anyway, we both have similar abilities, so we'll call them the Immortal Duo. As long as we don't take off our clothes, this wave will definitely be stable. Undead Duo. This name is straightforward enough. I like it, so I will call it this." The location of the waste recycling station is a little far away, and you need to take a car to go there. For the two people in full armor, ordinary taxis are definitely useless. Maybe the driver will take them directly to the gate of the New York Police Department. Fortunately, Wade quickly called a taxi from an acquaintance. The driver was an Indian boy. When he saw Lu Chuang covered in ammunition and Wade was carrying a large bag of weapons, he just asked them what they were doing out of curiosity. He didn't see what normal people should have: panic and scared. Sure enough, no normal person can play with Wade. Lu Chuang felt that as the only normal person among them, the pressure on him was enormous. Here, the Indian brother and Wade were chatting happily, and the Indian brother said vigorously, "Mr. Deadpool, you were right before. You need to control your own destiny. To be the master of your destiny, you have as much freedom as you want. Nobody can order me." Lu Chuang looked at the map. "Turn left ahead and stop." Indian brother: "Okay, sir." The taxi stopped at the corner, and Lu Chuang and Wade got out of the car. From a distance, I saw the huge amounts of abandoned ship at the waste recycling station. "You forgot to take your equipment gift bag." Lu Chuang glanced at the taxi and reminded Wade. "Damn it." Wade quickly got his weapon bag from the taxi. He was almost fighting with two katanas. This guy is really unreliable. Lu Chuang curled his lips, took out his binoculars, and looked at the waste recycling station. It was full of various piles of waste, but he couldn't see any figure, nor did he see Vanessa, the hostage. He made it clear that there was an ambush here. As for the deck of the abandoned ship, it was too high, and it was difficult to see the situation on it clearly. "Wade, what is our plan?" Lu Chuang asked. Wade grabbed two submachine guns, go straight in, kill all the villains like a superhero, and then save the heroine Vanessa. In the eyes of the supporting role, the hero and heroine finally kissed passionately together. Lu Chuang shyly said, "This is not good. After all, Vanessa is your girlfriend. Let me kiss her." Fart, the leading actor, is definitely me. Because things happened so suddenly, the two really didn't have any time to arrange plans. Lu Chuang thought for a while. "We can't just rush in like this. Hey, you've come here. Don't want to back down? I mean, you can't rush forward. Your girlfriend is still in their hands. If they threaten us with your girlfriend, we will be very passive." Lu Chuang analyzed from his own point of view. "For example, ask us to take off the equipment, otherwise they will cut off your girlfriend's limbs. Threatening to chop off our own limbs or else." "Fact, stop talking." At this moment, Wade felt that Lu Chuang was more like an evil villain, and said in a panic, "Dude, I don't think they think as deeply as you do, but you're right, we can't just rush in. We have to find Vanessa first. So, my plan is to sneak in secretly, and then rescue Vanessa without anyone noticing, kill Francis, by the way, and finally go back to each house and find each mother." That's a good proposal. After the two reached an agreement, they found a secret corner and sneaked into the waste recycling station over the wall. Ignoring the ground at the best ambush point, the two sneaked directly to the ship from the rear. When Lu Chuang and Wade sneaked in the main body of the ship, as expected, several armed soldiers appeared in their field of vision, guarding the stairway leading to the deck, and they had to pass through them if they wanted to go up. A few minutes ago, Wade would have taken both guns and charged straight up. But now, he felt that he should be more stable. Wade said in a low voice, "There are 5 people in total. I'll get rid of the 3 on the left and leave the remaining 2 on the right to you." "Don't bother." Lu Chuang took out a small pistol from his back waist. Turn on the bullet time, instantly lock the positions of the 5 armed soldiers, pull the trigger, and fire 5 shots in a row. By UBUBU, accompanied by a gunshot that couldn't be louder, 5 armed soldiers fell to the ground. Wade went closer to check and found that the 5 people had a tiny anesthetic needle inserted in their necks, but they didn't know why they were all foaming at the mouth and their bodies were twitching nonstop. "What's this?" Wade couldn't help asking. The anesthetic mixed with toxins ensures that they will die peacefully without any pain during the process. "So I named this gun the Gun of Kindness." Chuang explained his idea. The Gun of Kindness. Wade watched the armed soldiers' eyes widen. It was obvious that they were not unconscious. They were just unable to move due to anesthesia. Therefore, they can only watch the toxin injected into their bodies, and the body gradually reacts until the toxin completely spreads throughout the body and finally dies without a single complaint. As you can see, there is no pain at all. After all, they are speechless, and only they know whether it hurts or not. Without the obstruction of armed soldiers, the two arrived on the deck smoothly and saw a large group of armed soldiers gathered not far away. Among them were the figures of Francis and Gina, and at the end of them, Vanessa was trapped in the oxygen chamber that had been used to torture Wade. "Oh, they are here." The process was so smooth that Wade couldn't help but get excited. Although the scene is not very exciting, I think I have fallen in love with this assassin style. What should we do next? Whether to have a perfect assassination operation or to have a perfect assassination operation. Human perceivable rescue operations. Unexpectedly, Chuang stood up suddenly, quickly took out a few grenades, and threw them over, yelling, "Assassinate a fart. Such a good opportunity. Definitely want to blow him up." Seeing this group of armed soldiers piled up together, Chuang couldn't bear it at that time. At the moment, when is it not going to explode? It's like a passing jungler saw 2 waves of soldiers under the tower. Who can resist such a temptation? Boom, boom, boom. A few grenades fell precisely under the feet of the armed soldiers, and dense explosions rang out. Francis and Gina were still waiting for Wade to arrive, but they were knocked to the ground by a sudden explosion. Since their positions were relatively close to Vanessa, and the grenade thrown by Chuang deliberately avoided Vanessa, they were not affected by the explosion too much. When Francis and Gina came back to their senses, the ground was full of corpses and wreckage of armed soldiers, and the seriously injured armed soldiers were screaming and wailing. Only some of the armed soldiers, standing outside, escaped the explosion attack. And directly in front of them are the figures of Chuang and Wade. "It's you." Francis was shocked by the appearance of Chuang. In his opinion, the other party should have died in that fire long ago, and his body was buried at the bottom of the research institute. Francis quickly thought of something and showed his iconic Sema face. "It seems that you, like that Joker, have activated the mutant gene in your body. I'm curious, what is your mutant ability?" Boom. Chuang didn't beep with him anymore. He had a pistol in his hand at some point, and he swung his arm to pull the trigger. Wade also raised 2 submachine guns to shoot at the positions of the two and shouted, "Eat shit, you hanger. Watch our undead duo blow you up." The moment they raised their guns, Gina stood up and stood in front of Francis. The submachine gun bullets hit her without causing any actual damage. However, a bullet directly bypassed her and shot towards Francis in the rear. Francis' back suddenly felt cold, and with his reaction ability beyond ordinary people, he raised the tactical axe in his hand in time to block the bullet. A rounded bullet. Francis was startled, thinking that this was done by Chuang through the mutant ability. Having personally experienced the danger of this kind of marksmanship, he immediately ordered, "Gina, don't worry about that Joker. Get rid of this troublesome Asian, and don't give him a chance to shoot." "Clear." Gina fixed her eyes on Chuang, and her figure suddenly exploded, like a tank charging straight at Chuang. "Little guy, this female Tyrannosaurus will be handed over to you." Wade took 2 steps back very shamelessly and decisively gave way. Facing the rushing Gina, Chuang's heart rate soared. With the secretion of adrenaline in the body, Chuang's body functions also began to improve, and the equipment all over his body was no longer a burden. The moment Gina bumped into him, he quickly dodged sideways, and his speed increased by at least 2 times. More than double. Chuang put the pistol back into his sleeve and replaced it with 2 revolvers in the left and right holsters. Bang! Bang! Huge amounts of recoil came, and 2 large-caliber bullets shot at Gina's head. Gina's head just shook slightly. Obviously, the bullet's damage to her was still limited. Gina turned around unhurriedly. She remembered that the person in front of her was directly maimed by her punch in the research institute. Although she didn't know why the other person's injury recovered so quickly, for her, this kind of play gun opponents pose no threat at all. You know, her skin is not afraid of bullets. Unless it is bombed by heavy weapons, it is very difficult to hurt her steel body. It is a joke to use a gun to deal with her. Gina looked at Chuang playfully and said with a sneer, "Little guy, is that what you're capable of? If it's just like this, then you can die. Let me see if you can survive this time. Come down." Strange yin and yang. Chuang narrowed his eyes, raised the revolver, and pulled the trigger again. Facing the black muzzle of the gun, Gina didn't care and walked towards Chuang with a smile, without even moving to dodge. Similarly, this time the bullet still hit her head. Gina just instinctively blocked her eyes and let the bullet shoot over. Who knows? The moment the 2 bullets touched her, the bullets suddenly exploded and turned into 2 balls of flames, directly enveloping her entire head. On the other side, Francis and Wade started a fierce duel at the same time, and there were still remnants of armed soldiers attacking Wade, trying to suppress Wade with fierce firepower. Wade smiled strangely and raised his submachine gun to shoot Francis, but suddenly the barrel of the gun clicked several times. Wade looked at the submachine gun suspiciously, but found that it was out of bullets and shrugged embarrassedly at everyone. It's embarrassing. Regardless of the funny Wade, Francis found the right time to strike him with an axe. Wade let out a strange cry and was instantly smashed into a sieve by the surging bullets. Looking at the fast, self-healing muzzle on Wade, Francis raised the corner of his mouth and said, "I have to admit, I may have underestimated your ability before. The self-healing ability that can be resurrected from the dead reminds me of a mutant. Your self-healing ability is very similar to his. Moreover, it also has huge amounts of research value." There was greed in Francis' eyes. If he had known that Wade's self-healing ability was so powerful, he would not have thrown Wade in that research institute. He wanted to study the other's body more than sell it for a good price. As long as you unlock the secret of self-healing ability, its value can be imagined. Wade pulled out 2 katanas and said fiercely, "Trust me, I will cut your head open later and study whether your stupid head is filled with brains or shit." Just when they were about to make a move, they suddenly heard a piercing scream. That's from Gina. Gina, who was showing off her power just now. At the moment, she frantically slapped her fiery head, and a piercing scream burst out of her mouth. Those who hear it are sad, and those who hear cry. Francis was shocked and quickly looked at Gina's position. Could it be that person could hurt Gina? With Gina's ability, it was hard for Francis to imagine what kind of pain Gina, a strong woman like a bull, had suffered to make such a girlish scream. Gina screamed and finally extinguished the flame on her head. Obviously, the flame still couldn't break through her steel skin. That is to say, her face was smoky like a black man. If you want to say that the most eye-catching thing is her black hair with big back. Obviously, Gina's hair has not been strengthened. The flame can't damage her face, but it can damage her hair. After the continuous baptism of the flame, the hair on the top of her forehead is completely fuzzy, exuding a smell similar to burnt feathers. The hairline moved back nearly 10 centimeters. In the eyes of others, Gina's hair is like a half-worn wig, revealing a shiny forehead. Just pretty bald. Gina touched her forehead in disbelief, as if she couldn't accept this fact. Puff! Seeing Gina's new hairstyle, Chuang couldn't hold back and laughed out loud. Under Gina's cannibalistic gaze, he waved his hand embarrassedly. "Believe me, this is purely an accident. I think this hairstyle is barely acceptable." "Well, can you stop your brain? Or, I'm afraid I'll laugh. I'm going to kill you." Gina's eyes were bloodshot, and the ground suddenly collapsed under her feet. She crossed a distance of several meters in the blink of an eye, and her tall figure rushed to Chuang in an instant, and her fists carried terrible force. Chuang immediately retreated to create a distance, turned his head, and narrowly avoided a right uppercut, and Gina's fist hit the rear container hard. The steel shell dented instantly and let out a scream of unbearable weight. Taking advantage of Gina's short pause, Chuang raised the revolver in his hand, leaned towards Gina's head, and shot. Call! The bullet turned into flames, setting Gina's head on fire. Her hair was brutally murdered again. Gina didn't even have time to take care of Chuang in front of her. She screamed and slapped the flames, and when the flames dissipated, the hair on her head was burned into pits and pits. Little harm, but highly insulting. Touching her diarrhea, Gina's face was so gloomy that she could squeeze out water. Her eyes were fixed on Chuang. Her eyes were full of murderous intent, and her cold voice almost came from between her teeth. Squeezed out abruptly. When I catch you, I will pull out your hair one by one. Chuang asked in surprise. No, is it urgent? Hearing his words, Gina gritted her teeth. With this new look, it seems that there's a posture of glaring King Kong. Damn guy. Gina let out a low growl, and her speed increased a bit, her body violently clinging to Chuang. When dealing with enemies armed with guns, she chose to close the distance with great experience. She was tall and cumbersome, but her body movements were extremely agile. There were obvious signs of fighting between her movements. Chuang launched a fierce offensive. However, as if Chuang had predicted it in advance, he kept moving his feet and dodged her fist in various strange postures. The muzzle flashed, and several flames accurately ignited Gina's head. Facts have proved that once a woman is rage, she is much more crazy than a man. In this state, Gina didn't care about the image anymore. She let her hair be ignited by the flames, and just like this, with her head in flames, she frantically waved her fists at Chuang. Ghost Rider, is that you? Chuang was startled. He didn't expect Gina to be so fierce. Seeing that he couldn't keep the distance, Chuang immediately reached out and took out a grenade. Noticing Chuang's movements, Gina snorted coldly and said disdainfully, "You don't think the grenade is useful to me, and don't forget that you are also in the explosion range. I want to see if you dare to detonate." Okay, then show me clearly. Chuang pulled out the safety pin without any hesitation and closed his eyes like dying. Gina was not afraid. She jumped at Chuang with wide eyes. The next moment, a dazzling glare flickered. Boom! Following the huge amounts of explosion, Gina covered her eyes and fell down in pain, tears streaming down her eyes, and her ears were temporarily deaf. It's not a G grenade at all. It's a flash bomb. Even with Gina's steel body, the eyes and ears are still the most vulnerable parts. As a result, she opened her eyes stupidly and stared directly at the flash bomb, which was unbearable to anyone. Now she only feels the pain in her eyes. Nothing could be seen in the vast expanse of whiteness, and the ears could not hear anything. I didn't expect it. It looks like a grenade, but it's actually a flash bomb. At such a close distance, Chuang was also affected, and his thin eyelids could not block the strong light at all. He was crying and did not forget to introduce his own creativity, although both parties at the moment could not hear each other's voice. "I'm going to kill you." What are you talking about? I can't hear you louder. Go to hell. Under Chuang's self-healing ability, the body quickly counteracts the negative state of the flash bomb. As the sight gradually recovered, Chuang saw Gina standing not far away with a naked head, punching the Shaolin Vajra, fist vigorously and constantly uttering various curses from her mouth. At the same time, a large number of armed soldiers rushed onto the deck from the stairs. Obviously, they were ambushing at the waste recycling station before, and came here after hearing the explosion. When they ran to the deck of the abandoned cruise ship and saw Gina punching there, they couldn't help but froze. Where's the nun so fierce? Immediately afterwards, they saw Chuang armed to the teeth, and Wade waving katana in the distance, and they knew immediately that this was the enemy they were going to ambush. As a result, no one expected that the enemy would not go through the main entrance, but sneaked in behind and took their large troops away. The armed soldiers didn't have time to think about it. and immediately drew their guns and shot at Chuang, who was the closest. Da-da-da-da. As the howling bullets hit, Chuang immediately used a sliding shovel to hide behind the container next to him. Seeing that the target disappeared, the armed soldiers did not stop firing. Instead, they sent out a group of small teams to suppress the firepower, and the rest of them continued to approach Chuang's position on two sides with their guns in hand. At this moment, the crisp sound of clanging continued to be heard from the rear of the container. I saw a lot of smoke coming out of the container, and as the wind direction gradually covered the positions of the armed soldiers, the sight of the armed soldiers was blocked, and there were a few dull bangs in their ears. Damn it! He's up there! Someone found Chuang on the container. But it was too late. Chuang, who was standing on the container, jumped high and jumped directly into the middle of them. The firearm in his hand had been replaced with a modified M93, or submachine gun. Bullet time is on. Chuang only felt his blood pressure rise suddenly, his heart beating violently, and the movements of all armed soldiers became slow. Suddenly, the arms are raised and the trigger is pulled. Bang, bang, bang. Chuang's figure slid and spun around, constantly swinging his arms to control the rapid movement of the muzzle of the gun, seemingly indiscriminate shooting, but each bullet could accurately shoot through the enemy. In less than a few seconds, all the bullets in the magazine were fired, but the gunfire didn't stop. As a new magazine was loaded into the pistol through the device, the muzzle flame flickered in the smoke again. Every time the fire flashed, there would be one less standing figure in the smoke. Under the oppression of fear, the armed soldiers roared. He raised his automatic rifle to fight back, but he couldn't hit that damned figure. God, what kind of monster is this? The armed soldiers are terrified. This battle is not fair to them at all. Chuang doesn't care what they think. He has a super high school-level sharpshooter. Facing this kind of direct shooting skills is almost like hitting a child. Before the smoke dissipated, he shot and directly solved it. Last person. Boom! The corpse with its head exploded fell on its back. Chuang grabbed two pistols and stood quietly on the pile of corpses. This is what Gina saw when she regained some vision. At this time, she realized that she had been punching a whole set of B************* D punches at a distance of more than 10 meters. Fact! Gina growled with red and swollen eyes, grabbed a giant tire beside her, and threw it at Chuang like a discus. Although Chuang saw the roar of the violent wind, he had no time to dodge the tire that was bigger than himself, so he could only forcefully raise his right arm to block the front, and suddenly felt a terrifying force coming. His whole body, he was directly hit by the tire and flew to the iron wall more than 10 meters away. Chuang spat out a mouthful of blood. His right arm was severely twisted and shape-shifting, and it looked like a broken bone. Gina walked in front of him with red and swollen eyes. Seeing Chuang's miserable state, she showed a cheerful smile. Disgusting little bug, I finally caught you. Do you have any last words? Yes, I want to take a sip of happy fat house water. Chuang trembled, took out a can of Coke from his trouser pocket, and pulled off the cap with one hand. Go to hell and drink. Gina smiled cruelly and raised her fist to smash his head. However, the can of Coke suddenly exploded, sent out a familiar strong light. Unexpectedly, it looks like a can of Coke, but it's actually a flash bomb. Chuang burst into tears, proudly introducing the idea. Gina. In spite of Gu Bai's boundless vision, Gina continued to raise her fist and hit the location in memory. However, Chuang had expected her action long ago. A lazy donkey rolled to the left, and at the same time took off the shotgun that had been carried behind his back, put his half-recovered arm against the barrel, and assumed a standard shooting posture. Squeezed the trigger directly at Gina's position. Boom! Even with Gina's steel and iron bones, at such a close range, the terrifying power of the shotgun still knocked Gina back a few steps, and the faint pain in her ribs made her groan. Finally broke the defense. Chuang's heart skipped a beat, and as his sight recovered, he mercilessly pulled the trigger towards Gina. Bang, 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 bang. Gunshots rang out one after another, and the shotgun bullets made Gina back away. The invisible Gina could only be helpless and furious, passively accepting Lu Chuang's shooting. She couldn't understand why Lu Chuang, who was also affected by the flash bomb, could still shoot so accurately, and why he could still operate a shotgun with huge amounts of recoil after his arm was broken. Only Francis, who was fighting with Wade, noticed Lu Chuang's rapidly recovering arm. At first, Francis thought that Lu Chuang's variant ability was related to that magical marksmanship. So he wanted Gina to deal with the opponent quickly and then control the most troublesome Wade. After all, Wade's self-healing ability is really annoying. Even if the head is split with an axe, it can return to normal in a short time. The longer it takes, the worse it is for them. But now, he unexpectedly discovered that Lu Chuang also possesses self-healing ability, and the recovery speed is not weaker than Wade. 2 self-healing abilities? Francis' expression remained unchanged, but his heart was filled with turmoil. When did self-healing ability become so popular? Looking at the armed soldiers who were almost killed by Wade, Francis yelled at the beaten Gina, "That guy also has self-healing ability. Don't think about killing him. Find a way to control that guy." However, Gina, who had tinnitus, only heard a buzzing sound. Thinking that Lu Chuang was mocking herself, Gina was furious. "Shut up, you bug." "Francis, how can I scold people?" Lu Chuang smiled cheerfully. Without interrupting their conversation, he reloaded the shotgun unhurriedly, and then shot at Gina again. All the dense steel balls hit her. The opponent's skin can certainly resist the bullets penetrating, but unable to weaken the accompanying powerful impact. Gina was beaten back again and again, and her ribs were broken after being hit many times, but her sight still hadn't recovered, so she could only accept the beating with her head in her arms. For some reason, Lu Chuang always has the feeling of beating Mei Chaofeng. Although Mei Chaofeng is a bit bald, Lu Chuang fired all the shotguns at once and looked at Gina, who had broken bones in many parts of her body but hadn't lost her fighting power. He was a little surprised in his heart. This defensive power is too exaggerated. Is it true that all beings are equal before the promised trolls? I have to say that Mutant's ability is really abnormal. I didn't feel it when I watched the movie, but when they really appeared in front of my eyes, Lu Chuang realized how terrifying these people are. Just a strengthening body can make the guns and weapons that human beings rely on directly useless, let alone it's those more weird and changeable variant abilities. Lu Chuang sighed, then took out a few grenades and threw them at Gina's feet. Boom! The grenade exploded instantly, and Gina was overturned to the ground, with bloody wounds all over her body. It was obvious that she was not as tough as she imagined, and a few grenades still disintegrated her defense. Gina lay trembling on the ground. Did this guy hide an arsenal? After fighting for so long, there is still so much ammunition. Not dead yet. Isn't this life force too terrifying? Lu Chuang, who possessed the self-healing ability, said so, and took off his jacket leisurely, revealing a C4 bomb tied inside. Yes, he had a C4 bomb strapped to him the whole time. In order to deal with Gina in front of him, Lu Chuang has already preset a whole set of equipment. Among them is the most powerful C4 bomb. He has already seen its power in the frozen warehouse, and this time he deliberately increased the dose of explosives, fearing that it would not kill such a thick-skinned tank. The opponent loses combat power to ensure that the opponent is at the very center of the explosion. For this reason, Lu Chuang gave this scheme, which combined several killing weapons, a particularly famous name. 3,000 for your life. At the moment, Gina opened her eyes, which were swollen like walnuts, and managed to recover a sliver of vision. Gina, however, sees a C4 bomb drop in front of her, frantically flashing red. Fact. Boom! Deafening explosions resounded all around. With Gina as the center, the flames soared into the sky, forming a small mushroom. Hearing the explosion, Francis and Wade looked back at the same time. I saw a scorched black corpse fell from the air to the ground, covered with various scars, and died in an extremely tragic manner. From that ferocious face, it can be seen how unwilling he was before birth, and how aggrieved his death was. Then, they saw Lu Chuang approaching, looked at the two of them in surprise, and said, "No, it's not resolved yet. I've finished fighting the boss." "Hurry up, hurry up," Wade replied, slashing Francis with katana wildly. "Damn guy, die to me. You're embarrassing me in front of my friends and girlfriends." Francis' expression twisted. "I'm an embarrassment for you to be alive?" Bang, bang. 2 shots were fired. Francis couldn't spare his hand to block. He was shot in both legs and fell to the ground. "Siete, give me a little more time, and I can solve it. I don't need your help at all." Wade looked at Lu Chuang dissatisfied. "You sure?" Lu Chuang pointed to Vanessa, who was watching the show and the instrument all the time. "After your girlfriend found out about your identity and saw that you didn't save her, but focused on fighting with a man, what do you think will happen?" "Damn it." Wade threw away 2 katana decisively and ran towards Vanessa with brisk steps. "Vanessa, wait for me. I'm here to save you." Ignoring Wade, Lu Chuang walked up to Francis and poked him on the head with a pistol. "Long time no see. Dish soap. How are you doing?" Francis looked at Lu Chuang expressionlessly. After Gina died, he knew that the situation was over, and his ability couldn't deal with the 2 monsters with self-healing ability at all. "I didn't expect that you got the same self-healing ability as that idiot. No wonder you all survived." Francis dropped the 2 axes without any panic or fear on his face. He has already lost his nerve endings, and he is not afraid of the threat of death at all. "To be honest, I am quite envious of you guys. I was a patient of the Research Institute myself. Unfortunately, my awakening mutant ability is not very powerful. It just enhanced my reaction ability and my physical fitness. Although I don't feel any pain, but my wounds don't self-heal instantly." Francis grinned like a victor. "You should be grateful to me. I'll let you obtain this powerful ability. The self-healing factor in your body can repair all injuries. This is the ability that many people dream of." "Screw your shit." Lu Chuang slammed down the butt of the gun directly and said fiercely, "I, Lu Chuang, can be as strong as I am today, never relying on external force, only relying on my own efforts and ability." "Francis, have some face. Some time ago, I saw that you were still an ordinary person. Where did you come from for your hard work and ability? But if the patient goes to become a doctor, you can also play." Lu Chuang recalled that Francis was only the manager of the perverted Research Institute, not the actual controller of the Research Institute, so he couldn't help asking curiously. Since he is not the founder of the Research Institute, who is the person behind the Research Institute? "Hee, do you think I'll tell you?" "I think you will." Lu Chuang looked at Francis and thought about it. "I don't feel any pain, right? It's okay. I have plenty of solutions. For example, put you in a completely closed coffin and then bury you in the deepest soil so that you are completely isolated from the outside world. There's no light, no sound, and you can't even feel the passage of time. There are only endless things around you. Darkness and silence. It is said that no one can last 5 days with this method, and they all went crazy in the end. If it's more troublesome, I'll find a mutant who can repair your nerve endings and ask him to repair your nerve endings. Then you can do whatever you want. First, I will ask you to chop a 360-degree fork in the air." The more Lu Chuang talked, the more excited he was. At the end, he rubbed his palms together, as if eager to try. 360 splits? Francis' eyelids twitched a few times. Is this something humans can think of? The threat did work for Francis, though. He felt that if he didn't say anything with Lu Chuang's character, he would definitely do this kind of thing, and maybe there would be even more vicious things waiting for him. "I only know that I work for a company named Essex, and I am responsible for managing the operations of several Research Institute branches. As for the higher-level managers of the company, I don't know." Francis said very bachelor. Anyway, he only works for money and has no so-called loyalty to the people above him. "Essex Company?" Lu Chuang pondered. If he remembers correctly, this company has appeared several times in mutant movies. It seems to be a company that likes to collect mutant genes. Among them, they have collected Wolverine Logan's genes, and the Wolverine clone in Wolverine 3 is the product they created. Generally speaking, it can be regarded as a villain organization. So, the story here involves Mutant? Chuang didn't care. After all, he is not a mutant. His abilities are all derived from super high school level talents and have nothing to do with the mutant ability at all. By the way, the serum you injected me back then needed adrenaline as a catalyst, right? Francis nodded silently. Chuang was thoughtful. It seemed that the serum had no effect on him as a time traveler. He didn't know how much adrenaline he secreted during bullet time. If the serum was effective, his genes would have mutated long ago. At this time, Wade came over with his girlfriend Vanessa. Seeing that Wade had taken off his mask, Chuang knew that he had confessed to Vanessa, and now he probably wanted Francis to restore his disfigured face. Definitely, Chuang knew this was impossible. Chuang threw Francis over. "I'll leave this guy to you. I'll go pick up the equipment that exploded. I'm running out of ammunition, so I need to replenish it." Seeing that there are still several grenades and magazines hanging on Chuang's body, Wade is a bit lost. What do you call running out? 10 minutes later, Chuang ran back dragging a lot of guns and ammunition, and he also found a motorcycle by the way. He then saw Francis' body lying on the ground with a bloody hole in his forehead. "Nailed it. Fact, this guy can't fix my face." Wade yelled angrily, as if he didn't feel satisfied. He raised his foot and kicked Francis' body. During this period of time, he was frantically looking for Francis, just to heal his face, but after working so hard for so long, he got a sentence that he could not save and wait for death. In his temper, he directly shot Francis. Chuang patted him on the shoulder and comforted him. "Think about it. Although you are a little ugly, at least you can't die from cancer. Unlike me, you are neither ugly nor have cancer. What troubles nothing." "Wait, Vanessa." Vanessa glanced at Wade. "Sure enough, none of the men around you are normal." After Francis died, Chuang and Wade left the deck respectively. Wade called the Indian brother again and couldn't wait to take Vanessa home. Due to the newly harvested batch of firearms and ammunition, Chuang did not take a taxi back with Wade, but drove all the way back to his apartment on a motorcycle he had just picked up and began to study a new transformation plan. After today's battle, Chuang found that his plan of killing you for 3,000 was not strong enough, and in the end he had to use the C4 bomb to completely kill Gina. You must know that in his plan preset, the level 1 section of the shotgun should break through Gina's defense and then use the grenade to kill the opponent. As a result, a shotgun with such great lethality could not break through the opponent's physical defense at all. Chuang has a new understanding of these abilities. Therefore, he must quickly increase the damage limit of the plan, at least by the bazooka. Someone once said that truth is only within the range of cannon. Chuang has always been a reasonable person, and he hopes that his enemies can understand his truth. "I came to my senses, and I realized that I could contribute more to the world than making weapons, so I decided to close Stark Industries' weapons division effective immediately until I found new goals for the company and other directions that I felt were right and consistent with the best interests of the nation." On the TV screen of the bar, a man with a signature beard stood on the stage and announced to everyone, "This person is the big boss of Stark Industries, Tony Stark." The stock of Stark Industries has plummeted since Tony Stark disappeared, and most people think he died in Afghanistan. As a result, they never expected that Tony Stark would appear in everyone's field of vision again. And in this high-profile press conference, he suddenly announced this amazing decision. As we all know, Stark Industries made its fortune from the arms business. Before Tony Stark came back, Stark Industries' biggest profit was still the arms business. But now that Stark Industries' arms department said it would shut down, it almost directly destroyed more than half of Stark Industry. Everyone was shocked by Tony Stark's decision, especially those stock investors who saw Tony Stark's return and began to grab shares were going crazy. No need to think about it. You can guess that the rooftop must be very lively the next day. The weasel wiped the wine glass in his hand, feeling a little absurd, and said, "This Tony Stark must have been played by those terrorists." An arms dealer does not sell arms, so is he planning to switch to selling beer? Chuang drank the happy fat house water and said calmly, maybe he changed his career to blacksmithing. Only he knows that Tony Stark's return means Iron Man is coming. Title triggers: Great Inventor, completable, unlock condition. Defeat Iron Man Tony Stark's steel battlesuit with a high-tech battlesuit made by yourself, 0 to 1. Title awarded: Inventor of super high school level. Without any warning, the game system suddenly popped up new content. Another new unlocked task? Chuang was a little surprised. So far, he has only triggered 2 achievement tasks. Each achievement task appears randomly, and there is no time limit, so it depends on luck to trigger the achievement task. And now, it was the 3rd time he had triggered the achievement mission. However, when Chuang saw the content of the achievement task clearly, he almost sprayed the happy fat house water on the weasel's face. What the hell? Beat Iron Man Tony Stark in a high-tech battlesuit built by yourself? Are you sure you are not kidding me? Chuang was dumbfounded. This was the first time he saw that the achievement task of the game system was directly related to someone. Even more outrageous is the task content. To know who Tony Stark is, that's the Kryptonian of the Marvel Universe. He roughly estimated that the cost of a pair of steel armor for Tony Stark is at least hundreds of millions of USD, and the price of missile weapons thrown at random is in the millions. This is not a battle, it is clearly burning money. As one of the top film money players in the Marvel world, Tony Stark has dozens of sets of steel armor alone. Others play with figurines, but he plays with steel armor, and the effect of steel armor becomes more powerful as time goes on. In a later stage, you can wear Hulk armor and directly hit Hulk. How to fight this? Besides, he doesn't know how to make any high-tech battle suits. With his level of knowledge, he could at most make a suit of armor that he could barely wear, but compared to Tony Stark's steel armor that could fly, launch missiles, and fire energy cannons, it was simply a world of difference. And what kind of material is used for Tony Stark's steel armor? All of which are top-notch aviation technology materials, and the defense is definitely tough. Hard resistance to missiles is trivial, so it's not like Gina's Mutant can compare then. And if Chuang can make the most powerful armor weapon, it is estimated that only his brain will collapse. But the problem is, he can't use his brains to fight Tony Stark's steel battlesuit. He was afraid that Tony Stark would die laughing on the spot. For the first 2 achievement tasks, it is possible to see the feasibility of completing them. As for this task, Chuang can't think of any way to complete it for the time being. Among other things, with Tony Stark's identity and background, Chuang really can't do it casually. Fortunately, the achievement task is not a mandatory or time-limited task, and he has a lot of time to slowly figure out a solution. Compared with this, Chuang has a problem that needs to be solved more. That means he doesn't have enough money. After buying a large amount of firearms and ammunition before, Chuang's assets are running out now, only enough to maintain his normal life, but it is obviously impossible for him to buy more powerful weapons. Chuang looked at Weasel. Is there any high-paying commission recently? And I am in urgent need of money. He swells. He has a super high school level sharpshooter, and now he can completely accept higher level commissions. For the weird arc ballistic technique, it is perfect for assassination. Just like the perfect assassination a few days ago, no living person could find his trace during the whole process. Weasel nodded. Now that he has a general understanding of Chuang's strength, he didn't say anything about the difficulty. Yes, but those high-paying commissions are generally not here, such as the extermination of Mexican drug cartels. The location is Harry's in Mexico. In Colorado, the salary is probably more than $5 million. Not from other countries, preferably within New York. Chuang resolutely vetoed it. He did not intend to travel so far to complete the commission. In New York, there are a few high-paying commissions. Weasel seemed to think of something and said, "But the highest reward is your high reward, but there is good news. Your reward is now down to $4 million. Chuang was a little surprised. Could it be that the conscience of those gangsters found out? How is it possible? Their consciences have long been eaten by dogs. The Weasel looked like you were joking, and then explained, "Your reward is high because your identity has not been discovered, and now the reward has been lowered. I guess your accomplice was caught." "You mean the Punisher?" Chuang frowned. "Isn't his accomplice Frank?" "Yes, what a poor guy. People who provoke gangsters usually end up miserable. If I fell into the hands of those crazy gangsters, I would definitely choose to commit suicide. You can never imagine what happened to those gangsters. How cruel the means will be. Speaking of this, Weasel looked at Lu Chuang worriedly. You have to be careful. Maybe your information has already been confessed by the other party. I hope you're not an idiot enough to reveal your address. If you did, I beg you, find a place to move out as soon as possible and move to Wade's place. Weasel doesn't want the apartment he rented out to be bumped by gangsters who come to him. Who's going to live with me? A frivolous voice came, and Wade, wearing a mask, came over and sat down beside Lu Chuang. I warn you, don't even think about it. No one can disturb my world with Vanessa, except the IRS. Weasel exaggerated. Oh, look who is here, America's good boyfriend Wade Wilson. I thought you would hold Vanessa all the time and wouldn't let go. Lu Chuang was also surprised to see Wade coming. Since Wade and Vanessa met, the long-lost couple wanted to be together every day, and they hardly saw Wade these days. Think about it too, only the exhausted cow has no damaged fields. But if this cow is fully mechanized, it can be plowing the land all the time. That's what I thought, but there's one thing scarier than the IRS coming to you. What's the matter? I'm out of money. Wade shrugged his shoulders and lay down on the table dejectedly. Are you short of money too? Lu Chuang asked curiously. Definitely. Although Wade became a mercenary earlier than Lu Chuang, his savings is really not much. It should be said that the people of America do not have the habit of saving money, and he has been busy looking for Francis some time ago, so it is impossible to entrust him. Thinking of the increasing expenses of himself and Vanessa recently, Wade said eagerly, "Quickly introduce me to some new jobs. The best range of activities is in New York, so that I can work in the morning and find Vanessa in the evening." Work. Hearing this, Lu Chuang suddenly had an idea. Wade, here is a commission with several million USD. Are you interested? Millions of USD? Wade suddenly became interested and immediately asked, "What is the content of the entrustment?" It's as simple as catching a guy and handing him over to the gang to get paid millions of dollars. There is such a good thing. Wade asked impatiently. Who is the target person and where is it in New York? Let me tell you first. If the time is too long or the distance is too far, I am not interested. Vanessa is still waiting. Follow me home. Don't worry. There's no difficulty in this commission, and you also know the target person, and the distance is very close. I know. Who? I. Lu Chuang drank the happy fat house water in one gulp, showing a bright smile. Let's do it. I won't resist. We agreed in advance that we will pay you 5 or 5 cents. Above the pitch-black sky, gloomy black clouds block the moonlight. The colorful lights of the city in the distance are in stark contrast to the lifeless West Midtown, as if heaven and hell are separated by the Hudson River. Here is the cradle of criminals, the infamous Hell's Kitchen, on a quiet street. Several black cadres parked at the corner. A group of Russians led by Vladimir got out of the car and saw Wesley in a suit and leather shoes standing in front of an iron gate, followed by several black-clothed bodyguards. The cold light in Vladimir's eyes was sharp, and he scanned his surroundings. Where's the damn attacker? Don't worry. Since you agreed to our future work assistance, what my employer promised you will naturally be done. Wesley smiled. Immediately afterwards, he nodded to the black-clothed bodyguards, and the black-clothed bodyguards immediately opened the iron door behind them. Crunch! The heavy iron door was pushed open with a light thud, and a faint smell of blood rushed over. The indoor space is very small, surrounded by iron walls, and in the center is a burly man. I saw that his hands and feet were wrapped with iron chains, and his whole body was tied to a small seat. He was covered in scarlet blood, as if he had just been fished out of a pool of blood. Judging from his wounds, these bloodstains should not all belong to him. Seeing this man, Wesley couldn't help sighing. This is the famous Punisher. We spent a lot of effort to lure him out and catch him. Even so, we have lost a lot here. With few people, this fighting power is really amazing. But please rest assured, according to our agreement, he is already yours, so we didn't torture him. Vladimir did not reply, but stared hard at Frank in front of him. Before, Their Russian Ross gang also sent a large number of people to arrest this guy. As a result, they encountered various obstacles every time they acted, and Frank ran away in the end. Vladimir, no fool, quickly guessed that someone was trying to stop him from capturing Frank. Under pressure, Vladimir finally agreed to Wesley's suggestion, giving up Anatoly's former territory and handing it over to them to take over, while their people fully assisted in the arrest operation. It wasn't long before Vladimir received word that Frank had been caught. Vladimir walked up to Frank and said coldly, "You killed Anatoly?" Frank looked up at Vladimir calmly. He recognized the identity of Vladimir, the biggest leader of the Ross gang in Russia. Curling his lips in disdain, Frank definitely knew who the murderer of Anatoly was, but he didn't care about it at all, and he didn't care about taking the blame for himself. He just mocked. "I killed a lot of people, and they were all guilty. Which be asterisk, 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 asterisk D. Are you talking about Anatoly?" Boom! Rage's Vladimir punched through. The veins in Vladimir's neck bulged, and he grabbed Frank's collar. "I know you have another companion. Tell me where he is?" Frank spat bloody saliva and put on a "that's it" expression. The result was that Vladimir was beaten up violently, and Frank just didn't snort during the whole process. After beating Frank to a bloody mess, Vladimir snarled, "Tell me who that damned attacker is and what his name is. If you don't, I guarantee you will die a terrible death." Frank opened his swollen and blue eyes, calmly watching Vladimir roaring helplessly. He is a professionally trained soldier, and he is not afraid of any cruel torture. Although he and Lu Chuang have only met once, he just wants to see the anger of these bastards, so naturally he will not reveal the slightest bit of information. Frank said hoarsely, "You're not going to find him ever." Vladimir punched down again. Seeing that Frank was so stubborn, he turned to Wesley angrily. "Tell me, where is the other attacker? We're investigating." Wesley pushed his glasses. "In fact, once they find out, they will find someone to silence them directly, and they will definitely not leave this insider to Vladimir. It's just that Vladimir lost such a territory. How could he listen to such useless nonsense?" Vladimir raised his blood-stained palm and grabbed Wesley's shoulder unceremoniously. "If you take my territory, you must send another attacker over, and I want them both to die in my hands." Wesley frowned. "You know, it will take time. After all, the other party can't take the initiative to deliver it to the door." Just then, a Russian came over. Another assailant was found. Someone said that he caught the person offering the reward just when the toilet was convenient, and said that he would personally send it to the door to receive the reward. Wesley, Frank. Half an hour later, the iron door of the room was pushed open. The first person to walk in was a strange man in black and red tights and a red mask. He was holding a rope in his hand, and looking along the end of the rope, he saw a figure tied tightly by the rope and dragged into the room. This person also wore a mask on his head, looking like it was a plastic bag I picked up from a convenience store and put it on. The man in tights, that is Wade, looked around the room, saw the gangsters in the room, and Frank, who was covered in blood, and said hello enthusiastically. "Hey, are you having a party here? How about adding me?" Vladimir walked forward and looked directly at Wade. "You are the one who completed my bounty? Looking at your villainous appearance, I knew you must be the boss here, right?" Wade grabbed the rope and pulled the figure behind him. With his arms akimbo, he said, "That's right, I brought 4 million, and he is the one who offered the reward." Wesley narrowed his eyes slightly. He was shrewd and quickly noticed something was wrong. He asked, "You said he was the one who was offered a reward. How do you prove it? And how did you find out?" Facing Wesley's questioning, Wade did not panic, but talked eloquently. "This matter has to start with a Mexican chicken wrap. I ate a Mexican chicken wrap on the street today, and it didn't take long before I suddenly felt I had a severe pain in my stomach, so I found a toilet." "Shut up and get to the point." Vladimir interrupted him impatiently. Wade shrugged. "At that time, I saw a man in the toilet, which exactly matched the description on the reward, and then I caught him here." As he spoke, he took off his mask, and this figure was Lu Chuang in disguise. The expressions of Vladimir and Wesley froze instantly. They remembered the description of the other attacker on the bounty, which seemed to be only one simple word. "Asian." Looking at Lu Chuang's skin color again, it really fits perfectly. Vladimir's complexion was very bad, and now he seriously suspected that the man who was tied up was a passerby that the man in tights randomly grabbed from the toilet. He said in a bad tone, "I need stronger proof. If I can't prove this guy's identity, I will think you are amusing me, and you will die." "Oh, calm down. I definitely can prove that he is the one on the bounty." "How would it prove?" Wesley continued to question. "If this person is fake, he can expose their identities on the spot. If this person is real, he must also be identified as fake. He must not let the real attacker fall into Vladimir's hands." Wade poked Lu Chuang's waist with his fingers and made a fierce expression on his face. Regardless of whether others could see his face under the mask, he asked sharply, "Quickly tell me, are you the one who put the bounty on?" Lu Chuang showed panic, and his eyes revealed an expression of disbelief. "You actually discovered this? What a keen observation. What a meticulous judgment." "That's right. I'm the man who was offered a reward of 4 million. If you're smart, let me go. When I reach the reward of 100 million and become Shichibukai, I'll make you my crew." Wade nodded and spread his hands to everyone. "You heard it. Wesley, Vladimir, Frank." Frank thought the wound was painful at first, but now his head hurts even more. When Lu Chuang took off the mask, although he didn't know why the other party put on a fake beard and wore a pair of glasses, he still recognized Lu Chuang's identity at a glance. After seeing that Lu Chuang was really arrested, Frank was surprised. After all, he was too famous, and all criminals knew that his target was criminals, so the group of gangsters could set up a trap to lure him into the trap. But Lu Chuang's situation is completely different from his. The other party originally did not reveal much information. Even if this group of gangsters covered almost the entire New York intelligence network, it would be difficult to find Lu Chuang's traces under such a huge amount of information gap. Frank originally thought that Lu Chuang fell into the hands of a powerful intelligence organization and was captured by the opponent after a life-and-death struggle. Frank had already imagined all kinds of fierce battle scenes in his mind. But now it seems this is clearly a self-destruct infantry. He actually blew himself up when he was asked casually. In his many years of interrogation career, it was the first time that Frank saw such an unpretentious prisoner. In less than half a second, he directly refreshed the record of the prisoner, telling the information the fastest in his entire interrogation career. Frank took a deep breath, still holding a glimmer of hope in his heart. Although the opponent is a pig teammate, Lu Chuang's identity is still uncertain. After all, the two of them belong to outsiders. Even if they admit it themselves, there's no way to prove whether what they said is true. This group of gangsters are not philanthropists, and they can't buy it with 4 million USD without evidence. The life of a man who claimed to be a murderer. Indeed, Vladimir also thought of this. He really wanted to catch the murderer, but he didn't want to spend a lot of money to catch a passerby who wasn't the murderer. Ever since, he recruited a Russian Ross who had hunted down Lu Chuang and Frank at that time. Pointing to Lu Chuang, Vladimir asked, "Is it the Asian guy you saw earlier?" The Russian looked Lu Chuang carefully. Then, he nodded confidently. "It's him. It's him. Looks exactly the same. I remember his beard." "Frank, this is no longer face blindness. This is blindness, right? Some of the parties voluntarily admitted it before, and later it was identified by the Russians." Seeing that Lu Chuang was more and more suspected of being the attacker, Wesley knew that if he didn't do anything about it, their plan would go wrong. So, Wesley said, "With all due respect, I don't think these statements can prove anything." "Oh, do you think my men are telling lies?" Vladimir stared at Wesley closely, and the attitude of the other party made him a little suspicious. "Or, you don't want me to find out who killed my brother?" "One, definitely not. You may have misunderstood me. Regarding the situation that night, I don't rule out the possibility that your subordinates will be wrong. I just want to be more sure. After all, my employer also paid a bounty." Wesley explained calmly. "I'm not mistaken, it's this Asian guy. I remember his beard." The Russian Ross boy tried to explain that there was nothing wrong with his eyes. Frank was silent. He didn't know what to say. It can't be said that this guy did it, but he doesn't have a beard at all. Vladimir said coldly. Then how do you want to prove it? I heard that you lost a lot of people that night, and most of them were taken care of by another attacker. It must be that the attacker's strength is not simple. Wesley smiled confidently and turned to look at Chuang. But look at this man, his figure doesn't look like he has received professional training. I don't think he has the strength to do this. Hearing that his own strength was questioned, Chuang was not happy at the time. What do you mean, you little four-eyed? You are doubting my strength by saying that. Punisher, tell them quickly. What happened to me that night? Riding a motorcycle, he killed the group of gangsters blocking the road with a pistol. Wesley took a deep breath. Obviously, he didn't ask anything, but this guy exploded all by himself. Is this guy short-hearted? Why did you appear here? Frank asked. He knew Chuang's strength, the kind of weird self-healing ability and unpredictable marksmanship. He shouldn't be caught so easily. Chuang said seriously. Can't you tell? I'm here to save you. Looking at Chuang, who was tied up with a rope and had to jump dozens of times while walking, Frank was expressionless. Sorry, I really can't see it. Seeing Chuang's direct description of the situation that night and the familiar look on Frank's face, Vladimir didn't know that the person in front of him was another attacker, and suddenly rage got up, and he was about to punch Chuang. Chuang's face was smashed. In the next moment, a cold light flashed, and the sharp blade stopped on his neck. Ignoring the gangsters who panicked and raised their guns, Wade held the katana in his hand and said in a dissatisfied tone, "This is against the rules. Before paying the money, he is still my man. You have to get my consent to do it in front of so many people. In front of you. Don't you want to pay on credit? That's it." Chuang hid behind Wade and shouted, as if he had found a backer. Feeling the coldness of his neck, Vladimir's body froze for an instant, and his intuition told him that the person in front of him was definitely not someone to mess with. The threat of death made him forcefully suppress the anger in his heart. "Transfer the money." Vladimir ordered a subordinate beside him with a gloomy face. In less than half a minute, Wade's cell phone vibrated. It was a message from Weasel, and the bounty has been transferred through the dark web. However, he looked at the phone screen and suddenly exclaimed angrily, "This amount is wrong. Why is there only 2.5 million US? And where did the other 150 US go?" Noticing that katana was still on his neck, Vladimir looked sullenly at Wesley. Wesley frowned slightly. The development of the matter was completely out of control. "I need to report to my employer." Wade was too lazy to listen to nonsense, waved another katana, and pointed it at Wesley, chattering endlessly. "Little Four Eyes, you should learn to be independent. And now is the best opportunity to practice. Transfer the money I should take. Definitely, I don't mind if you pay more money for tuition." "I see." After a brief silence, Wesley still transferred the money. As he spoke, his eyes gradually turned cold. It is not so easy to take money from their gangsters. Looking at Vladimir's gloomy face, it is obvious that the other party does not intend to let this man in tights go. Hearing so many things here that should not be heard, how could they will let the other party go? However, the bounty that should have been paid still needs to be paid. After all, it is a bounty issued by their forces. Swallowing the bounty privately will only affect their reputation. No one will be willing to cooperate with them in the future. This is a good boy. Well, now you are his people. The mobile phone sent another money transfer message, and Wade put away katana in satisfaction, let go of the rope, and pushed Chuang over. Vladimir frowned. "Are we his? Shouldn't it be said that he is one of us?" Wesley immediately sensed something was wrong, stepped back a few steps, and said in surprise, "Shoot them and kill them." However, Chuang moved faster than them. Two pistols suddenly appeared in the lowered hands, and the suddenly contracted pupils locked everyone in the room. Boom, 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 boom. The sound of the gun was silent, and Chuang assumed a posture of closing the gun. All the gangsters and bodyguards in the house fell to the ground. Blood flowed from the gun on their foreheads, and the other remnants who were waiting outside the door and rushed into the house when they heard the gunshots were also screamed by Wade and wiped them with a few knives. Neck. In just a few seconds, the gang was instantly wiped out. Only Vladimir and Wesley remained. At the moment, the house was full of corpses, and the smell of blood permeated the small space. In just a few seconds, there was no one alive in the two gangsters except for the two leaders. Under the dim light, the bloodstains on the ground reflected a penetrating scarlet light. Seeing that the people they brought were wiped out immediately, Vladimir and Wesley's complexions suddenly turned pale. When Wade killed several intruders, they didn't know that the two people in front of them were in the same group. It's not that they didn't think about this possibility at first, but when they saw that there were only two people on the other side, they relaxed their vigilance. They never thought that only two people could kill all of them in such a short period of time. Little guy, you are such a little genius. You have earned 4 million USD, which is much easier than when I ran around the world to make money. Wade pushed Katana back behind his back and looked at the phone happily. He and Chuang split the bounty 50-50. That is to say, he could get 2 million USD in the end. This huge sum of money is enough for him to be cool for a long time. Chuang patted his head suddenly. Sloppy, if I knew it was so easy, I should have caught the Punisher together to claim the bounty, so we can earn at least 15 million US dollars. What a blood loss. Frank, I'm not dead yet. Is it really okay to say such things in front of me? By the way, untie him first. Chuang seemed to have just remembered the existence of Frank and was about to untie him, only to find that there was still a lock on the iron chain. Where's the key to the lock? On him. Frank glanced at Wesley. Chuang nodded, came to Wesley, and started searching without saying a word. Wesley's face was very ugly. He could see that this Asian was not an ordinary mercenary. The strength shown by the other party just now was definitely beyond the scope of normal people. I think we can talk. If you want to, don't touch it. The keys are in the left pocket of my suit. If you don't say it, it's over. Chuang took out a key from his pocket and took out other things inside. Hey, what is this? This is my wallet. Don't talk nonsense. I picked it up. Chuang decisively stuffed the wallet into his trouser pocket. Wesley. At this moment, Vladimir beside him suddenly exploded. Taking advantage of the moment when Chuang was not paying attention, Vladimir raised the revolver he had prepared and pulled the trigger several times at Wade in front of him, and Wade fell to the ground with a bang. Immediately afterwards, Vladimir pointed his gun at Chuang and roared with a cruel smile. Damn Asian, you are dead. Facing the black muzzle of the gun, Chuang smiled confidently. I counted it, and your bullets have been exhausted. I bet you have no bullets in your gun. Boom. Chuang smiled at Jiuchuan, tilted his head, and fell to the ground. Haha, you idiot. I still have a bullet in my gun. Looking at the two corpses on the ground, Vladimir suddenly had a sense of accomplishment of winning against the wind and laughed wantonly. This situation was reversed, and Wesley was both surprised and happy. But soon, these emotions all turned into fear, because he saw that the two corpses actually moved. Apart from the terrified Wesley, Frank's expression was not much better. He saw the tight-fitting man who had been shot several times stood up again. Obviously, the other party had the same self-healing ability as Chuang. What the hell? Is this kind of ability wholesale? How can everyone come back from the dead? I saw Chuang sat up abruptly, grabbed the gun in Vladimir's hand, pointed the muzzle at his newly healed forehead, and said viciously, I don't believe it. Come again. This time, I bet there must be no bullets in your gun. Dead man suddenly revived. Vladimir's mind went blank, and he subconsciously pulled the trigger. Click, click, click. Sure enough, there was no bullet this time. After all, it was the last bullet just now. Chuang smiled triumphantly, then raised his pistol and pointed it at Vladimir's head. It's your turn. Guess if there are any bullets in my gun. Vladimir swallowed. Yes, I bet there are bullets. Boom. Looking at Vladimir's body, Chuang said angrily, Damn it. You want it again. Ignoring Wesley, who was stunned aside, Chuang picked up the key and walked over to unlock the chain for Frank. Looking at Frank with a bruised nose and swollen face like a pig's head, Chuang hesitated for a few seconds, took out his plastic bag mask, and said thoughtfully, Take it. You should need this. I'm afraid your face will be recognized by those criminals. They will not be able to help laughing when they see you in the future. After all, Frank is a brutal and iron-blooded tough guy, which is related to his image management, and Chuang is also thinking about the other party. Well, sincerely, Frank looked down at the plastic bag with 2 small holes poked in it and a pork discount sticker on the back. He definitely had reason to suspect that this was a trap. Otherwise, it would be hard to explain why this guy just happened to show up wearing this ridiculous mask. Frank kept a straight face and didn't take the plastic bag. He would rather wear this pig's face than wear this vile mask. Vladimir is dead. Wesley's plans were completely disrupted. To make matters worse, now he fell into the hands of these 3 people. Wait, I think we can talk. Wesley couldn't help but said he felt that he couldn't wait any longer, otherwise he would be too passive, and he had to control the rhythm of the situation. Lu Chuang's eyes lit up. You want to negotiate? Yes, you are very welcome. I like negotiating. Are you going to pay a few $100 million for your own life? Wesley choked suddenly. Hundreds of millions. Do you think I'm Tony Stark? However, Lu Chuang didn't shoot directly at himself. Wesley secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Lu Chuang's move made him at least see the possibility of negotiation. He brewed his emotions and showed a characteristic smile. Actually, there is no relationship between us. There is no conflict. I am the employer of that commission, and I hired you to disrupt the drug trade of the Russian Ross gang. You hired me. Lu Chuang looked at Wesley. I don't believe it. How do you prove it? Good reincarnation. Lu Chuang needed to prove that he was the attacker just now. Now it is Wesley's turn to prove that he is the client. Wesley said helplessly, the entrustment fee is $100,000, and the place and time of the transaction are provided. Okay, it turned out to be you, and I caught you. Lu Chuang's eyes widened, and he said angrily, a mere $100,000 made me offend so many people, and the leader of the Russian Ross gang. Do you know how scared I am all this time? Wesley glanced at Vladimir's still cool body. You killed him because you were afraid? If you're not satisfied with the remuneration, we can renegotiate. How much? Wesley tentatively said, I will pay you 3 times. Who are you looking down on? Punisher. This poor guy with no money will be handed over to you. Lu Chuang curled his lips in disdain. Now that he has $2 million, he no longer cares about such a small amount of money. Hearing Lu Chuang's words, Frank, who was covered in blood, picked up a gun on the ground, walked slowly to Wesley, and said in a cold voice like a ghost crawling out of hell, anyone who is guilty will be punished. Have to die. 5 times. 5 times the pay. Etc. Lu Chuang suddenly held down the gun in Frank's hand and stopped his next move. If he didn't hold it down, he would definitely shoot directly with Frank's personality. Frank tried to raise the pistol, but found that Lu Chuang used a bit too much force. He looked at Lu Chuang expressionlessly. Are you going to let him go? Don't worry, discuss things slowly. Lu Chuang looked at Wesley with a smile. 5 times the reward is still a bit low. Let's make 10 times the reward and make up a whole number. It rose 10 times directly, and Wesley wanted to cry without tears. Is this too much? Punisher, kill him. Frank raised his pistol indifferently. Anyone who is guilty must die. I agree. 10 times the reward. Etc. Frank took a deep breath. He decided not to say any lines next time. Just do it directly. Seeing that another $1 million came in, Wade almost drooled. Little guy, I know you are the most loyal person. There must be my share in it. Lu Chuang said indifferently. I think you're thinking about farts. This is the unscrupulous boss's embezzlement of the employee's money. It is the remuneration I deserve. What does it have to do with you? Oh, Wade covered his cheeks exaggeratedly, as if he couldn't believe his teammate suddenly said such words. After a few seconds of delay, he pointed at Lu Chuang with trembling fingers. Are you sure you want to take the money all by yourself? It's all mine, it's mine. Damn it, you forced me. Wade roared, then looked at Wesley. Transfer $1 million to me, and I will help you get rid of this money-seeking D. Wesley blinked in confusion. Is this an internal strife? Frank glanced at Wade, and he didn't let go of the finger holding the trigger. Once Wade made a move, he would immediately shoot and finish the opponent. You're going to betray me for this little money. Lu Chuang looked at Wade in disbelief. It was you who betrayed me first. Wade pulled out 2 katanas with a very firm attitude. and asked Wesley, "Little Four Eyes, how are you thinking? You don't have much time." Seeing that Chuang and Wade had a real dispute, Wesley was instantly ecstatic. This result couldn't be better. Only when the two sides fight can I have a chance to escape. So, he nodded without hesitation. Just when Wesley was expecting the two to fight, Chuang suddenly pointed the gun at his head and said angrily, "Okay, you guys are so wicked that you actually want to split our team. Let me tell you, this time without 20 times the remuneration, this matter will be difficult to settle." Wesley was taken aback and subconsciously looked at Wade, whom he had just hired. I saw that the other party put away katana, put his hands on the back of his head, and whistled, as if it had nothing to do with him. At the moment, Wesley didn't understand yet. This F********G is not internal strife. It is clearly fishing for law enforcement. Two bloody bastards. Wesley looked aggrieved. The rhythm of controlling the situation has long been thrown to nowhere by him. Wesley found that the two guys in front of him couldn't use the thinking of normal people to judge at all. He was able to talk and laugh when facing all kinds of black forces, but he was at a disadvantage when facing the two. But due to the disparity in strength between the two sides, Wesley couldn't afford to resist. Wesley took a deep breath. "Okay, but I need to contact my employer. This extra money is not within my rights, and I can't make the decision." Seeing that Wesley's eyes didn't seem to be fake, Chuang waved his hand. "Let's fight. Remember not to talk nonsense." Wesley silently took out a mobile phone from his suit and quickly dialed the number. He said a few words into the phone and only briefly explained the current situation. Under the gaze of the three of them, he didn't pretend to be smart enough to reveal information about Chuang and the others, and he also told the fact that Chuang killed everyone. After getting a reply from the other party, Wesley handed the phone to Chuang. "My employer wants to speak to you." Chuang took the phone and greeted warmly. "Hello. You must be the famous Gene Bing." "Hello, Mr. Mercenary." A steady voice came from the other end of the phone. "It's a pity that we will talk in this way. It seems that there seems to be some unnecessary misunderstandings between us, but I think this is a good opportunity for us to a chance to rediscover." Unexpectedly, this underworld boss did not have the imagined image of a tyrant. His tone was slow and calm, appearing unhurried. Therefore, the other party is worthy of being a gangster, and this speech alone is extraordinary. A few words can offset the hostility between the two parties, making this conversation more like a friendly exchange. Although I really want to cooperate with you and say a few words that are compelling, but I'm in a hurry. Chuang didn't intend to continue chatting with Gene Bing and said bluntly, 20 times the reward. If you give the money, you will let him go. If you don't, you will let him go. Just tear up the ticket. I'll pay you 50 times as much." Gene Bing said calmly, "According to the previous procedures, now I can transfer 2 million to your account. And after Wesley arrives at a safe place, I can transfer another 3 million. As long as you let Wes go, Lee, you can get a total of 5 million USD, and I will not count the previous bounties. What do you think of this deal?" F***K? Gene Bing's sudden throwing of coins made Chuang a little confused. Is this the style of a boss? Hearing that there was no sound from the phone, Gene continued, "You helped me get rid of the trouble of Vladimir. I am very grateful to you. This is the reward you deserve. As I said, there are only some differences between us. Misunderstanding. So I want to clear up these misunderstandings. After all, we have not had any actual conflicts." Chuang looked at the corpses of bodyguards all over the floor, nodded and said, "Indeed, the actual conflict, the meaning of this sentence is a bit ambiguous." Gene Bing secretly wanted to silence Chuang, an insider, and Chuang secretly almost killed Wesley, Gene Bing's right-hand man. However, none of these things have happened now, and there is indeed no real conflict between them. As for the few bodyguards, it is not worth the money at all, and put Chuang, a mysterious mercenary, on the opposite side of himself. Compared to this, Gene is more interested in Chuang. Although he does not know what happened for the time being, judging from the results of the 2 battles the opponent participated in, it is obvious that the mercenary he hired is not simple. Gene Bing said with great interest, "Besides, I very much hope to reach a long-term cooperative relationship with someone with ability like you. If you are willing to serve me, I will give you a sufficient reward." During the speech, Jean did not show enough sincerity and politeness. Chuang always felt an inexplicable sense of déjà vu. This gold could not have been traveled by Boss Chow from the Three Kingdoms, right? Putting away distracting thoughts, Chuang said cheerfully, "Old Chow, oh no, Boss Jean, I've already felt your sincerity, but I'm not interested in being your younger brother. As for the remuneration you mentioned, I will reluctantly accept it." As Jean Bin said, they just had some misunderstandings, and it would not be the case that the two sides would fight to the death. Since Jean Bin is so sincere and actively wants to eliminate the misunderstanding, Chuang is naturally willing to accept it. Anyway, he's not a superhero, so what does Kim have to do with him? Hearing Chuang's refusal, Jean didn't bother. It's a pleasant cooperation, and I hope there will be opportunities to cooperate in the future. Pleasant cooperation. After finishing speaking, Chuang hung up the phone directly. After a while, he received the transfer notice, and Jean Bing's handling speed was really fast enough. Chuang looked at Wesley. "Little Four Eyes, your boss has already paid the ransom. You can leave now." "My name is Wesley." "Okay, Little Four Eyes, let's go, Little Four Eyes." Wesley didn't dare to refute and walked towards the iron gate. He didn't want to stay in this place for a second. Looking at Wesley's back, Wade suddenly put forward his own idea. "Little guy, why don't we follow this little four-eyed boy secretly? And when he leaves a certain distance, we put a sack on his back and tie him back so that we can get back together again." A ransom was extorted. "No, I am the most trustworthy person." Chuang refused righteously, and then said in a low voice, "Check it out first. Wait for Jean and type the mantis to the account, and then we will find a way to tie him back." "You are right." "Hey, asterisk 2. Wesley, who hadn't left yet, twitched the corner of his mouth. He always felt that there were two malicious eyes staring at him from behind. He hurriedly quickened his pace and left the room in embarrassment almost at the speed of running.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.